Chapter 1. The little junior sister of the nine-tailed celestial fox. On the winding mountain path of the Qingyan sect, a young boy clad in a dark blue Taoist robe was slowly ascending while holding the hand of a little girl beside him. Ouyang, master brother, how much farther do we have to go? The little girl panted, her delicate doll-like face already glistening with beads of perspiration, her cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel's. The boy, addressed as Ouyang, master brother, halted and gazed at the sun above. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Do not worry at our current pace. We will surely reach the foot of the mountain by dusk tomorrow." Tomorrow? Dusk? The little girl turned pale, sulking as she plopped down on the ground, utterly refusing to take another step forward. The path ahead meandered like a ribbon, seemingly endless. Observing the girl sprawled on the blue stone, Ouyang also sat down slowly. His curiosity piqued as he regarded his newly arrived junior sister. In Ouyang's eyes, a panel appeared next to the little girl that only he could see. Name: Hututu, youthful form of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Cultivation level: 5 levels of foundation establishment. Root bone 10. Charm 7 minor. Luck 8. Musical talent 10. Exclusive skill: bewitching all beings not activated. Evaluation: this is an extraordinary bee-steered maiden still in her youth. Delight surged within Ouyang. Unlike those rebellious disciples on the mountain, he had finally encountered a thoroughly ordinary bee-steered maiden. The girl's name was Hututu, and she had just arrived at Qingyan sect today. Her master, whom he hadn't seen in nearly a year, had merely briefed Ouyang before hastily departing, seemingly relieved, as if shedding a troublesome burden. Thus, the two found themselves trudging up the mountainside. Part of Ouyang's motivation was to uncover what schemes his master was up to, while the other half was sheer curiosity about when his new junior sister would unveil her foxtail. Indeed, from the moment he laid eyes on her, Ouyang recognized she was no ordinary human, but a spirit fox possessing an innate Taoist physique. After all, the golden attribute panel beside her was undeniable. Yet, how surprising it was for his master, a leader in the Qingyan sect, to take in a fox demon as a disciple. If this piece of news were to leak out, it would surely ignite a sensation in the cultivation world. "Brother, what are you staring at?" Hututu shot a glare at Ouyang. While this master brother looked rather presentable, he exhibited no decorum whatsoever. He could have at least employed some wind attribute spells to assist her along the way, instead of making her traverse the mountainous path for 2 whole hours. Did he not possess a shred of tenderheartedness? Moreover, the heat of his gaze was growing increasingly intense. Could he possibly be a weirdo harboring a fondness for little children? Could it be that his appreciation for her beauty, with her being a stunning little girl, was the reason why Ouyang had already developed an infatuation with her youthful self? Even though she was a little princess of the Fox clan, possessing unmatched beauty, her 5-year-old self had no interest in romance whatsoever. Hututu detested the notion of having a brotherly figure. With this in mind, her expression turned wary. Her fists clenched to her chest much like a protective squirrel guarding its food. She suspiciously inquired again, "Brother, what are you looking at?" Upon hearing the recurrent question from Hututu, Ouyang snapped out of his reverie, realizing his behavior had been somewhat unseemly. He cleared his throat awkwardly and diverted his gaze. However, internally, Ouyang was engulfed in a tidal wave of thoughts, as if he had stumbled upon momentous news. Alas, his master's surname was Hu, and so was this little sister's. Could it be possible that she was his master's illegitimate daughter? But this girl was no ordinary child. She was a fox demon with a natural Taoist physique. Did it mean his master actually captured a fox demon? How scandalous! It was precisely what one would expect from his master. But what did that imply for the other master sisters? Even though he was a reincarnator, facing a master who was notorious for his romantic exploits in the cultivation world made Ouyang feel inadequate. His master seemed to attract trouble wherever he went sometimes. Ouyang felt compelled to clean up after him. Now that he had a child in the picture, it would be incredibly difficult to prevent those master sisters from discovering this. Who could stop them from beating his master's skull in? Worrying about his master's potential household chaos, Ouyang's heart nonetheless soared with exhilaration. Holding such a powerful leverage, what sort of outrageous demands could he suggest? Ouyang maintained a calm facade, though internally he was joyfully lost in his scheming. Newly arrived little sister X, old man's fatal leverage. Eh? Master, you wouldn't want this little matter to reach the ears of those master sisters, would you? With that thought in mind, when Ouyang glanced back at his little sister, he donned a warm smile and said, "Little junior sister, as you are new to Qingyin's sect, unfamiliar with your surroundings, I'm here to help orient you so that you won't lose your way in the future when attending lectures at the various peaks." Seeing Ouyang's eagerness, Hututu shook her head and spoke brightly. "Master has already informed me on the way that Qingyin's sect is one of the 9 great cultivation sects of the contemporary world. It has over 1,000 inner disciples and 100,000 outer disciples, encompassing the blessed lands of Qingyin's sacred ground, 72 peaks, covering a vast territory of 100,000 kilometers. The spiritual energy is dense, and rare treasures abound. Only those with great fates, abundant fortunes, and exceptional talents can even dream of entering the outer gate." Regarding everything about Qingyin's sect, Hututu recounted with great familiarity, leaving Ouyang somewhat taken aback. "Is Qingyin's sect truly that remarkable? I would have thought anyone could enter." Ouyang pondered, gradually perplexed. When he first crossed over, his master had descended from the heavens, imploring him to become his disciple with tears, leading Ouyang to suspect he was just another scoundrel from the world of deceit. Initially intending to inform Hututu about which peaks were gathering grounds for fools, which places offered free meals and drinks, and which mountain paths should be avoided altogether, Ouyang tactfully sealed his lips. Once Hututu finished speaking, Ouyang coughed softly and adopted a serious tone, saying, "Indeed, those are precisely the details I intended to share with you. Since you're already aware, I shall skip the introductions. Now I must tell you the most crucial aspects concerning our mountain. Some matters related to our small peak." Upon hearing Ouyang's grave demeanor, Hututu listened intently. After all, this was the place where she would be residing in the future, so it held significant importance to her. Ouyang raised a finger sternly, stating, "On our peak, outside of the old man, I am the absolute authority." "Is that all?" Hututu stared at Ouyang, bewildered, unsure if she had heard him correctly. Ouyang, noticing Hututu's vacant expression, then continued, "From now on, you'll be following me. My rules are law. As for those other rebellious disciples on the peak, keep your distanciathere unhinged." At this point, Ouyang felt pained due to his failure to establish himself when those rebellious disciples first arrived. He now felt utterly devoid of the experience expected of an elder brother. "Oh, it seems Master Brother has deep-seated prejudices against us." No sooner had Ouyang finished speaking than a gentle voice drifted from behind him. While the tone was mild, the underlying chill was palpable. Startled, Ouyang stiffened and turned around to find a young man clad in a Taoist robe standing right behind him. He managed to force a smile, saying, "Oh, isn't that little Bai? What a coincidence that you two are climbing the mountain." Chapter 2. The Reincarnation of the Ancient Sword Immortal's young junior disciple. Before Ouyang stood a youthful figure, and likewise, he could perceive an attribute panel. Name. By Fiu, Reincarnation of the Ancient Sword Immortal Cultivation. Foundation Establishment. 5th layer bone quality. 9 charisma. 10-1 luck. 1 swordsmanship aptitude. 10-1 exclusive skill. All things are my sword evaluation. A remarkably handsome junior disciple, exuding the grace of an unparalleled sword immortal at such a tender age. Every time Ouyang beheld by Feiyu's attribute panel, he couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable lineage of his junior disciple. It was evident that this young man was destined for greatness. However, the luck attribute of 1 clearly indicated he was not the favored child of fortune. Upon by Feiyu's entrance, Hututu, standing beside Ouyang, was equally captivated. This youth possessed an extraordinarily handsome visage, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. His lips curved in a gentle smile, akin to a refreshing breeze. Clad in a flowing white robe, with cloud-like boots adorning his feet and a 3-foot-long azure sword hanging at his waist. He stood tall like a verdant pine. The gentle mountain breeze danced around him, causing his garments to flutter gracefully, as if he were a celestial being. He seemed to bask in light, exuding warmth like jade. "How enchanting!" Hututu exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration. Feeling her 5-year-old heart begin to race, he was truly captivating. And compared to the elder brother beside her, This young man was, in her eyes, the true embodiment of a brother. Stars sparkled in her eyes, her chubby cheeks flushed slightly, and a droplet of saliva unconsciously escaped her lips. Yet, the young man did not glance in her direction. Instead, he smiled warmly at Ouyang. Although his smile was amiable, Ouyang felt as if countless daggers were shooting from those eyes, aiming to pierce him to the core. Ahem, little Bai, allow me to introduce you. This is our Master's newly brought back junior sister. Hu Tutu, little sister, this is your fourth senior brother by Feiyu. Ouyang introduced them. Senior brother? He truly is my senior brother. Hu Tutu stammered, overwhelmed by this sudden joy. The mere thought of spending her days alongside such a handsome figure. No. Brother, filled her with warmth as if wrapped in countless clouds. He, imagining her future days with brother Feiyu, a smile reminiscent of a 30-year-old aunt appeared on her 5-year-old face, hearing Ouyang's introduction. Bai Feiyu turned his gaze towards Hu Tutu. His eyes narrowed slightly, his brows furrowing in discontent as he scrutinized her, feeling that Hu Tutu was completely exposed before his gaze that he spoke with a hint of displeasure. What is Master thinking? Taking in a... Ouyang swiftly lunged forward, covering Bai Feiyu's mouth, just as Bai Feiyu was about to conjure a sword technique to strike down this impudent rascal before him. Ouyang placed a hand firmly on Bai Feiyu's sword hilt and whispered urgently into his ear. Master instructed not to mention her identity in her presence. Also, her name is Hu Tutu, and Master's name is Hu Yun. Bai Feiyu's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Ouyang. They both share the surname Hu. Could it be that this fox spirit is Master's illegitimate daughter? Master has actually captured a fox demon to aid in his cultivation. Are cultivators today truly that audacious? Or am I simply growing old? Bai Feiyu brushed Ouyang's hand away, his expression complex as he regarded Hu Tutu, his voice flat as he stated, since you have entered the mountain gate, focus on your cultivation, and keep your distance from the elder brother. He is not quite right in the head. His tone was old-fashioned, reminiscent of an antique, a spirit fox. Hu Tutu acutely sensed Bai Feiyu's change in demeanor. It seemed her handsome senior brother had taken an immediate disliking to her. How could a girl as beautiful as herself be unappealing? Hu Tutu felt a pang of disappointment mixed with confusion. Was her senior brother akin to the handsome uncles on Qingxiu Mountain, who always frolicked in pairs, oblivious to the charms of beautiful aunts? Did handsome men only prefer handsome men? Hey, why so serious? She is but a child. Ouyang teased, pinching Bai Feiyu's cheek in an attempt to coax a smile from his junior brother. Bai Feiyu, quick as lightning, seized Ouyang's wrist and skillfully pinned him against the stone wall. Ouch! Ouch, ouch! You ungrateful wretch! I am your elder brother. Ouyang cried out, his voice a mix of pain and exasperation, watching the playful banter between the two brothers. Hu Tutu felt a flicker of understanding. No wonder he was so cold towards her. Was he afraid that her inherent beauty would overshadow his elder brother? The inhabitants of this mountain gate were indeed peculiar. After a brief tussle, Bai Feiyu finally released Ouyang, who rubbed his shoulder, grimacing as he said, "Why are you not cultivating on the mountain? Have you come down specifically to fetch us?" Bai Feiyu shook his head. Today is the day for the sect leader's lecture. I must attend, as the sect leader is displeased with the attendance rate from our small peak, that he claims we show him great disrespect by frequently absenting ourselves from his teachings. He has warned that if our peak refuses to participate in next month's sect competition, he will expel us along with Master. This time, he has called me to attend. Should I skip? The sect leader will truly be angered. That old fossil, endlessly rambling about the Tao, can put even himself to sleep during lectures. Why bother? Expel. Let him try. Last time he sneaked to Yuna Peak, he was thrown out. Someone recorded the entire incident with a celestial recording stone and sent it to me. I tell you, the imprint of the shoe sole on his face was crystal clear. Ouyang scoffed nonchalantly. Bai Feiyu nodded. His elder brother had always been somewhat of a social butterfly, with friends scattered across the 72 peaks of the Qingyan sect. Since he had grasped the sect leader's weakness, there was little to fear. Bai Feiyu had reached a critical juncture in honing his sword heart and did not wish to waste time on trivial matters. After so many years of reincarnation, he had dedicated himself to perfecting the sword heart he had never attained in his previous life. This moment was pivotal, and he did not wish to squander it. As he observed the flustered elder brother, Bai Feiyu's thoughts drifted far away. He harbored a grand secret that none were privy to. He had once been the ancient sword Immortal, awakening the memories of his past life. Bai Feiyu had immersed himself in the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 great sects of the current era. For cultivators, aside from innate talent and techniques, the most crucial element was access to cultivation resources. Before his strength was sufficient, entering a large sect would exponentially enhance his cultivation speed. However, ever since joining the Qingyun sect 5 years ago, he felt as if his path had been led astray by this elder brother, whose antics consistently stirred his calm mind. Yet for Bai Feiyu, who had been a sword immortal in his past life, the opportunity to embrace the joys of youth once more brought him a sense of delight. Returning to the present, Bai Feiyu's expression regained its tranquility as he spoke. "I shall take my leave for now." "Wait." Ouyang, who had been in a state of distress, suddenly changed his demeanor and called out to Bai Feiyu as he prepared to depart. "Do you have something to say?" Bai Feiyu inquired. Ouyang, with a hint of flattery, replied, "I have heard that your sword control technique has advanced recently. Would you mind showcasing it for your elder brother?" Bai Feiyu regarded Ouyang with a half-smile. "Showcase? Are you not hoping for me to take you along?" "Oh, I forgot. You are still in the chi refinement stage and unable to control a sword." Ouyang's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, "I simply do not wish to advance yet. Can one not ask for assistance among fellow disciples?" With that, Ouyang shook his head fervently. "Can I bring you along?" "If I can, then sure." Swoosh! Bai Feiyu's 3-foot azure sword transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards Ouyang. Startled, Ouyang's eyes widened in alarm. This impudent wretch was attempting to commit fratricide. He leaped aside just in time to narrowly evade Bai Feiyu's onslaught. Seizing Hututu's hand, Bai Feiyu ascended with his sword, eliciting a shriek from Hututu as they soared upwards. The azure sword transformed into a long rainbow, carrying Bai Feiyu and Hututu away towards the distant peaks, leaving behind Bai Feiyu's voice echoing in the valley. "If my elder brother does not return by dusk, there shall be no supper left for him." Chapter 3. My cheat is just, how infuriating. Restoring the elder brother's dignity is our unshirkable duty. Ouyang grumbled internally as he climbed the mountain path. Ding! The host's AFK earnings have been credited. This time, the earnings are Chi 1000, that upon hearing the voice echoing in his mind, Ouyang begrudgingly accepted the reward that a faint warmth flowed from his lower abdomen to his limbs, only to vanish without a trace. Ouyang opened his attribute panel. Name: Ouyang Transmigrator Cultivation. Chi Refinement, 9th layer bone quality. 1 Charisma. 6 Luck. 1 Special Aptitude. Chi value 906962543 exclusive skill. Not activated evaluation. You are the worst host I have ever had. The most powerful AFK system in history. This was the benefit of being a transmigrator. As long as one remained still, they would automatically enter AFK mode and could harvest the chi cultivated during this time. However, the drawback was that one could do nothing else. Ever since awakening this system upon transmigrating, Ouyang had scoffed at the notion of a system that merely allowed him to be idle. He aspired to rely on his exceptional talents and transcend the limitations of this world, reaching the pinnacle of existence, that he would rather die than rely on such a lackluster system, even if it meant jumping off the small peak. However, at this moment, it truly is delightful. After all, the arduous cultivation I endure each day pales in comparison to the rapid progress achieved through merely 10 minutes of the system's idle mode. Initially, Ouyang would console himself. I am not merely living off the system's advantages. I simply enjoy lying around without a care. Yet now, Ouyang proclaims, I've laid my cards on the table. I am indeed a slacker. However, as the hours of idling stretched on, Ouyang began to sense something amiss. The system possessed a significant flaw. It could not facilitate upgrades. Damn it, while it could collect the chi generated from idling, it utterly failed to allow for any advancement. The cultivation levels in this realm mirrored those chronicled in novels precisely because the author was too lazy to devise something new. Chi refinement. Foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, out of body, dividing spirit, merging, great ascension, tribulation crossing. 9 major realms, each divided into 9 layers, embodying the essence of returning to unity. Beyond these lies the celestial realm that all cultivators yearn for. After receiving idle chi and breaking through to the 9th stage of chi refinement, he found himself unable to advance any further. His cultivation eternally stagnated at the qi refinement stage. As for the reason, Ouyang felt an inescapable connection to his system, even if he was marginally stronger than the average qi refinement practitioner. Qi refinement remained just that, qi refinement, that he could not condense his qi into true essence, let alone transform true essence into a golden core, much less shatter the core to become an infant. From a prodigy of qi refinement, he had devolved into a perpetual failure, suspended in the qi refinement stage. The psychological disparity was akin to plummeting from the heavens to the ground. In the realm of cultivation, one only truly enters the fray upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. It is only at this juncture that one gains access to extraordinary magical artifacts and supreme techniques. Yet now he stood on the precipice, only to find that final step resembling an insurmountable chasm, one he could never traverse. Although his realm could not ascend, his qi quantity had escalated to an alarming figure with the system's assistance. He had grown numb to the sheer volume of qi. After all, it was merely a number. Regardless of how vast the number, could it propel him into the foundation establishment stage? Sword flight was a technique attainable solely by those at the foundation establishment stage. His dreams of soaring on a celestial sword alongside a beautiful fairy had been shattered. The essence of cultivation, flying with a celestial sword and embracing a fairy, had lost its soul. Whenever he contemplated this matter, Ouyang tossed and turned, finding sleep elusive. Moreover, the inability to elevate his realm came with another grave consequence: his lifespan. The qi refinement stage would preserve his youthful visage at 18, yet his lifespan paled in comparison to higher-tier cultivators. In contrast to those at the Great Ascension stage, who could live for thousands of years, a qi refinement practitioner could expect a maximum lifespan of 200 years, an upper limit. Thus, if he remained unable to break through, he would inevitably face the deletion of his account in 200 years. For cultivators, 200 years is but a fleeting moment, yet for him, it could represent an entire lifetime. Ouyang retracted his thoughts. Shaking his head in frustration, he retrieved a yellow talisman from his pocket, a divine travel talisman gifted by his third junior brother, Qin Changsung, by tearing the talisman and infusing it with qi. He could activate the array inscribed upon it, doubling his speed. Setting aside his worries, he resolved to return for dinner. That rebellious junior had declared that if he did not return before dusk, no food would be left for him. Among all the vastness of the world, nothing is more paramount than a meal. Ouyang murmured, "Wind." Suddenly, a gentle mountain breeze swept up the path, propelling Ouyang forward as if in a tender embrace. He infused the yellow talisman with qi, and in an instant, it transformed into a flash of fire, vanishing from sight. Immediately, golden light enveloped him. Ouyang spread his arms wide and dashed swiftly toward the small peak. Chapter 4. The reborn third junior brother as the sun dipped below the horizon. Ouyang finally reached the summit of the small peak nestled in the farthest corner of Qingyun sect. Before him lay a quaint square courtyard, where he wiped his brow, which was devoid of sweat, adjusted his slightly disheveled attire, and cleared his throat before pushing open the door. That in the center of the courtyard stood a grand tree, with Bai Feiyu perched upon a branch, gazing at the setting sun, hands clasped behind his back. Clad in white, he appeared ethereal, resembling a fallen celestial. The newly arrived junior sister curled up on a chair beneath the tree, hugging her knees, gazing dreamily at Bai Feiyu. Standing atop a tree daily to show off in front of the sun, is he not akin to a monkey that spends all day in the branches? Ouyang thought enviously. Suddenly, he caught the enticing aroma of food wafting from the kitchen. What perfect timing! Dinner was just about to be served. Ouyang approached the dining table beneath the tree, pulled out a chair, and plopped down beside Hututu, playfully giving her a light smack on the head, saying, "Stop staring. No matter how attractive, it can't be eaten." "Ouch, senior brother. That hurts," Hututu complained, cradling her fluffy head in discontent. Just as Hututu was preparing to retaliate, a stout lad emerged, carrying a plate of food. Upon seeing Ouyang, the boy beamed and said, "Senior brother, you've returned just in time. The meal is freshly prepared." Ouyang rose, approached the boy with a cheerful demeanor, and took the plate, asking, "Changsheng, what is on the menu today?" Did you stew the three-eyed plumaged chicken I brought from the Spirit Beast Peak? Yes, yes. I made it. Second senior brother is currently at a critical juncture in his breakthrough, so I wouldn't dare forget your instructions. The boy replied earnestly, his demeanor cautious. Observing the boy's anxious expression, Ouyang dismissed it. This was simply his junior brother's nature. No amount of repetition could change it. He then turned to Hu Tutu, saying, "That's our new junior sister. Have you been introduced to her yet?" We exchanged greetings. Master S. taste remains impeccable, the boy exclaimed with admiration, even in the absence of their master. The boy's voice brimmed with reverence. Were it not for Ouyang's ability to see his junior brother's attributes, he might have mistaken him for a straightforward and honest individual to name. Chen Chongsheng, reborn, cultivation, core formation stage. 3rd layer root bone, 8 charm, 9 luck, 7 array qualification, 10-1 exclusive skill, living puppet technique evaluation, a heavily paranoid reincarnator. Indeed, this junior brother had been reborn from the future. Initially, Ouyang thought that by Feiyu, the reincarnated ancient sword immortal, was extraordinary enough, but the concept of rebirth was even more astonishing. Perhaps due to the tragic circumstances surrounding his death, this junior brother had become exceptionally cautious upon his rebirth. Ouyang suddenly pinched Chen Chongsheng's cheek, teasing, "Junior brother, you're not just a puppet standing here, are you?" The puppet, crafted with 11 points of array qualification, could easily deceive even the system. Chen Chongsheng stiffened, subtly retreating a step, and then forced a smile, saying, "How could that be possible, senior brother? I'm in my own dojo. Why would I need a puppet?" Upon hearing Chen Chongsheng's words, Ouyang realized that this was undoubtedly a puppet crafted by his junior brother. This rebellious lad's paranoia had intensified. Once the tableware was set, Chen Chongsheng excused himself and retreated to his own room. "Senior brother, that fellow seems a bit strange. He lacks the vitality of a living person. Although I've seen his face before, I can't remember what he looks like now." Hu Tutu whispered to Ouyang. "Ah, you needn't concern yourself with that. Your senior brother may be peculiar, but he has a kind heart. However, I must warn you, among our small peak, you can offend anyone, but never provoke our 3rd senior brother," Ouyang imparted solemnly. Hu Tutu nodded, seemingly understanding. Sensing her nonchalant demeanor, Ouyang added, "Otherwise, you might not even know how you met your demise." Hu Tutu's hair stood on end, feeling that the previous senior brother's smile had been disingenuous. Despite being at the same core formation stage, she keenly sensed that if a confrontation arose, she would suffer a devastating defeat. After all, she could easily achieve invincibility among her peers thanks to her bloodline. This 3rd senior brother must possess extraordinary capabilities. Clutching her bowl, Hu Tutu silently categorized Chen Chongsheng as the most dangerous individual on their small peak. That moment, Bai Feiyu descended from the tree. Glancing at Ouyang and Hu Tutu with curiosity, asking, "Is second senior brother still in seclusion?" "Most likely. Qing Song mentioned he has gained new insights into the sword path and has been in seclusion for 3 days. Ouyang replied nonchalantly, tossing a chicken leg into Hu Tutu's bowl without looking up. Bai Feiyu responded with an "oh," yet his gaze remained fixed on second senior brother's quarters. As an ancient sword immortal, he felt an unprecedented sense of pressure emanating from this teenager. If the previous life had molded him into a prodigy born for the sword path, then this second senior brother was the very embodiment of the sword path itself. Even after encountering countless sword path geniuses in his past life, he had never before witnessed someone as extraordinary as this second senior brother. Just as the three were enjoying their meal, a piercing sword light suddenly erupted from second senior brother's room, breaking through the roof and soaring skyward. The sharp sword light resembled a beam, illuminating the previously darkened sky once more. "This is sword intent." Bai Feiyu's chopsticks slipped from his hands as he gazed in shock at second senior brother's room. Even while he was still honing his sword hard and had yet to grasp sword intent, this second senior brother had, at such a tender age, comprehended a sword intent uniquely his own through sheer talent. But it is only those sword cultivators who have reached the out-of-body stage that may grasp such profound sword intent. In that moment when the radiant sword light surged forth, Hu Tutu shrank into a ball, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Ouyang savored a mouthful of chicken soup from his bowl, smacking his lips in delight. The stew made from the three-eyed flower-plume chicken was simply exquisite, and no wonder the fellows from the Spirit Beast Peak guarded it so jealously. Ouyang sighed as he gazed at the scattered tiles and bricks, then called out towards his second senior brother's room. Lung Chingsong, you rascal, fix the roof by tomorrow. You've blown it off 3 times this month already. Chapter 5. The Child of the Dimensions with Ouyang's furious shout. A youth clad in black martial attire emerged from the room, clutching a sword. The boy, draped in the dark garb, was enveloped in a chilling sword intent that instilled a sense of dread merely by his presence. He held a 3-foot-long treasured sword tightly against his chest, his breath still somewhat erratic, yet gradually stabilizing that he exhaled deeply, slowly opened his eyes, and nodded at Ouyang, forcing out a single word. Good. Ouyang gazed at this troublesome youth who had torn off his roof. Recognizing him as his second junior brother, Lung Chingsong, the one who most often gave him headaches to name. Lung Chingsong, Child of the Dimensions, Cultivation, 7th Stage of Foundation Establishment Root Bone, 10-1 Charisma, 10 Luck, 10 Swordsmanship Aptitude, 10-1 Exclusive Skill. I am the sword. Evaluation. A child of the dimensions with a slight social anxiety, destined to be the protagonist. Every time Ouyang glimpsed Lung Chingsong's attribute panel, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it, being born lucky just makes all the difference. Some are born in Rome, while others are destined to be mere cattle and horses. Truly, comparing people could be infuriating. Yet this was a child he had raised himself. The vivid memories of that year still lingered in Ouyang's mind. After obtaining the system, he encountered the orphan, Lung Chingsong, and upon seeing his attributes, Ouyang resolutely decided to adopt him. Establishing a good relationship with the child of the dimensions was essential for survival. At the age of 5, he wandered with 3-year-old Lung Chingsong, until they met their master, Ouyang, who tearfully begged to take them both as disciples. Ouyang recalled the moment. In a field, 5-year-old Ouyang and 3-year-old Lung Chingsong were gorging on sweet potatoes stolen from the earth. A Taoist, exuding an aura of celestial grace, descended before them. Young friends, we are fated to meet. Would you be willing to become my disciples? The Taoist was none other than their current master, Ouyang. Upon seeing the descending Ouyang, Ouyang instinctively refused. After all, he had awakened the system, and the child he carried was the child of dimensions. Why would he need just anyone as his master? Ouyang was taken aback by Ouyang's outright rejection. Following the refusal, Lung Chingsong instinctively hid behind Ouyang, warily eyeing Ouyang. Please, let your younger brother be my disciple. Ouyang earnestly implored Ouyang. Master, what about me? 5-year-old Ouyang asked eagerly. I can ensure you become a wealthy gentleman. Ouyang guaranteed, patting his chest. I want to cultivate immortality. Ouyang immediately retorted. Compared to your brother, it would be better for you to be a wealthy gentleman. Ouyang stated somewhat reluctantly. If you won't accept my brother, then I shan't go either. Lung Chingsong, hiding behind Ouyang, spoke his longest sentence to date that it was early autumn, a time of ripening, when both he and Lung Chingsong became disciples of Ouyang and officially embarked on the path of immortality. From that moment on, they were brought back to the Qingyun sect by Ouyang, where they remained until now. When Ouyang and Lung Chingsong arrived at the Qingyun sect, even the sect leader was stirred. Naturally, it was Ouyang's little brother who caused such a stir, for his astonishing talent was enough to captivate even the leader, who could not help but wish to take Lung Chingsong as a disciple. However, Lung Chingsong, loyal to Ouyang, declined the sect leader's invitation. Wherever my brother is, I shall be, Lung Chingsong reiterated, hiding behind Ouyang, once again speaking a lengthy sentence. Truly, he was a devoted child. Ouyang felt a sense of pride for this younger brother with social anxiety. Ah! A gem obscured by dust. A gem obscured by dust, lamented the rejected sect leader as he departed the small peak, prompting a hearty laugh from his own master, just as Ouyang regained his composure. Lung Chingsong settled at the table, wolfing down food after 3 days of fasting. The sword intent around him had yet to fully dissipate, and the oppressive aura reverberated throughout the small courtyard. Sitting across from him, Hututu trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the pressure emanating from Lung Chingsong. Compared to the earlier intimidation from the third senior brother, this person before him felt utterly capable of ending his life with ease. Grandfather, is the world truly this perilous? I fear I may not survive to return. Hututu lamented inwardly. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu observed Lung Qingsong at the table with a grave expression, despite being merely a teenager. The overwhelming pressure he exuded was astonishing. What extraordinary talent was this? It seemed he needed to devote himself more fervently to his cultivation. Otherwise, how could the reincarnation of an ancient sword immortal possibly be laughed at? Oblivious to the thoughts of the two, Lung Qingsong's gaze fell upon the three-eyed flower-plumed chicken on the dining table, and his eyes lit up as he reached for it. Ouyang swiftly intercepted him with his chopsticks, frowning as he admonished, "Have you washed your hands? Sit down properly to eat." Retracting his hand, Lung Qingsong obediently went to wash up. Upon his return, Ouyang gently reassured the still trembling Hututu. "This is your second senior brother, Lung Qingsong, also my younger brother. Do not be deceived by his fierce demeanor, for he is unexpectedly gentle." Ouyang spoke the truth. Although his adopted younger brother exuded an intimidating aura, he knew from years of companionship that Lung Qingsong merely had some social anxiety. Hututu managed a strained smile, signaling his understanding. After hearing Ouyang's introduction, Lung Qingsong looked at Hututu with surprise, uttering a single word, "Fox." "What do you mean, Fox? The stew is just right. Hurry and eat," Ouyang exclaimed, shoving a chicken leg into Lung Qingsong's mouth to silence him. Once the meal concluded, each of them returned to their respective rooms, harboring their own thoughts, while Ouyang's voice rang out, "Get out. Don't drag the blanket over here. Find your own place to sleep, and don't crowd me." Hututu, feeling a sense of relief, lay down on his own bed, reflecting on the events of the day that had far exceeded his expectations. What sort of place have I come to, he wondered, recalling his grandfather's earnest words before his departure. "Child, as a natural Tao body, others will surely be unable to perceive your true form, so you must never disclose your identity to anyone, lest you invite calamity." Hututu realized he could not even tell his several senior brothers that he was a spirit fox. His delicate face scrunched in distress. He had come to Qingyun's sect for a significant purpose, yet after just one day in this place, he already felt the overwhelming pressure from the human race. If even a small peak produced such exceptional talents, then the Qingyun sect and the entirety of humanity were beyond the means of the demon race to contend with. Chapter 6. The senior brothers on the small peak restless over the future of the demon race. Hututu rose early. After freshening up, he pushed open the door to find Bai Feiyu standing with hands clasped behind his back atop a tree. Weak purple lights flickered around Bai Feiyu, resembling serpents of violet hue, adding an otherworldly quality to his originally imposing demeanor. Senior brother Bai remains as handsome as ever, Hututu mused with admiration. Just as Hututu was lost in thought, he spotted Lung Qingsong, who had terrified him the day before, striding in with a large tree over his shoulder, bare-chested. His ruggedly handsome features were complemented by a physique chiseled like marble, with dew and sweat glistening upon him. The second senior brother, who had nearly given Hututu a fright yesterday, appeared rather splendid in this light. "I truly admire my senior brothers," as Hututu was infatuated with the sight of the bare-chested Lung Qingsong. The latter gently set the tree trunk down. Raising his hand, a resonant sound of swordplay echoed as an ancient long sword flew out from Lung Qingsong's room. He adjusted his breathing, his gaze sharpening, and the sword in his hand sliced through the air like a rainbow, piercing the sun. The fierce swordsmanship descended upon the tree, and in an instant, the robust trunk transformed into a pile of wooden planks. "Excellent swordplay," Hututu exclaimed involuntarily. Lung Qingsong glanced at Hututu before lowering his head to begin gathering the planks. "Second senior brother, what are you doing?" Hututu ventured closer, mustering the courage to display what he considered a sweet smile. With a nail clenched in his mouth, one hand holding the planks and the other wielding a hammer, Lung Qingsong coldly replied, "Repairing the house." Upon hearing this, Hututu was taken aback, then recollected how Lung Qingsong had blown the roof off during his breakthrough yesterday, prompting the first senior brother to demand that he fix it today. Watching the once fearsome second senior brother now calmly carrying wooden planks and leaping onto the roof to repair it, the transition from a world-class sword immortal to a humble roofer was seamless. The fierce aura of a foundation establishment cultivator appeared to genuinely heed the commands of the unremarkable first senior brother. As Hututu remained in a state of astonishment, Chen Chongqing emerged from the kitchen, wiping his hands with a cloth. Noticing Hututu standing there in a daze, he smiled and said, "Junior sister, good morning. The millet porridge will be ready shortly. Let's serve it together." "All right, third senior brother," Hututu replied, nodding her head as she approached the kitchen. Although Chen Chongqing exuded a somewhat insincere demeanor, as her senior brother, he surely would not harm her without cause. Entering the kitchen, Hututu observed Chen Chongqing busying himself and rolled up her sleeves, inquiring, "Senior brother, is there anything I can assist you with?" Chen Chongqing turned to look at Hututu, an enigmatic light flickering in his eyes, and softly instructed, "Please tidy up the dishes and then bring them out." Hututu nodded enthusiastically and skipped off to gather the dishes, watching her retreating figure. An extraordinary gleam illuminated Chen Chongqing's gaze. "The future nine-tailed celestial fox and Empress of all demons has now become my little junior sister. Could it be that everything has changed since my rebirth? Regardless, as long as I establish a good rapport early on, the tragic fate of my previous life shall not befall me again." Chen Chongqing's mind raced with plans for his future. He harbored a monumental secret that no one else knew. He had been reborn from the future. After struggling for over a decade in the apocalyptic world, he ultimately met his demise. This time around, he vowed to ascend to the pinnacle of this realm. He had lost everything before, and in this new life, he was determined to lose nothing. In this lifetime, he must endure no more recklessness. For now, he was surrounded by a group of extraordinary individuals destined for greatness. "Senior brother, what is burning?" Hututu, having finished tidying the dishes, sniffed the air in confusion. "Oh no, the porridge is burning," Chen Chongqing exclaimed, hastily grabbing a long spoon to stir the pot. As the burnt smell wafted forth, frowning, he lifted a finger and gently tapped the scorched millet porridge. A fleeting flash of dark azure light passed over the porridge, and upon lifting his finger, it was covered in char. "It appears this puppet body requires further updates," Chen Chongqing mused, contemplating his charred finger. He then executed an astonishing maneuver, discreetly detaching the burnt finger and concealing it in his sleeve, before producing a brand new finger to replace it. With breakfast in hand, Chen Chongqing and Hututu set the table. Her arms cradling a large steamed bun, she glanced at Bai Feiyu, who stood with his hands behind his back atop a tree, and then at Lung Qingsong, who was perched on the roof, resembling a handyman. "Third senior brother, who do you think is more handsome, second senior brother or fourth senior brother?" Hututu asked, a hint of infatuation in her voice. Chen Chongqing paused, considering his response that I asked someone with a charm value of 9. He believed himself to be quite handsome, though he seldom revealed his true appearance to outsiders. "They are both quite handsome, just like me," he replied with a nonchalant smile. Hututu shot him a glance, taking in his unassuming features, and burst into laughter. "Indeed, third senior brother, you are quite handsome too." Gazing at Hututu's radiant smile, Chen Chongqing was momentarily lost in thought. He recalled his first days at the sect. Clad in a green robe, squatting on a rock, as he playfully removed his mask, his eyes twinkling with mirth as he remarked, "Why wear a mask when you're such a handsome lad?" The memory of that green robe, basking in sunlight, seemed to envelop him in a golden aura, leaving him entranced. Why does third senior brother look so foolish and lost in thought? Hututu pondered, munching on her bun, perplexed. Chen Chongqing snapped back to reality, a smile crossing his face as he recalled something. "I wonder if elder brother has woken up yet. Junior sister, let me tell you, on our little mountain peak, it's best not to provoke elder brother when he is in a bad mood." Upon hearing Chen Chongqing's words, Hututu set down her bun, her expression one of confusion as she queried, "Third senior brother, it's not that I have any objections to elder brother, but do you truly believe he is deserving of the title? A mere ordinary practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Elder brother was indeed exceptional for his age compared to regular cultivators, but amidst such a gathering of geniuses he appeared somewhat mediocre, and geniuses were inherently proud, whether it was Lung Qingsong, Bai Feiyu, or Chen Chongqing before her. How could they willingly submit to an ordinary practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement? Chen Chongqing discerned Hu Tutu's subtle inquiry, and, adopting a serious demeanor, addressed her earnestly. Tutu, although my words may sound harsh, I must convey this to you. Hu Tutu, noticing Chen Chongqing's sudden seriousness, immediately straightened up, acknowledging the impropriety of her earlier comments, and listened attentively. Ouyang's senior brother is our true elder brother, the only one we recognize. Even if he aspires to become the sect leader of Qingyun sect, none of us would object, Chen Chongqing proclaimed with righteous conviction. Observing Hu Tutu's bemused expression, he silently added in his heart, regardless of others, I, Chen Chongqing, will protect Ouyang's senior brother with my life. Chapter 7. The profoundly unfathomable elder brother. As soon as Chen Chongqing's words fell, an astonishing purple light erupted at the summit of the small mountain peak. Countless rays of dawn shimmered upon the peak, while the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards it, transforming into golden lotuses that descended. The resounding echoes of Tao resonated in the air. A celestial phenomenon, purple energy rising from the east. Someone was comprehending the Tao. Chen Chongqing's gaze sharpened, rising to his feet as azure light radiated from him, activating numerous formations surrounding the small mountain peak. What had once appeared to be an otherworldly spectacle now reverted to its mundane state in the eyes of outsiders. Bai Feiyu, standing with his hands behind his back on a branch, slowly opened his eyes, the purple energy swirling within his gaze. His sword aura retracted, yet it exuded the essence of a treasure concealed within its sheath. Hu Tutu distinctly sensed that everything around her seemed to transform into flying swords. The houses, trees, the green bricks on the ground, even the air itself felt as if it had turned into sharp blades. Bai Feiyu murmured, "All things are my sword." Instantaneously, the mountain peak echoed with the sounds of countless swords ringing in response to Bai Feiyu's declaration. The once clear sky darkened, filled with swirling hues of yellow and black, accompanied by the melodious sounds of strings and the booming of drums, as if the very heavens were celebrating Bai Feiyu's enlightenment. Lung Qingsong, perched atop the roof and mending it, paused his hammering, casting a glance at Bai Feiyu from his lofty perch that a fierce battle intent flashed in his eyes. The sword path Bai Feiyu had comprehended was in stark contrast to his own. Lung Qingsong had once had the option to tread this path, yet he had chosen differently. Unlike Bai Feiyu's philosophy that all things were his sword, Lung Qingsong placed his trust in the sword he wielded. Believing in himself, the sword beside him seemed to resonate with its master's rising battle spirit, emitting soft chimes. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu found himself enveloped in a profound state of enlightenment. His realm surged, and his true essence began to coalesce and whirl at a visibly rapid pace, that a resplendent golden core leaped forth from the tumultuous essence within him. The core was formed. Bai Feiyu let out a triumphant roar. Leaping skyward, and a chorus of sword sounds erupted simultaneously. Atop the roof, Lung Qingsong could no longer contain his battle spirit, transforming into a streak of black light and racing toward Bai Feiyu. In contrast to Bai Feiyu's belief that all things were his sword, Lung Qingsong was akin to a proud longsword, soaring into the skies. "Ha! Come at me!" Bai Feiyu laughed heartily, morphing into a white streak of light as he charged toward Lung Qingsong. Having just entered the core formation stage, his perfect sword heart had been established. He now craved an exhilarating battle to vent the exuberance within him. The black and white streaks collided in the sky, exchanging blows hundreds of times in an instant. Neither employed their sword intent, relying solely on their sword techniques, that if they had unleashed their sword intents, the small mountain peak would have been reduced to rubble under the residual force of their attacks. Even though both were in the core formation stage, they could easily slay nascent soul practitioners with a single strike. What is the point of being a genius if one cannot defeat opponents of a higher level? As the two engaged in combat, the air reverberated with the sound of clashing swords, a symphony of metallic echoes raining down upon them. Below, Hu Tutu gazed up at the two figures exuding immense pressure, realizing that even this exchange of techniques left her frozen in place. Unable to move, the overwhelming sword aura was too daunting to face. Witnessing the perilous yet spectacular battle, Hu Tutu internally affirmed that if she were to face either of them, a single strike would suffice to sever her fox tail. Was this truly the core formation stage? The oppressive presence was far more intense than anything she had experienced among the great demons of her clan. They are clearly in the same core formation stage as me. Grandpa, this is nothing like my core formation. Hututu screamed within her mind. Chen Chongsheng was enveloped in azure light, straining to maintain the formation surrounding the small mountain peak. The invisible sword intense of the two combatants struck like a tsunami against the painstakingly arranged formations. Yet, to ensure stability, Chen Chongsheng was determined to keep the events unfolding on the mountain peak hidden from the eyes of those on other peaks. Stay calm. No recklessness. You two rascals. Chen Chongsheng inwardly chastised his two unruly disciples, who always threw caution to the wind in their fervor. Just as he felt he could no longer hold on, a sudden outburst of profanity erupted from within Ouyang's dwelling. Is it too much to ask for a little peace in the early morning? As his voice reverberated, the peculiar phenomena atop the small peak momentarily paused, that a torrent of vital energy, akin to a tsunami, surged forth from Ouyang's room, dispersing the ethereal yellow aura that enveloped the sky. Instantly, the heavens cleared, and all profound sounds and energies vanished in an instant. The fierce battle between Bai Feiyu and Lung Qingsong was abruptly interrupted as they were swept away by this overwhelming wave of energy, crashing beyond the confines of the small peak. With bloodshot eyes and disheveled attire, Ouyang stormed out of his abode, grumbling while hastily donning his clothes and wielding a paper FAN.AS. Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu returned to the summit of the small peak. Invisible hands seized them, rendering them immobile. They exchanged knowing smiles, only to be yanked from the air in an instant. Ouyang, brandishing his paper fan, playfully struck their heads, admonishing them. You both possess quite the talent. Wrecking the house, are we? Having just demolished your quarters, are you now intent on dismantling the very peak itself? With no home left, you might as well take to the streets. Having grown accustomed to being berated by his elder brother, Lung Qingsong stood there obediently as Ouyang vented his frustration. In contrast, Bai Feiyu, who had just entered the core formation stage and perfected his sword intent, wore a grin, allowing Ouyang's words to pass through one ear and out the other. Hututu, observing the scene with arms akimbo, recalled the overwhelming surge of vital energy that had nearly suffocated him moments earlier. Under the fierce clash between Bai Feiyu and Lung Qingsong, he had felt utterly powerless. Yet now Ouyang had effortlessly sent both flying. Could such immense energy truly be attributed to merely the 9th level of qi refinement? The two who had just appeared as formidable warriors now resembled fledglings being chastised by their elder brother. In disbelief, Hututu gazed at Ouyang, questioning whether he truly only possessed the 9th level of qi refinement, that he recalled Chen Chongsheng's earlier words. If the elder brother wishes to become the leader of the Qingyan sect, we three have no objections. If you have no objections, then neither do I. Chapter 8. The heartthrob does not come easily despite the reprimands. Mealtime was another matter. After venting his morning ire, Ouyang glanced at the two indifferent miscreants and sighed internally, allowing them to proceed to their meal. After dining, Lung Qingsong resumed repairs on his rooftop. Bai Feiyu returned to the tree to solidify his cultivation, and Chen Chongsheng descended the mountain to reinforce his formation. Only Ouyang and Hututu remained. Since arriving on the mountain yesterday, Hututu had been in a state of shock, now feeling almost numb. Whether it was the astonishing swordsmanship of Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu or the seemingly unassuming Chen Chongsheng, all could effortlessly overpower him. Even his elder brother, whom he had thought to be merely at the 9th level of qi refinement, had subdued both fighters with ease. For a moment, he felt like a joke. The so-called genius beauty of Qingqiu Mountain, who had emerged once in 3,000 years with a downcast expression, Hututu stood beside Ouyang, who was packing up to leave, and lamented, Elder brother, am I really foolish and useless? Ouyang, placing a shovel in his basket, turned curiously to Hututu's forlorn face, gently ruffling her fluffy little head and reassuring her, silly child, how could you be foolish? Hee, elder brother is so nice. Hututu giggled and hugged Ouyang, nuzzling against his thigh. Upon first seeing him, she had thought Ouyang rather eccentric, but now he seemed genuinely kind. There was an inexplicable aura of warmth about him, accompanied by a delightful scent of bamboo. reminiscent of the bamboo bed in her home on Qingqiu Mountain. I adore elder brother the most. Ouyang lifted the petite Hututu and placed her in the basket on his back, smiling as he said, "Let us go. From today onward, you shall be a member of the small peak. Come along with me to gather herbs." I excel at finding spiritual herbs," Hututu replied with vigor. Ouyang, carrying her, made his way towards the back mountain. The Qingyun sect occupied the sacred ground of Qingyun, comprising 72 peaks. However, only the outer 12 peaks were accessible to disciples, with the remaining 60 nestled within the inner sanctum of the Qingyun sacred ground. Centered around the main peak, Qingyun Peak, the peaks were arranged in a line, enveloping the sacred ground securely. The remaining 11 peaks included Sword Peak, Maiden Peak, Spirit Beast Peak, Miscellaneous Studies Peak, Five Elements Peak, Alchemy Peak, Equipment Peak, Punishment Peak, Martial Peak, Heavenly Transformation Peak, and the Small Peak. Each mountain represented the unique cultivation methods of its respective peak. The other 60 peaks were generally forbidden to disciples, as they housed the revered elders of the Qingyun sect engaged in arduous cultivation. This restriction was in place both for the safety of the disciples and to avoid disturbing the elder serene practices that, if caught by the muscular men of Punishment Peak, one would face an inevitable return to undergo dual torments of body and spirit. However, the small peak held a unique status. Unlike the other 11 peaks positioned on the outskirts, the newly established small peak lay closer to the inner sanctum. Thus, it was already within the forbidden grounds. Not that it mattered much concerning such prohibitions. After all, what business did the regulations of the sect have with the small peak? Ouyang, within the confines of the forbidden area, could be described as recklessly bold. As he carried Hututu, he began to explain the daily tasks of the small peak. Unlike the specialized cultivation practices of the other peaks, the small peak was renowned for its medical expertise. Indeed, the small peak served as the sect's small clinic that in the past his master, Ouyang, had been revered as a masterful healer, particularly in gynecology. Yet, all of Ouyang's disciples were born contrarians, with 99% of them being the very definition of rebellious. Thus, no one wished to inherit Ouyang's esteemed medical skills, often leaving him feeling disheartened that his knowledge would go unpassed. Although Ouyang was reluctant to take on his master's medical legacy. As the elder brother, he had been persistently urged by his master and, through osmosis, had learned a fair amount. Among cultivators, common ailments were rarely encountered. Even if one did fall ill, a mere circulation of vital energy would suffice to remedy the situation. Should one be poisoned or injured, the Alchemy Peak offered a plethora of elixirs. A single dose would guarantee revitalization, but if even the Alchemy Peak could not provide a solution, one might as well declare a feast. Thus, the medical expertise at the small peak could be deemed rather superfluous. The skills acquired in his previous life seemed entirely useless here, but he could hardly approach someone at the core formation stage with a serious tone, saying, "That's not core formation. That's a stone formation. Better have it removed." Or tell someone at the nascent soul stage, "What nascent soul? You're just pregnant. What? You're a male. Then it's a teratoma. Surgery is in order. Cultivating immortality. What nonsense. Trust in science? You all need to visit a mental health facility." The medical practice at the small peak consisted of merely pulse diagnosis, acupuncture, and herbal prescriptions. More often than not, it resembled psychological counseling. After all, how else could his master have earned the title of a master gynecologist? The elder sisters of the cultivation world required emotional support. Regrettably, he had not inherited his master's exceptional emotional intelligence. What? No complaints, just hugs. Those closest to vermilion turn red. Those nearest to you become sweet. I am 9, and you are 3. Aside from you, it's still you. Do you know what my flaw is? It's you being a flaw. How could a person of several hundred years speak such things with a straight face? And when he accompanied his master to Maiden Peak to attend to the elder sisters. Upon returning, his master would sigh heavily, lamenting that rotten wood cannot be carved. Yet, listening to his master's cheesy lines left Ouyang feeling nauseated, even scoffing at them. Was the path of cultivation truly so dull? Could such corny phrases leave the elder sisters of the cultivation world utterly entranced? He simply found the effort to utter such lines tedious. After all, with the data from his past life, these cheesy lines came naturally to him. When Ouyang began to regale his master with various cheesy lines from his past life, his master's expression transformed from disdain to shock, from shock to seriousness, and finally to diligent note dash, taking to in a single night. He proclaimed himself to have a worthy successor and excitedly set off on a journey with his newfound scripture in hand. As Ouyang traversed the mountain path, he casually plucked a sweet herb root, breaking a piece for Hututu behind him, while the remaining part he placed in his mouth, a sly smile creeping across his lips that I end this world. Love is a burden shared. I, Ouyang, claim a disproportionate share. Ha ha ha, behold, I am the world's greatest heartthrob. Chapter 9. My junior brother, I shall expose the dark secrets, elder brother. Your smile is rather lewd. Hututu's voice chimed in at an inopportune moment. It was only then that Ouyang remembered he had a little shadow trailing him. Clearing his throat, he replied, Tutu, you are still too young. Do not speak carelessly. Oh, Hututu murmured, then turned her gaze towards the distant Qingyun sacred ground, marveling at its breathtaking scenery. Truly, the Qingyun sect, as one of the 9 great sacred lands, boasted landscapes that resembled a celestial realm. Mountains interlinked, rolling in gentle undulations. The winding wooden path along the mountainside, twisting perilously through lush greenery and crystal-clear waters, formed a unique and vibrant spectacle. Within the profound gorge, ethereal mists wafted, creating a delicate veil that rendered the scene akin to a stunning landscape painting. One could hardly discern whether it was the people moving through the scenery or the scenery flowing alongside them. How beautiful! Hututu whispered in admiration, finding this place even more enchanting than Qingxiu Mountain. The thought of Qingxiu Mountain reminded her of her grandfather's words about her purpose for coming here. Deep within the mountains of the Qingyun sect lay a treasured secret belonging to the Fox clan, the legendary 8-tailed spirit fox. Once the unparalleled genius of the Fox clan was said to be in seclusion within the depths of the mountains. For millennia, the first individual from Qingxiu Mountain to cultivate to the 8 tails. A prodigious talent was believed to be meditating somewhere in these mountains. The purpose of my arrival here is to seek out this esteemed predecessor and inquire about the means to fully awaken the latent power within my bloodline. However, this venerable figure has sworn to remain at odds with the Qingxiu Mountain for all eternity, even going so far as to alter his appearance that it was only a decade ago that this senior transcended to the realm of the 7-tailed spirit fox, causing a celestial phenomenon that revealed to the cultivation world the existence of a formidable demon clan practitioner within the Qingyun sect. Yet, even the Qingyun sect itself is unaware of the whereabouts of this powerful demon. As long as he remains a revered figure in their midst, capable of assisting when needed, regardless of his true nature, Hututu's sole intention in seeking this great practitioner of the Fox clan is to learn the method to unlock his own bloodline potential. Though he possesses the bloodline of the 9-tailed celestial fox, many foxes throughout history have shared this lineage, yet remained confined to the 7-tailed realm for their entire lives. This great practitioner of the 8-tailed spirit fox has not even attained the 9-tailed bloodline. Yet he has cultivated himself to the 8-tailed realm solely through his own efforts, rivaling the strength of those in the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Upon learning of this, the elders of Qingxiu Mountain lamented their misfortune, slapping their own faces in regret during sleepless nights. The Fox clan has languished in weakness for far too long, often being captured due to their striking appearances, handsome males and beautiful females, enduring frequent humiliation both among the demon and human races. After finally producing a powerhouse comparable to those in the Tribulation Transcendent stage, it is a shame that he has become embroiled in conflicts with Qingxiu Mountain. I truly feel I have let down my ancestors. The elders of Qingxiu Mountain have noticeably lost weight over the past few days. The Hututu has come to the Qingyun sect with the singular aim of locating the great practitioner of the 8-tailed spirit fox, willing to pay any price to acquire the cultivation method. This endeavor is not solely for his own benefit. It is also for the complete empowerment of the entire Fox clan. I must strive harder, Hututu silently encouraged himself. After contemplating for a moment, he mustered the courage to ask, Senior brother, you often traverse the forbidden grounds. Have you ever encountered an exceptionally handsome practitioner? After all, Fox clan practitioners are typically strikingly beautiful, leaving a lasting impression. If senior brother has met such an individual, he surely would remember, right? An exceptionally handsome practitioner. Ouyang paused in surprise, reflecting on the question before shaking his head and replying, "No, I have yet to encounter anyone more handsome than Beiji or Xiaobai. Moreover, those who dwell here are all ancient beings who have lived for an indeterminate amount of time. How could there be any remarkably handsome individuals among them?" Ouyang suddenly halted, realizing that his junior sister seemed to have developed a rather superficial fixation, which was concerning. What if one day she fell victim to deceit, only to find herself aiding others in their schemes? Such lessons must be instilled from a young age. Tutu, appreciating beautiful things is not inherently wrong, but an obsessive pursuit of beauty can be pathological. Do you understand? Ouyang spoke earnestly. Hututu was momentarily taken aback by the admonition, failing to grasp the underlying meaning. Ouyang continued, "Some individuals may appear splendid on the outside, yet be utterly lacking within. Your second senior brother is quite handsome, yet still wets the bed at the age of 10. Second senior brother, still wet the bed at 10? Tutu, was already past that stage by age 4. Hututu exclaimed in astonishment. The Tio think that the usually aloof and cold Lung Song had wet the bed at such a late age. This realization brought a sense of triumph to Tutu. Indeed, Xiaobai is also quite handsome, yet he used to cry at the slightest provocation. Ouyang's whimsy took over, and he began to speak without restraint. Tutu hasn't cried in a long time. Hututu grew increasingly elated, realizing that such an upright figure as senior brother had once been prone to tears. Compared to them, Tutu felt quite exceptional. The child's competitive spirit dispelled any previous disappointments, urging senior brother to share more tales of the two elder brothers' past indiscretions. Ouyang, relishing the opportunity, sought to bolster Hututu's confidence while playfully tarnishing the reputations of the two young men. Tales of failed bathroom etiquette, streaking through the courtyard, and crying for their master during painful scrubbing sessions filled the air with Tutu's delightful laughter, reminiscent of a little chick. Meanwhile, on a nearby peak, as Lung Song diligently worked on the roof, he suddenly sneezed several times. That moment, Bai Feiyu, perched in a tree, nearly lost his balance and fell. The two exchanged glances, each harboring the same thought. Could this impudent child be cursing me in his heart? How childish! They both huffed in unison. Chapter 10. Entering the mountain to gather herbs, the deeper one ventured into the forbidden grounds, the more exquisite the scenery became. Giant fish swam through the woods, towering mushrooms reached for the sky, white cranes danced upon the mountains, and ferocious tigers were ridden by their masters. Ouyang and Hututu leisurely rode atop a colossal white-striped tiger as they traversed the forest. Hututu, seated at the front, playfully swung his legs and continued to subtly probe Ouyang. "Senior brother, what is your favorite small animal?" Ouyang pretended to ponder, stroking his chin, and replied teasingly, "Well, I have a particular fondness for little foxes." "Ah!" Hututu turned around in surprise to see Ouyang smiling, quickly averting his gaze to conceal her delight. "I also like little foxes, but little foxes may not necessarily favor senior brother." Hututu feigned indifference, yet her heart brimmed with joy. Her senior brother liked foxes. Didn't that mean he had an affinity for her? Ouyang observed Hututu's beaming face, reminiscent of a cute bun, and couldn't help but reflect. It is often said that daughters are their father's closest companions. This sentiment rings true. Who wouldn't be smitten by such a charming presence? "So, senior brother, are there foxes here?" Hututu inquired, eager to capitalize on the moment. "Indeed, in Qingyun Valley, where countless beasts roam, foxes are certainly present," Ouyang affirmed. "Then, can you take me to see the foxes?" Hututu gazed at Ouyang with hopeful eyes. "Is it because you're feeling homesick? Wanted to see your kin?" Ouyang mused, contemplating Hututu's innocent request. Naturally, he agreed without hesitation. The two dismounted from the mighty tiger, and Ouyang patted its flank, signaling it to depart. The aura of the king of beasts lingered, deterring ordinary creatures from approaching. Once the tiger had retreated, Ouyang retrieved a length of rope from his pack and began to fashion a trap on the ground. "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Hututu watched as Ouyang worked on the rope while simultaneously warming up a chicken leg intended for their midday meal. "I'm setting a trap to catch a fox for you." Ouyang replied, without looking up. Observing the rudimentary design of the trap, Hututu felt a twinge of indignation at the suggestion that the cunning nature of foxes could be so easily ensnared. Senior brother, such a simplistic trap could never catch a clever fox. Ouyang placed the warm chicken leg under his nose. Savoring the aroma before placing it in the center of the trap, with confidence, he took Hututu by the hand and led her away from the trap. It will definitely work. I once caught the sect leader with this method. Hututu stared at Ouyang in confusion, as if she had accidentally stumbled upon some scandalous history regarding the sect leader of Qingyun's sect. After Ouyang and Hututu departed, a long-hidden creature emerged from the shadows. With its gray fur, fluffy tail, and a face that seemed to radiate foolishness, it would surely elicit Ouyang's astonished exclamation. Isn't this the 8th emoji in my WeChat collection, the Tibetan fox? The Tibetan fox circled the trap, its eyes glimmering with mockery. A mere chi refinement cultivator, accompanied by a descendant of the nine-tailed celestial fox, and I thought they had grand intentions. Alas, they merely wished to catch me. The Tibetan fox's large, dull eyes sparkled with cunning. What a pity! How could someone as astute as I fall for such a rudimentary trap? Not to mention, I am an 8-tailed spirit fox. The Tibetan fox chuckled softly, glancing at the fragrant chicken leg at the center of the trap. Did I say fox? It was utterly powerless against the allure of chicken. After all, chicken is simply too delightful, without a hint of caution. The Tibetan fox extended its paw toward the chicken leg, and in that instant, the rope tightened. However, against the might of an 8-tailed spirit fox, it was still too slow. The Tibetan fox grasped the chicken leg, leisurely easing it into its mouth. The three-eyed flower rooster was as delicious as ever. Just as the Tibetan fox was savoring its meal, the previously dormant rope suddenly sprang to life, ensnaring its neck like a lightning bolt. Before it could react, the seemingly ordinary rope constricted around it like a serpent. Startled, the Tibetan fox attempted to summon its demonic power to break free from the binding, only to be horrified to discover that its immense strength was as ineffective as a stone sinking into the abyss. Utterly beyond its control, at that moment, the Tibetan fox recalled Ouyang's earlier words. I once caught the sect leader using this method. Was that little rascal truly not jesting? Just as it prepared to unleash its innate divine ability to escape the binds, a wave of paralysis coursed through its body, and it collapsed to the ground, consciousness fading. Damn it, the rope is a magical artifact, and it is poisoned. The Tibetan fox felt the ropes tightening around it in a most humiliating manner, sending it into a panic. Could it be that as a powerful being in the tribulation transcendent stage, it would suffer such indignity? As the ropes constricted, the last vestiges of consciousness screamed within. Don't touch there. That is forbidden. The bell will break. In a moment of shared understanding, Hututu, also a fox, abruptly raised her head and exclaimed, Hey, senior brother, did you hear someone calling out? Ouyang, engrossed in carefully unearthing a spirit herb, replied without turning around, Are you hungry? There's food in the basket. I'm not hungry at all, Hututu retorted, fiddling with the freshly woven flower crown, which she placed atop her head before dashing to the basket, where she retrieved a fragrant roasted chicken. With a satisfying bite, Hututu's little face puffed up like a bun, radiating happiness akin to that of a small hamster enjoying its meal. Suddenly, the sky darkened, prompting Hututu to pause her chewing and gaze vacantly at the heavens, where a colossal, three-headed monstrous bird materialized before her. Its gaze glinted with a menacing red light, and a terrifying pressure emanated from its form. As senior brother, there's a huge bird in the sky. It looks so fierce, Hututu stammered, calling out to Ouyang. Ouyang, carefully cradling the spirit herb he had unearthed, turned to the sky upon hearing Hututu's voice. When the three-headed monster bird came into view, Ouyang's expression darkened at the sight of the ominous red glow in its eyes. The beast had awakened its bloodline power and transformed into a formidable creature. Come here, Tutu, stay by my side, Ouyang instructed. Hututu swiftly ducked into the basket, peering out nervously at the monstrous bird above. The creature, nearly 20 meters long, fixated its three heads ferociously on the two below. as if they were its intended prey. Just as Hututu was on edge, she suddenly heard Ouyang's voice. Tutu, after 2 days of roasted chicken, would you like to try the taste of roasted bird? Chapter 11. Techniques? They come unbidden without applause, though. Hututu was unaware of her senior brother's true prowess. She had witnessed him subdue the formidable second and fourth brothers merely by rising from bed in a foul mood that very morning, which assured her of his exceptional abilities. Therefore, she felt no fear whatsoever. You foul bird in the sky, my senior brother is an incredibly formidable chi practitioner. Hututu boldly shouted at the three-headed monster bird above. Ouyang looked on, bemused at his little disciple, who was hiding in the basket and rallying for him. While he understood that she was cheering him on, it sounded more like she was disparaging him as a mere chi practitioner. Ouyang turned his gaze back to the monstrous bird in the sky to name. Three-headed monster bird, bloodline awakening failed cultivation, sixfold nascent soul bone quality. For charisma, 1 luck, 1 special qualities, none exclusive skills, none evaluation, no evaluation for ants. Upon viewing the attributes of the three-headed monster bird, Ouyang felt reassured. It was merely an insignificant creature. His dismissive gaze seemed to have been sensed by the monstrous bird. The 3 heads began to sway madly, suddenly lifting upward as they opened their beaks wide. One head spewed forth a torrent of flames. Another unleashed a raging wind, and the central head emitted a noxious acidic spray. The flames collided with the acid, causing an immediate surge in intensity, further fueled by the gusts from the other head. In an instant, the sky transformed into a sea of fire. Oh, so it's a dim-witted creature with a grasp of physics, Ouyang remarked in astonishment, observing the bird employing a composite technique. However, it was of no consequence. Unhurriedly, Ouyang retrieved a book, perused it intently, and suddenly understood. After noting the flow of his vital energy, he casually tossed the book aside, clapped his hands together, and bellowed, "Water dragon!" The vital energy within him, akin to a vast ocean, surged forth, and steam began to swirl around Ouyang. Roar! A massive water dragon erupted from the ground, soaring upward with unstoppable momentum toward the monstrous bird in the sky. The steam enveloping it charging toward the raging inferno. As if it had met its nemesis, the sea of flames was instantly extinguished by the onslaught of water vapor. The enormous water dragon reared its head, raised its claws, and clamped down fiercely on the three-headed monster bird, sinking its teeth into it. The creature emitted no cry of despair. It was swallowed whole by the dragon. The dragon, having devoured the monster, swayed joyfully in the sky, as though reveling in its newfound vitality. The eyes, initially formed of vapor, gradually began to gleam with life, that a faint aura of draconic power began to manifest upon the water dragon. It was on the verge of awakening. Ouyang furrowed his brow, watching the undulating water dragon in the sky while feeling the vital energy within him steadily draining, though the loss was negligible compared to his over 900 million units of vital energy. The water dragon clearly had no intention of obeying his command. This had been a recurrent issue whenever he employed techniques. They would eventually refuse to heed his will. Ouyang snorted disdainfully and raised his hand, commanding, "You wretched beast, reveal your true form." He then severed the connection between the water dragon and his vital energy. However, in that moment of disconnection, the water dragon emitted a mournful cry, instantly dispersing into a cloud of mist. Along with it fell the lifeless body of the three-headed monster bird. Hiding in the basket, Hututu gazed in awe at her seemingly divine senior brother, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She had always known he was powerful, but she had not anticipated such extraordinary prowess in water-based techniques. The summoned water dragon appeared so lifelike that for a fleeting moment, she felt the genuine pressure of a true dragon, nearly causing her to wet herself. "Senior brother, you are amazing!" Hututu exclaimed, clapping her hands enthusiastically, fervently praising Ouyang like a fervent little fan. Hearing his little disciple's adoration, Ouyang, with an air of pride, placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. "Ha ha!" Hututu scrambled out from the basket and hurried toward the book that Ouyang had casually discarded. That book must be an unparalleled manual. With keen excitement, Hututu picked it up and eagerly opened the tome that shimmered with golden promise in her eyes. The title read, Foundational Guide to the 5 Elements Escape Techniques. Huh, what a peculiar name. Hututu pondered, her heart sinking as she flipped through the pages, discovering that the techniques within were rudimentary methods suitable for chi practitioners. Such techniques were as common as dirt, even circulating in ordinary human realms. It was hardly a secret manual. Wait, could it be that the true secret lies concealed within this seemingly ordinary introductory manual? A moment of brilliance struck Hututu, and she couldn't help but admire her own cleverness. Truly, she was brilliant. With the manual raised triumphantly above her head, Hututu dashed toward Ouyang, exclaiming, "Senior brother, your supreme technique manual." Ouyang, still basking in the afterglow of his display, had not yet regained his composure when he was met with Hututu brandishing the foundational guide to the 5 elements escape techniques right before his eyes. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Ouyang, in the face of Hututu's eager gaze, stored away the book he had carelessly tossed aside. After all, it was best that his little disciple remained oblivious to the fact that he could only learn techniques suitable for chi practitioners. Even though the power he wielded did not resemble that of an average chi practitioner, at its core, it was indeed genuine chi practitioner technique. Faced with advanced techniques, he was still as lost as a child with a book of hieroglyphs, utterly unable to comprehend. Such techniques, once employed, would leave him unable to recall the flow of vital energy unless he revisited the text that he had once inquired of his master, who had merely shaken his head and cryptically remarked, "The law must not be passed to those with 2 ears." Those old geezers enjoyed spouting such enigmatic nonsense, making themselves appear formidable. Ouyang could only conclude that the root of the problem lay in his utter lack of talent for techniques. Thus, whenever he was without a text to reference, his only means of attack was to unleash the purest form of vital energy in a straightforward assault, aptly termed vital outburst. He was no alien monkey. Such methods seemed devoid of skill. "Senior brother, are you using the secret water escape techniques of the Qingyan sect?" Hututu gazed at Ouyang with wide, admiring eyes. Ouyang coughed lightly and replied in a low voice, "That is indeed the case. Your senior brother is a legendary prodigy of techniques." "Wow!" Hututu gasped in awe, her mouth agape in astonishment. Satisfied with having garnered his disciple's admiration, Ouyang took her hand and declared, "Let us go. We shall see if the trap has captured a fox." Chapter 12. Let us raise a pet in the tribulation stage, a Tibetan fox. Ensnared in ropes like a tortoise shell, hung helplessly from a tree. I must not make a sound if the old geezers lurking here catch sight of me like this. I shall lose my identity as a fox, and my dignity as a tribulation stage powerhouse will be forfeit. I must not make a sound. I am willingly bound, merely finding it amusing. The Tibetan fox silently hypnotized itself, yet it dared not move. Each twitch tightened the ropes further, causing the bell to jangle painfully. Tears flowed within its heart, yet its face remained blank and expressionless. Thankfully, its foolishly square face concealed the tumultuous storm raging inside, betraying not a trace of emotion. "Senior brother, will I be able to learn such profound techniques in the future?" Hututu's voice echoed from afar, in desperation. The Tibetan fox could only resort to playing dead. "Hey, Tutu really caught a fox. What the heck? A square-faced Tibetan fox. What is it doing in this forest?" Ouyang exclaimed, astonished as he beheld the fox feigning death. Just as he was about to step closer for a closer look, he halted in his tracks. Name: Huyin, 8-tailed spirit fox. Cultivation level: first stage of tribulation crossing bone structure. 8 charisma. 0.5 luck. 1.5 talent. What attribute enhancement exclusive skill? 8-tailed spirit fox form evaluation. Appearance does not represent everything, yet it accounts for about 80 to 90%. Ouyang raised an eyebrow as he gazed at the attributes displayed before him. A spirit fox at the tribulation crossing stage. He glanced at Hututu beside him, wondering if this creature was the shadowy guardian assigned to protect the junior sister. Has the demon clan become so affluent that they employ a tribulation crossing powerhouse for the protection of a mere girl? Yet Hututu appeared utterly perplexed, clearly unfamiliar with the hidden fox. "Senior brother, is this truly a fox? It looks rather ugly," Hututu exclaimed, pointing at the concealed fox. Ouyang nodded in response. "It is indeed a type of fox. Although it may not be aesthetically pleasing, it is undoubtedly a genuine fox. The concealed fox listened to their conversation, gritting its teeth in fury. Had it not been for its current inability to move, it would have relished the opportunity to make these two audacious youngsters who dared to comment on its appearance pay dearly. It despised being discussed in terms of its looks. Ouyang, fearing that the concealed fox might lash out violently once freed, remarked, Tutu, remain here for a moment, that I shall untie it. Upon receiving Tutu's obedient acknowledgement, Ouyang approached the concealed fox and began to loosen the ropes binding it. This rope was a binding talisman given to him by his master, said to be capable of restraining even immortals as long as one continuously infused it with true energy. Most importantly, it had no level restrictions, making it usable even by mortals. It was perfect for someone like him, who was only at the chi refining stage and unable to wield magical artifacts. As Ouyang untied the ropes, the bound concealed fox suddenly opened its eyes. Time seemed to freeze, and the oppressive aura unique to a tribulation-crossing powerhouse descended. You little brat! How dare you! Ouch, ouch, ouch! The concealed fox attempted to threaten Ouyang, but found itself pinned to the ground by Ouyang's grip around its throat, causing it to cry out in pain. Lower your voice, don't think I don't know who you are. Ouyang, if you dare to act recklessly, I shall turn you into a fox fur coat. Ouyang threatened menacingly. Stunned, Ouyang, pinned to the ground, was bewildered. How could this human kid know his true name? As a tribulation-crossing powerhouse, he was being held down by a mere human youth, unable to move an inch that he had intended to mobilize his true essence, only to discover that it was firmly suppressed within his dantian by the true energy of the boy before him, rendering him utterly powerless. He was a great practitioner at the tribulation-crossing stage, the strongest existence in this world. Yet he found himself powerless before this youth. Was this boy some ancient immortal who had come to experience the mortal realm? Goodness! Having feigned weakness for so long, he had never expected to encounter someone even more skilled at deception. Ouyang concluded that the boy before him was undoubtedly a concealed ancient monster. Otherwise, it was impossible for him, a tribulation-crossing practitioner, to lack the strength to fight back. Could it be that this ancient monster had reached that legendary level? Pinned to the ground, Ouyang's heart trembled, and he immediately spoke in a submissive tone. Senior, I understand now. Please spare me, Senior. Ouyang was momentarily taken aback by Ouyang's words, but he still replied, I will not make things difficult for you, as a tribulation-crossing practitioner. You must also be a venerated member of the Qingyan sect. Right? Amuse me with the little fox behind me, and I shall let you go. Otherwise, I will ensure your complete annihilation. Although Ouyang was merely at the chi refining stage and was unsure what a soul truly entailed, he was prepared to scatter the ashes of the concealed fox if it dared to resist. Was a tribulation-crossing practitioner truly so formidable? He had defeated countless elders who had hidden away. The concealed fox nodded repeatedly, and Ouyang then led it, a smile gracing his face as he approached Tutu. Tutu, look, this is the fox from the Qingyan sect. Ouyang waved the concealed fox in front of Tutu. To prove the fox's authenticity, he even revealed the bell on the fox's collar for Tutu to see. This action was akin to showing an adult image to a little girl, causing Tutu to squeal in embarrassment. Ahem, ahem. Ouyang suddenly remembered that Tutu was also a fox. His previous actions had indeed been somewhat inappropriate. Ouyang's eyes had lost their glimmer, and he felt utterly humiliated in front of his kin, especially since he was a direct descendant of the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline. With dead fish eyes, Ouyang stared at the sun, feeling devoid of any emotion as he thought, the sunlight today is particularly blinding. Senior brother, it's so ugly. But it's adorably ugly. Quite cute, really. Tutu cautiously reached out to poke at the fur on Ouyang, grinning brightly. This type of fox was something she had never encountered before in the Qingxiu Mountains, and her curiosity was piqued. Upon hearing Tutu's words, Ouyang's ears twitched, and he turned his lifeless gaze toward his kin. For the first time in a millennium, a member of his clan had praised him as cute. Seeing the concealed fox gaze back at him, Ouyang's oddly shaped face struck a chord with Tutu's eccentric aesthetic. Tutu extended her hand toward Ouyang, exclaiming, Senior brother, let me hold him. After giving Ouyang a warning glance, Ouyang finally handed Hu Yin over to Hu Tutu. She struggled to lift Hu Yin, who was nearly her height, and as she stroked his smooth fur, a sense of kinship filled her with delight. At first glance, he may not look appealing, but the more I look, the cuter he becomes. Hu Tutu cherished him like a new toy. Ouyang looked at his little junior sister with a strange expression, unable to comprehend her taste. However, what Hu Tutu said next left him feeling conflicted. With pleading eyes, she gazed at Ouyang, saying, "Senior brother, let us take him back to the small peak and raise him." Chapter 13. The Tribulation Crossing. Concealed fox. Ouyang found himself in a dilemma. Unable to bear his little junior sister's hopeful gaze, he felt reluctant to refuse. Yet, this concealed fox was a Tribulation Crossing eight-tailed spirit fox. Although Ouyang did not regard Tribulation Crossing practitioners as particularly strong. Anywhere outside, any Tribulation Crossing powerhouse would be treated as a guest of honor, even in the 9 great sacred lands. Who would keep a Tribulation Crossing powerhouse as a pet? Was he to disregard the dignity of a Tribulation Crossing practitioner? "I am willing." Hu Yin suddenly transmitted his thoughts to Ouyang. Ouyang looked at Hu Tutu, bewildered by Hu Yan's lifeless eyes. "She is my kin, that I also wish to understand why a member of my clan has come to the Qingyan sect. And she is the first in centuries to call me cute." Hu Yin stated flatly, "Isn't that reasoning a bit forced?" Ouyang regarded Hu Yin with suspicion, struggling to discern the concealed fox's true nature. However, as a qi refining practitioner, he lacked the means to employ such advanced techniques as telepathy, relying solely on his gaze to question Huyan. Hu Yin had his own calculations done on one hand. He harbored deep-seated resentment towards Qingqiu Mountain, a hatred that had simmered since childhood due to discrimination over his appearance. Now, receiving genuine praise from a kin member made him feel a sense of acceptance among his kind. Unlike humans, demons retained certain animalistic habits, and among the Fox clan, the emphasis on appearance was nearly as vital as life itself. In a clan filled with handsome men and beautiful women, he had long been an outlier, mocked and ridiculed. Now suddenly having a fellow clan member acknowledge him thawed the ice encasing his heart. On the other hand, there was Ouyang. The Tribulation Crossing stage represented the pinnacle of existence in this world. The path to immortality was long, and he had reached its terminus. Given time, he could accumulate power to the 9th stage of Tribulation Crossing. But then what? Beyond that, there was nothing left. From ancient times to the present, immortals had ceased to exist. Yet now, an immortal stood before him. Hu Yin keenly sensed that his opportunity lay with Ouyang and Hu Tutu, further solidifying his resolve to remain by Ouyang's side. The girl had expressed her desire to care for him, which was precisely what he had longed for. As for the dignity of a Tribulation Crossing practitioner, the bell had already been so casually displayed. Did such notions still hold any value? With Hu Tutu's earnest plea, Hu Yin found no reason to oppose. Ouyang could not find any justification to refuse either. The only potential downside was the possibility that this concealed fox might attempt to seize control of his little junior sister's 9-tailed celestial fox body. If that were the case, it would be better to truly bring the concealed fox back. Rather than allow a schemer to hide in the shadows, it was wiser to keep it in the open. If this concealed fox intended to possess his junior sister's soul, there were those adept at manipulating souls residing on the small peak. Ouyang made up his mind, and the concealed fox had also resolved itself. Hu Tutu was about to welcome her new pet. All parties were pleased, and they cheerfully made their way toward the small peak. The early autumn breeze had lost its scorching heat, carrying a refreshing coolness. Ouyang waved his hand, using true energy to pluck 2 spiritual fruits from the forest, and he and Hu Tutu hurried toward the small peak, munching as they went. The backpack was filled with the heart and demon core of that 3-headed monster bird. Along with the spiritual herbs harvested that day, Hu Tutu hummed an unknown nursery rhyme, her voice echoing along the path. Everything felt so serene and peaceful. Suddenly, a beam of golden light streaked across the sky. Landing before Ouyang, was a paper crane. Ouyang extended his hand, and the paper crane alighted steadily in his palm, unfolding into a sheet of paper. Upon seeing the signature on the paper, Ouyang remembered that the procedures for his little junior sister's admission into the Qingyan sect had yet to be completed. The signature on the yellow paper was from Qingyan Peak, the main peak of the Qingyan sect. Whenever new inner disciples are accepted, they must ascend to Qingyan Peak to ignite their life lamps. These lamps are not instruments of control, but rather means of protection for the disciples, that as long as the lamp continues to burn brightly, it signifies that its owner is still alive. Should the flame grow dim, it indicates that the owner has been wounded. The guard stationed at Qingyan Peak will employ secret techniques to locate the injured disciple and effectuate a rescue. This is the safeguard provided to inner disciples by the Qingyan sect, one of the 9 great sacred sites, and a testament to the sect's care for its own members. Only upon lighting their life lamp, receiving their waste token, and being recorded in the sect's genealogy will the Qingyan sect acknowledge an individual as a disciple. This paper crane serves as a reminder for me to take my little junior sister to complete her registration, that I recall that the last time I handled such formalities was 5 or 6 years ago, during Xiaobai's initiation. Were it not for this paper crane, I might have almost forgotten about it. Ouyang, using his finger as a pen and his vital energy as ink, scrawled 3 words on the yellow paper. Got it. He then infused the paper with his vital energy. The yellow paper subsequently transformed back into a paper crane, joyfully fluttering around Ouyang for a moment before reluctantly flying towards Qingyan Peak. Thanks to Ouyang's infusion of vital energy, the crane appeared significantly more animated than when it had first arrived. Ouyang returned to the small peak with Hututu and Huyin just in time for dinner. Hututu solemnly introduced her new pet, Handsome, to her senior brothers Tio Lung Ching Song, by Feiyu and Chun Chongxing. This appeared to be merely an unusually shaped fox. They assumed it was a manifestation of their little junior sister's homesickness, and the fact that she was a fox was a tacit understanding among them. However, Huyin, being a formidable cultivator at the tribulation stage, found it easy to conceal his aura before the 3, despite their exceptional talents that were rarely seen in a millennium. After dinner, they each retired to their quarters for rest. Hututu cradled Huyin in her arms, curled up in bed, and softly said, Handsome, I'm actually a fox too. Once I discover the perfect method to awaken my bloodline, I will take you back to Qingxiu Mountain, where all the foxes reside. Hututu chattered away, sharing many heartfelt thoughts, for she was merely a 5-year-old girl who had recently left home and was bound to miss it, having encountered a kindred spirit. Even if it was just a little fox with no consciousness yet, she had much to confide. Eventually, in mid-sentence, Hututu tilted her head and drifted off to sleep, observing Hututu's serene slumber. Huyan's expression shifted ever so slightly, revealing a hint of understanding that she had come for the sake of her cultivation techniques. How fitting of that group of old codgers. Huyan felt a twinge of disdain, just as he was about to leap from the bed. He noticed Hututu curled up tightly from the chill. With a kind heart, he extended his paw to cover her with the blanket. Yet Hututu clutched Huyan's paw tightly, and as he attempted to withdraw it, she dreamily murmured, Mama, I miss you so much. Chapter 14. The sect master's disciple is actually the holy son of the demon clan. A knock at the door roused Hututu, who had been dreaming of candied hawthorn. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up, momentarily disoriented about her surroundings. Ouyang, clad in a green robe, entered the room. Elder, brother, have you eaten yet? Hututu mumbled sleepily. It's still early for dinner, and today we want to be dining at the small peak. We're heading to Qingyan Peak for a meal. Hurry and get up. It's time for you to light your life lamp. Ouyang replied with a smile that he then glanced at Huyin, who remained nestled at the head of the bed, still unresponsive. Hututu dressed in a daze. She followed Ouyang out of the room and looked up to see Bai Feiyu standing on a branch, hands clasped behind his back. Bai Xixiang is already practicing this early. Truly diligent, Hututu exclaimed. Showing off so early in the morning. Who are you trying to impress? Come on, let us go. If we delay, we'll miss lunch at Qingyan sect. Ouyang remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Feiyu before urging Hututu on. Elder brother, are we really going to walk there? Hututu asked, uncertain why her elder brother, although at the 9th level of Qi refinement, could not fly on a sword. Were they to climb the seemingly endless mountain path again? Ouyang shook his head, smiling. We want to have to climb today. Someone from Qingyan Peak will come to fetch us. No sooner had Ouyang spoken than a melodious bird call echoed through the air. Hututu looked up to see a massive white crane circling above the small peak, that a youthful voice, amplified by vital energy, resounded throughout the area. In accordance with the sect master's decree, the newly accepted inner disciple, Hu Tutu, is to proceed to Qingyan Peak to light her life lamp. Hu Tutu, step forward to receive the decree. All unauthorized personnel, stand aside. Unautorisé personnel, stand aside. Ouyang's eyes narrowed as he regarded the audacious, white crane still circling above. How dare it be so brazen in their territory? A newcomer? Yet that crane appeared rather plump. Xiaobai, shoot that bird down for me. We could use an extra meal today? Ouyang commanded by Fei Yu, who stood atop the tree. Bai Fei Yu, displeased, opened his eyes, having been in the midst of stabilizing his realm. He was disturbed by the audacity of someone amplifying their voice with vital energy. Was this person courting death? His 3-foot-long green sword, sensing its master's agitation, unsheathed and soared toward the crane. Bai Shixiao, spare the bird. A golden streak of light rapidly approached, colliding with the circling crane and sending it soaring far away. The golden light halted, revealing a young man in a white Taoist robe. Handsome in appearance, standing on his flying sword. Bai Shidi, if I have offended you in any way, I ask for your forgiveness, as it was not my intention. Upon recognizing the visitor, Bai Fei Yu closed his eyes once more. The previously empty flying sword swiftly returning to its sheath. Ouyang, upon examining the newcomer's attributes, instantly recognized him. Name: Ling Feng, Sect Master's eldest disciple, cultivation. 3rd level of the nascent soul root bone. 8 charm. 8 luck. 8 swordsmanship aptitude. 8 exclusive skill. Twin sword flourish evaluation. An unremarkable dual sword wielder. The Sect Master's eldest disciple. Ouyang's expression soured slightly as he remarked, Old Ling, what have you done? Why are you sending all sorts of people to the small peak? Ling Feng smiled apologetically. I just delivered a message to Master at Yinu Peak, which is why I asked my junior brother to come in my stead, that I instructed him to be cautious. He might have been a bit overzealous, so I hope Brother Ouyang can forgive him. His words were courteous, and his smile radiated a gentle warmth. Elder brother, they actually dared to attack the Sect Master's mount. A voice filled with indignation emerged from the crane, as a young man peered down at Ling Feng to lodge a complaint. Ouyang's expression subtly shifted as he recognized the young man, surprise flickering in his eyes. That name. Zhu Yuan, holy son of the demon clan, cultivation. 1st level of the golden core root bone. 10-1 charm. 8 luck. 7 swordsmanship aptitude. 10 exclusive skill. Transformative demon image evaluation. A somewhat ostentatious major antagonist. The holy son of the demon clan. The sect master has actually taken a holy son of the demon clan as a disciple. Moreover, the demon clan has sent their holy son to act as an undercover agent. What a substantial investment. As Ouyang examined Zhu Yuan's attributes, a flurry of questions flooded his mind, leaving him momentarily bewildered. The principle of Tao and demon not coexisting had been an unbreakable rule since antiquity. This was a truth that both he and Xiaobai had confirmed during a previous demon extermination mission. After completing the task, Ouyang had lamented, Xiaobai, the battles between the Tao and the demon have been countless throughout history. What could be the reason for this? Bai Fei Yu had replied nonchalantly, it's merely a struggle for supremacy between the sects, as it has been since ancient times. In other words, the conflict between the Tao and the demon had existed since Xiaobai's previous life, and she seemed to regard it as a matter of course. Ouyang furrowed his brow, observing the arrogant expression on Zhu Yuan's face atop the crane, noting that his attributes were indeed extraordinary, even surpassing those of Xiaobai, the reincarnation of an ancient sword immortal, albeit slightly inferior to his own little brother. However, this did not concern Ouyang. Any talent that had yet to mature posed little threat, as long as they were not afforded the time to develop. His worry lay in whether the sect master's acceptance of such a demon clan holy son would lead to a tarnished legacy. After all, for the leader of one of the 9 great sacred sites, to have a direct disciple who was a holy son of the demon clan was an utter disgrace for the Qingyan sect, which prided itself on being a beacon of righteousness. As Ouyang pondered, Ling Feng remained poised atop his flying sword, calm and unhurried, while Bai Fei Yu, perched on the tree, appeared perplexed. His elder brother had never been one to let matters slide so easily. He always wore the guise of a good-natured person. Why was he silent today? Bai Fei Yu turned to Ouyang, who was deep in thought and asked casually, "What's wrong?" Snapped back to reality. Ouyang regarded by Fei Yu's confused expression and quietly inquired, "Xiaobai, what do you think of that boy on the crane?" Bai Fei Yu's gaze sharpened as he looked at the young man atop the white crane. Nodding slightly, although he does not measure up to second senior brother, he possesses remarkable talent. It appears the sect master has taken on a fine disciple. Ouyang was taken aback. Could it be that even Xiaobai, the reincarnation of an ancient sword immortal, could not discern that the youth before them was from the demon clan? Was it perhaps due to that exclusive skill? A hint of amusement played at the corners of Ouyang's mouth. How intriguing! Chapter 15. The sudden strike of Chun Chongsheng before Ouyang could prepare to deliver a lifelong lesson to the demonic progeny before him. The grand formation surrounding the small mountain peak was suddenly activated. Like an air shield, the formation enveloped the entire peak in an instant. Ouyang's heart sank. How could the protective array, which was always under the purview of his third junior brother, Chun Chongsheng, activate on its own? Was the Qingyun sect facing annihilation? The ever-cautious Chun Chongsheng would not act recklessly, generally retreating slightly behind others in times of trouble. What could have prompted the activation of all the protective arrays of the small mountain peak? Not only Ouyang, but the nearby Xiaobai also immediately summoned his sword intent, transforming the air above the peak into a multitude of invisible swords, with a sound that sliced through the air. Lung Qingsong charged forward, shattering the recently repaired rooftop, his presence akin to a sharp blade, fixated on Ling Feng and Zhu Yuan above. Both of them understood Chun Chongsheng's temperament well. He would not activate all formations unless faced with a matter of life and death. As the atmosphere shifted dramatically on the small mountain peak, the world around seemed to turn upside down under the influence of the formation. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning clashed in the sky. Torrential rain poured down, only to morph into countless invisible swords to tee the center of it all. Ling Feng and Zhu Yuan were pale with fear. The moment the formation activated, Ling Feng felt an immense pressure. The intricately designed pale golden array diagram faintly hovered above him, instilling a sense of despair even within his Yuan-ing phase. Not to mention, below stood two sword-wielding figures, Bai Fei Yu and Lung Qingsong, who had already locked onto him and were poised to strike. Though both were merely in the Jidan phase, Ling Feng was certain that he could not withstand more than 3 moves from either of them. The small mountain peak has produced monsters. This phrase, which quietly circulated within the Qingyun sect, was something Ling Feng had previously dismissed, treating those on the small mountain with a degree of favoritism. But now he comprehended its meaning. In the future, he would undoubtedly take a detour upon encountering them. Senior brother, what do they intend to do? Slaughter their own kind. Zhu Yuan, who was riding on a white crane, was only in the Jidan phase. Under such overwhelming pressure, his voice trembled as he looked to Ling Feng for help, unable to believe what was unfolding. This was the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 sacred lands. Zhu Yuan could scarcely believe that his peers would dare to turn against each other. He was a genius, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Though his time in the Qingyun sect had been brief, he could not fathom that the sect would stand idly by and watch such an unparalleled talent perish in internal strife. Ling Feng, glancing at the pleading Zhu Yuan, let out a bitter smile, positioning himself protectively before him, and addressed the equally bewildered Ouyang below. "Ouyang, if my junior brother and I have offended the small mountain peak in any way, I, Ling Feng, offer my apologies that I implore you to show mercy. I have no idea what's going on. You expect me to show mercy?" Ouyang looked at Bai Fei Yu in confusion. "Xiaobai, what does this mean?" he whispered. "Senior Chun is about to strike." Bai Fei Yu was equally perplexed. But the ordinarily cautious Chun Chongsheng had unleashed all his hidden cards in a sudden fit of rage, undoubtedly having discovered something significant. Just as Ouyang wished to inquire further, a colossal golden array diagram gradually took shape amidst the dark clouds. From this immense golden formation emerged over 100 figures clad in purple robes, all resembling Chun Chongsheng. Each one bore the same aura, their cultivation in the Jidan phase bolstered by the formation. Swiftly ascending to the level of pseudo-Yuan-ing, hundreds of Chun Chongsheng surrounded Zhu Yuan and Ling Feng, slowly drawing their swords from their waists. The simultaneous unsheathing of numerous swords produced a harmonious chime. the murderous intent prompting the encircled Ling Feng and Zhu Yuan to draw their own weapons. Hundreds of cultivators comparable to those in the Yuaning phase. Where did all these Yuaning cultivators come from? Ling Feng's gaze turned cold as he observed the hundreds of murderous Chun Chongqing before him. Each identical in appearance, but undeniably real. He could sense that each was a living being. What kind of secret technique was this? Even as the chief disciple of the sect leader, this was the first time he had witnessed such a heaven-defying method. In the face of hundreds of opponents at the Yuaning level, he knew he would not survive a single second, let alone protect the unconscious Zhu Yuan behind him. This was the first time Ouyang had seen such a decisive Qin Chongqing, who had brought forth all his puppets. Moreover, among these puppets, there surely existed the real Qin Chongqing. Ouyang narrowed his eyes, focusing on a figure slightly behind the hundreds of Qin Chongqing. The multitude of identical Qin Chongqing stood silently, gazing at Ling Feng, and then spoke in unison. "Ling brother, please leave." Qin Chongqing's target was Zhu Yuan behind Ling Feng. Upon hearing Qin Chongqing's words, Ling Feng's face remained devoid of expression as he slowly extended his hand to draw forth an oddly shaped sword from behind him. With dual swords in hand, Ling Feng calmly stated, "From the moment my junior brother set foot on the mountain and called me brother, I have been his brother, and he is my junior brother. Brother." Zhu Yuan gazed with gratitude at the sturdy figure standing before him like a mountain. Ling Feng's response to Qin Chongqing also signified his stance. The hundreds of Qin Chongqing remained silent, quietly observing Ling Feng before softly uttering, "Then you shall accompany him to death." In an instant, the sound of 100 swords clashing echoed throughout the small mountain peak. Chapter 16. The Oath of Heaven's Way. What does it look like when hundreds of cultivators comparable to those in the Yuan-ing phase strike simultaneously? That is the scene unfolding now. Hundreds of Yuan-level Qin Chongqing stood with swords drawn, their violent true essence surging above the small mountain peak. Countless sword energies reverberated in the air. As Ling Feng took out a small copper bell, chanting an incantation, the bell enveloped both himself and Zhu Yuan. Countless sword energies crashed against the copper bell, creating a cascade of ripples, trapped at the center. Ling Feng and Zhu Yuan faced immense pressure. Ling Feng, wielding dual swords and endowed with remarkable talent as the sect leader's disciple, was confident he could take on any opponent of the same realm and easily dispatch those of lower cultivation. However, facing hundreds of adversaries at the Yuaning level, he knew he would have to pay a grave price, possibly even perish on the spot. When numbers reached a certain threshold, a qualitative change was inevitable. Who knows what secret technique this unfamiliar junior brother was employing to summon such a multitude of doppelgangers? What kind of monsters were emerging from the small mountain peak? While Ling Feng struggled to hold on, Zhu Yuan, still perched upon the white crane, had become completely petrified that he had never felt death so close. Had it not been for his senior brother standing before him, he would have surely perished in an instant. He could not comprehend what enmity existed between himself and this figure before him. From birth to present, whether in the demonic realm or upon entering the Qinyan sect, every step had been smooth sailing, devoid of any turbulence, that he had always been among the elite, destined to look down upon the masses. Yet now, he felt like a banana leaf in a torrential downpour, a mouse among a horde of cats, ready to be slaughtered at any moment. Clearly, he had risked himself to come undercover in the Qinyan sect for the sake of the demonic clan's grand ambitions. Was he to perish here within a month? Observing the rain of swords, Zhu Yuan harbored resentment, even directing his anger at Ling Feng. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come here. I thought I was merely delivering a message, but it seems I am delivering my own death. I cannot die. I cannot die. I am the holy son of the demonic clan. I am to become the future demon emperor. How could I possibly die in a place like this? Zhu Yuan's eyes began to redden, as the dignity of a prodigy ignited within him amidst life and death peril. Prodigies are called so not merely for their outstanding talents, but because they perceive hiding under the protection of others as a disgrace. Zhu Yuan, who had just broken through to the Jidan phase, began to surge with power. In an instant, he ascended to the 3rd level of the Jidan phase. A breakthrough in the heat of battle. The potential of these chosen ones was always unreasonable. Some individuals remained stuck at the 9th level of the Qi refinement phase for years, while others break through as easily as drinking water. With a furious roar, Zhu Yuan's black true essence coalesced into a dark long knife in his hand. With a light leap, he broke through the copper bell's protection and charged toward the densely packed Qin Changxing. The fierce, bloodthirsty intent of the knife surged forth, instantly eliminating 3 Qin Changxing. This strike bore a sense of tragic determination, its astonishing blade energy locking onto its target, leaving the 3 Qin Changxing unable to move. Watching helplessly as Zhu Yuan cleaved them in two, yet in that very moment, Zhu Yuan was struck by a dozen sword energies, spitting blood as he was sent flying. Ling Feng rushed out from the copper bell, catching the already unconscious Zhu Yuan, stepping into the open beneath the storm of swords. Enough! Ouyang's calm voice rang out, as a pale, golden hand of true energy shielded Ling Feng, blocking the barrage of swords. Ling Feng looked down at Ouyang, whose expression was placid, and he nodded in gratitude. Though Ouyang's face was indifferent, he felt a sense of discomfort that he could only stand there, craning his neck to observe, as he had yet to master the art of flight. Fortunately, he had intervened before Qin Changxing could deliver a fatal blow to Ling Feng and Zhu Yuan. Yet Qin Changxing was undeterred. The hundreds of doppelgangers began to shift, weaving together to form a mysterious formation. Ouyang's face twitched. This young man truly was one to refrain from action until provoked, and when he did strike, it was with the intent to kill. Beiji, Xiaobai, restrain him for me? Unable to take flight, Ouyang could only instruct his 2 junior disciples. Although he could not fathom why he would shield Ling Feng and the others from Qin Changxing's assault. The moment his elder brother gave the command, the obedient Lung Qingsong rushed forward without a hint of hesitation. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu lagged slightly behind, casting a glance at Ouyang before following closely in Lung Qingsong's wake. As they were not ensnared within Qin Changxing's encirclement, they quickly discerned his true form amongst the multitude. Like a swift blade, Lung Qingsong effortlessly struck away the sword from one of the hundreds of Qin Changxing's duplicates. Instantly, the movements of the multitude ground to a halt. Yet Qin Changxing remained undeterred. Having lost his sword, he reached for the items concealed within his sleeve. He would not strike without a plethora of hidden cards up his sleeve. Once he procured what lay within, the presence in would surely perish. Qin Changxing's eyes burned crimson as he gazed upon Ziyun, who bore a profound blood feud with him, wholly forsaking his former caution. One of us must die here today. Suddenly, Bai Feiyu seized Qin Changxing's outstretched hand, whispering with a hint of compassion. Third senior brother, the elder brother, has commanded you to stand down. Upon hearing Bai Feiyu's words, a flicker of clarity crossed Qin Changxing's eyes as he looked up in astonishment at Ouyang below. Ouyang merely shook his head gently, signaling for Qin Changxing to relent. Qin Changxing, unwilling to accept, gazed at the unconscious and cradled in Ling Feng's arms, feeling that he had never before encountered such ease in ending Ziyun's life. Even in his past life, he had never come this close. Yet, with his mind now clear, he begrudgingly lowered his hand and roared at Ziyun. Heavenly Tao above, within 10 years, I, Qin Changxing, shall slay Ziyun. Should I fail, let the gods and demons conspire against me. The moment Qin Changxing uttered his oath to the heavenly Tao, all present were momentarily stunned. Such a vow was not lightly made by any practitioner. It was only born from a deep-seated enmity. This oath served as a request for the heavens to witness. And if unfulfilled, the practitioner would face dire consequences, even if they did not take their own life, for the heavens would orchestrate various calamities to ensure their demise. Once an oath was sworn, the individual was bound to see it through. This was an immutable truth. Thus, in that instant when Qin Changxing bellowed his vow, all present understood the depth of the blood feud that existed between him and Ziyun and Ling Feng's embrace. Chapter 17. If the sect leader disagrees, I shall speak with him. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered overhead, and from within the depths of those clouds resonated the sound of 9 rumbling thunderclaps. The originally black clouds flashed with lightning 9 times, signifying that Qin Changxing's vow had received recognition from the heavenly Tao. With the vow established, the faces of everyone present grew grim. Qin Changxing formed a seal with his hands, and hundreds of his duplicates returned to his sleeve in an instant. Straining to maintain his composure, he directed his sword towards the golden formation suspended in the sky, which slowly faded from view. Qin Changxing had agreed to allow Ling Feng and the others to depart. But upon glancing at the unconscious Ziyuan, he was seized by an overwhelming rage, causing him to spit a mouthful of blood and collapse into Bai Feiyu's arms. The sky cleared once more. Yet the atmosphere remained thick with a palpable sense of foreboding. Initially, Qin Changxing's intent to kill was directed solely at the unconscious Yin in Ling Feng's arms. Now, however, all eyes on the small mountain peak were fixed upon Ziyuan. Lung Qingsong stood before Ling Feng with his sword drawn, while Bai Feiyu descended from the air, placing Qin Changxing upon a recliner before soaring back up to block Ling Feng's path. The two formed a seamless barrier, each guarding the other, and both wielders of sword intent reached an unspoken consensus. Should they strike, it must be a fatal blow. They understood well that Qin Changxing had sworn an oath to the heavenly Tao. Failure to fulfill it would surely lead to his death. Ziyuan was now in Ling Feng's grasp, and should Ouyang give the command, they would assist Qin Changxing in completing his vow. 10 years. It would take far less than that, in mere moments. They could reduce Ziyuan to mere fragments. Did one require justification to take a life? Their brother needed him dead, and that was sufficient. As they simultaneously drew their swords, Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu unconsciously exuded their own sword intents. Their sword intents were the epitome of aggression, and when these two powerful forces erupted, the murderous aura was far more intense than that of Qin Changxing's hundreds of duplicates. The overwhelming sword intents enveloped Ling Feng, who held Ziyuan. With a bitter smile, Ling Feng silently laid the unconscious Ziyuan upon the back of the white crane. The moment Qin Changxing swore his oath, Ling Feng realized that there existed a profound blood feud between him and his junior disciple. This enmity had escalated to the point of irreconcilable conflict. He could not fathom what heinous act his novice disciple had committed against Qin Changxing, but it was undoubtedly grave enough that Ziyuan had killed Qin Changxing's entire family. Yet as Ziyuan's elder brother, Ling Feng could not bear to watch his junior perish unjustly before his eyes, that is, both an elder brother and a disciple of the sect leader. He could not abandon his junior in pursuit of self-preservation. Ling Feng drew his twin swords, inhaling deeply, his gaze resolute as he faced the two formidable sword intents. The pressure he felt now surpassed even that of confronting Qin Changxing's hundreds of avatars. The essence of sword intent was a high-level concept that only those who had transcended to the out-of-body stage could truly comprehend. Even as a third-tier nascent soul cultivator, he had barely grasped the threshold of sword intent. How could there be cultivators on this small mountain peak who comprehended sword intent at the core formation stage? And not just one, but two. This was no longer monstrous. It was akin to encountering a ghost. With both hands gripping his sword, Ling Feng found himself unable to manifest the sword intent that had merely taken shape within him. The unformed sword intent would be utterly obliterated before the complete manifestation of sword intent. Sword cultivators were those who forsook all defense in pursuit of the ultimate offense that in practice. One frequently faced life or death situations, let alone now, when both sides were prepared to fight to the death. Four sword cultivators, possessing sword intent and lacking it, were entirely different realms of experience. Ling Feng, as a third-tier nascent soul cultivator, found merely holding a sword to be an exhausting endeavor before two core formation junior disciples. Of course, if Ling Feng were to relinquish his sword, he might find some relief. However, such an action would signify abandoning his path as a sword cultivator, forsaking his very essence. To abandon one's path was a cruelty far worse than death for a practitioner. Thus, even under the oppressive weight of Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu's sword intents, Ling Feng remained unwilling to relinquish his hold on the sword. Suddenly, Ouyang spoke up from below. "Old Ling, your junior brother has spat blood. My junior brother has also spat blood. Let us consider this matter settled." Ouyang's words were akin to a lifeline for Ling Feng, who quickly responded, "Indeed, it was merely a childish contest of wills. The match has concluded. Let them depart." Ouyang approached Qin Changxing, placing a hand on his pulse without looking back. "Senior brother," Bai Feiyu attempted to interject, believing Ouyang to be unaware of the gravity of Qin Changxing's vow to the heavenly Tao, and sought to remind him. "Let them depart." Ouyang retrieved a white jade vial from his robe, pouring forth a pill to administer to Qin Changxing, speaking in a detached manner. Reluctantly, Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu descended from the air. Ling Feng felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. Hastily gesturing toward Ouyang before mounting the white crane, preparing to escort his junior brother away. Yet Ouyang's voice rang out once more. Ling's senior brother, regarding my sister's lighting of the eternal lamp tomorrow, I trust you will accommodate. Ling Feng forced a smile, replying, Of course, Ouyang, rest assured. I heard the sect leader mention that a month from now, there will be a grand sect competition. Ouyang inquired. Ling Feng's heart sank with foreboding. Yet he steeled himself to respond, Indeed, the grand competition will take place in a month. Ouyang nodded, saying, Please inform the sect leader that our small mountain peak shall also participate in this competition. And I hope that Ziyuan, lying there, will also be able to join. Ling Feng, feeling a pang of bitterness, remarked, Ouyang, must it escalate to such a degree? Had he known that Ziyuan's visit to the small mountain peak would cause such a commotion, he would have personally come, even if it meant facing the wrath of the heavens. Ouyang regarded Ling Feng with a calm demeanor, stating, I am merely notifying you and the sect leader. I am not seeking your counsel. Should the sect leader be unwilling, I shall speak with him directly. Furthermore, my surname is Ouyang, not O. Chapter 18. I am your elder brother. I end matters such as these. Ling Feng dared not take the initiative and could only assure Ouyang that he would report to the sect leader. As he rode the white crane away at a frantic pace until he vanished into the horizon, Ouyang sighed, observing the unwavering gazes of Lung Qingsong and the others fixed upon him. What are you staring at? Do I have flowers growing on my face? Ouyang snapped irritably. Elder brother, do you think Ziyuan might flee before the sect competition? Bai Feiyu inquired. This world was vast. Even in his past life as a sword immortal, he had never glimpsed its entirety, that if Ziyuan truly feared for his safety and chose to hide, finding him would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After all, if he could evade for a decade. Once Chun Chongqing perished due to his unfulfilled oath, Ziyuan could openly reclaim his life. What else can we do? Should we head to Qingyan Peak and sever the boy's limbs? Hey, come back, I didn't summon you. Ouyang spoke angrily. Unexpectedly, Lung Qingsong sprang to his feet, sword in hand, and strode out. This little brother is too straightforward. When there's a problem, he truly charges forward. Ouyang called out to stop Lung Qingsong, who was preparing to sever Zhu Yuan's limbs, and unleashed another round of scolding. Hu Tutu, cradling a Tibetan fox, looked at Qin Chongqing, who was reclining in a chair, with a face full of worry and said, Will third senior brother be all right? I just saw him spitting blood. It must hurt a lot, right? Ouyang, seeing Hu Tutu's tearful expression, quickly reassured him. It's nothing to worry about. Chongqing merely exhausted his true essence, and the sudden stress has caused him to vomit blood. It's actually more harmful to keep that stagnant blood inside. Having calmed Hu Tutu and instructed Bai Feiyu to keep a close watch on the battle-hungry Lung Qingsong, Ouyang then lifted Qin Chongqing and carried him to his room. Qin Chongqing fell into a long dream. Returning to his past life, that world devoid of sunlight, he was covered in blood, relentlessly hacking at the approaching demons. Blood obscured his vision, rendering everything blurry. His meridians were severed, and he could not summon even a trace of true essence, relying only on instinct to kill. Yet, even in such a state, Qin Chongqing clung tightly to his sword. Suddenly, the scenery before him shifted, and that face he had never forgotten reappeared at a man, strikingly beautiful, yet eerily so, clad in a blood-red robe, with a vertical pupil between his brows exuding malevolence, horns sprouting from his head and black wings unfurling from his back. The figure was ensnared by countless vengeful spirits, resembling a malevolent ghost emerging from the underworld. That face was indeed Zhu Yuan, the demon clan's holy emperor, one of the principal architects of this apocalyptic catastrophe. At that moment, Zhu Yuan wielded a blood-red long knife, holding a severed head aloft, laughing maniacally to the heavens that Zhu Yuan had become the most formidable demon in this world, having slaughtered everyone Qin Chongqing knew, nearly turning the entire world upside down. Upon seeing the head in Zhu Yuan's grasp, Qin Chongqing's eyes bled tears as he howled in desperation. That head belonged to Ouyang. Throughout the apocalypse, Ouyang had always stood in front of him, shielding him from the most dangerous and terrifying threats. Even as he met a tragic end before Qin Chongqing, he still urged him to flee. Chen Chongqing yearned for vengeance, day and night consumed by the thought. Teetering on the brink of madness, yet in the face of the already ascended Zhu Yuan, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Suddenly, the severed head of Ouyang opened its eyes wide, gazing at him. Shouting, "Run away!" Ah! Chen Chongqing jolted upright from his bed, gasping for breath, cold sweat soaking his clothes. "Did you have a nightmare?" A familiar voice came from beside him. Upon hearing it, tears streamed down Chen Chongqing's face as he hurriedly wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Muffling, sweat got into my eyes. Ouyang, observing Chen Chongqing's attempt to conceal his embarrassment, chuckled lightly and took a seat on the edge of the bed, his gaze calm as he asked, "Is it wrong for your senior brother to stop you from killing Zhu Yuan?" Chen Chongqing shook his head, feeling a twinge of regret. Since his rebirth, he had been cautious, yet when confronted with his enemy, he was still overtaken by hatred. Not only did he fail to slay Zhu Yuan, but he had also inadvertently alerted him. Chen Chongqing murmured, "I understand what you were worried about, that if I were to kill him, I fear there would be no place for me in the Qingyan sect or even the entire cultivation world. Within the sect, internal strife was strictly prohibited. If the sect discovered that disciples harmed one another, the consequences could range from being stripped of one's cultivation and expelled from the mountain to outright execution. If Chen Chongqing were to truly kill Zhu Yuan, it would be tantamount to his own demise. Such a mutually destructive course of action was something Ouyang would never condone. Thus, when allowing Ling Feng to leave, he had forced Ling Feng to acknowledge that everything Chen Chongqing had done was merely a spar between sect members, that as long as the parties involved admitted it was a spar, Chen Chongqing would not be held accountable. Ouyang sighed as he looked at his younger brother before him. Chen Chongqing, having returned from rebirth, should be aware of Zhu Yuan's true identity. Ouyang was also cognizant of Zhu Yuan being the holy son of the demon clan. However, stating such a thing outright would likely meet disbelief. Even Bai, the reincarnated ancient sword immortal, could not discern Zhu Yuan's true identity. Could he expect that group of old fools to see through it? Nevertheless, Chen Chongqing had established a heavenly oath before his unconsciousness. With this oath as a testament, it was certain that everyone would become wary of Zhu Yuan's identity, rather than stating it directly. Allowing others to speculate would serve to heighten their suspicions. Upon hearing Ouyang's sigh, Chen Chongqing's heart tightened, and he promptly stated, "Senior brother, rest assured, I will definitely refrain from taking action against him in the near future." For now, he would not act, but the future remained uncertain. Ouyang shook his head and approached Chen Chongqing, lowering his voice to ask, "Did you leave a mark on him?" Chen Chongqing nodded. When Zhu Yuan had emerged to sever his 3 avatars, he had left a soul mark on him. This mark would allow him to locate Zhu Yuan, no matter how far he traveled. Ouyang then nodded in satisfaction, pleased with his younger brother's meticulousness. Much better than a certain fool who only knew how to charge forward with a sword. "You should rest now. What has happened has happened. We will take it one step at a time," Ouyang comforted. Chen Chongqing obediently lay back down, staring blankly at Ouyang and said, "Senior brother, if killing Zhu Yuan could prevent a catastrophe, would you believe it?" Ouyang paused, then shook his head, contemplating before responding, "You misunderstand. The occurrence of calamities is not altered by the death of a single individual. Even if you were to kill Zhu Yuan, there would be a second, a third Zhu Yuan arising. The emergence of calamities is not a coincidence. It is inevitable." Chen Chongqing nodded, then gloomily remarked, "Many people will die in a catastrophe. We must find a way to prevent it." Ouyang slapped Chen Chongqing's forehead, laughing as he scolded, "With so many powerful figures in Qingyan sect, facing a calamity is not something for a mere foundation establishment waste like you to worry about. Just sleep well." After lecturing Chen Chongqing, Ouyang exited his room. As he crossed the threshold, Chen Chongqing's voice called out from behind, "Senior brother, if a calamity truly occurs, I will protect everyone." Ouyang felt a stir in his heart, not looking back as he coolly responded, "If a calamity truly happens, as long as I am alive, the sky will not fall. I am your senior brother." Chapter 19. Cleaning up the mess. I am your senior brother. The sky will not fall. The calm tone articulated a declaration of dominance, effortlessly exuding an air of superiority. As Ouyang left Chen Chongqing's room, he could not help but silently applaud himself. It felt exhilarating to project such confidence in front of his esteemed junior brothers, akin to sipping an exquisite vintage cola. Ouyang closed the door to Chen Chongqing's room and turned his gaze toward the courtyard. Beneath the lush canopy of a great tree, a square-faced Tibetan fox sat at a stone table, cradling a cup of tea while gazing at the moon. You seem to be quite leisurely. Are you not afraid my junior brothers will discover your true nature as a demon? Ouyang approached the square-faced fox and poured himself a cup of tea. Yin took a delicate sip, his hind legs involuntarily crossing in a relaxed manner, cleverly concealing his bell, before languidly replying, I have already masked my presence. Though these youngsters are remarkably talented, they still pale in comparison to me. Speaking of which, the elder brother is quite a good mentor. Stop calling me elder. I'm not that old. Ouyang replied, downing his tea in one go, savoring the fragrant flavor, even detecting a hint of the world's essence lingering in his mouth. Excellent tea. Ouyang's eyes brightened as he reached for another pot. Yin, quick as lightning, snatched the teapot from Ouyang's grasp, a hint of distress in his voice as he said, This is tea from a millennium-old spirit tea tree. Is this how one drinks tea? Ouyang scoffed. How long do you intend to stay here? He did not believe that a transcendent demon would willingly remain by Tutu's side. Content to play the role of Yin carefully set aside the teapot and resumed holding his cup, gazing at the moon as he mused. Initially, I was merely curious about why this offspring with nine-tailed bloodline came to Qingyun's sect. Now, I am more interested in whether she can truly ascend to become a nine-tailed celestial fox. Is it really that boring? Ouyang inquired skeptically. Otherwise, what do you expect? After reaching the transcendent stage, a cultivator's lifespan is exceedingly long, and there are no further avenues for advancement. Such an expanse of time must be filled with some amusement, Yin shrugged. I don't find the transcendent stage particularly impressive. I've dealt with it before, Ouyang thought quietly as he observed Yin's pretentious demeanor. Yin's fox-like eyes scrutinized Ouyang, seemingly able to read his thoughts, as he chuckled lightly. I see now. You genuinely believe that the transcendent stage is merely a higher realm. Youngster, I admit your true essence is so vast it terrifies even me. But if I wish to kill you, I could still do so. Upon hearing this, Ouyang did not feel anger, but rather nodded seriously, that he was well aware that such matters, whether concerning the offerings on the back mountain or the sect leader and master, were often playful in nature, even amusing. Beings who had lived for millennia and reached the pinnacle of existence in this world, who among them did not possess extraordinary abilities. Ouyang never truly believed that Yin could be easily subdued by a mere rope of celestial binding. Are you prepared to guard Tutu until she breaks through to the nine-tailed fox realm? Ouyang inquired with curiosity. Yin shook his head and replied, The Qingxiu Fox clan has not seen a breakthrough from 7 tails to 8 tails in millennia. Achieving 9 tails is an even greater challenge. Each fox possesses its own unique path, and my journey may not necessarily align with hers. However, I can protect her until she acquires a certain level of self-defense before departing, Yin stated, then chuckled. Though I claim to guard her, with you and your disciples around, I believe she can navigate this world quite well. Perhaps I merely wish to remain by her side. Ouyang was bewildered by Yin's erratic speech. Yin leaped down from the stool, the moonlight cascading upon his brown fur, the essence of the moonlight gently rising to be absorbed into his being. I am quite pleased with the name she bestowed upon me, for I am now called handsome. Yin grinned mischievously, transforming into a gust of wind and soaring back into Tutu's chamber. This fox truly possesses a peculiar temperament. Ouyang gazed at the moon, which appeared exceptionally large in this world, as if one could reach out and touch it. Perhaps the absence of light pollution in this realm contributes to its pristine beauty. Suddenly, Ouyang's eyes narrowed as a wooden boat flew from the moon. The boat glided through the air without wind. Upon it stood 2 young individuals, one paddling as if rowing, while the other stood at the bow, holding a brush and papered as the boat drew nearer. Ouyang noticed a character engraved upon it, instantly recognizing the visitors' identities. The enforcers from the Qingyun sect's Execution Peak. The practitioners from Execution Peak oversee the sect's laws and possess the authority to investigate any violations. Regardless of the individual involved, even the sect leader is not exempt. Practitioners from Execution Peak are typically at least in the Golden Core stage, perpetually wearing stern expressions and casting scrutinizing gazes upon others. Consequently, they are often referred to with disdain as sect dogs by those from other peaks. As the wooden boat approached, the young man holding the brush saluted Ouyang, inquiring, "Brother Ouyang, are you still awake?" Ouyang returned the gesture, feigning ignorance. "I've been a bit restless these past few days. What brings you two specters here?" The pair before him, clad in black and white, bore rather peculiar names. One was called by Wu Chang, and the other, He Wu Chang. Thus, they were also known as the Yama of Execution Peak. Ouyang deduced that today, as commotion caused by Chun Chongsheng had likely drawn the attention of those from Execution Peak, prompting them to send representatives. Bai Wu Chang smiled and explained, "This afternoon, the Peak Master mentioned that someone had made a heavenly oath on the small mountain peak, thus dispatching us to inquire about the matter." As he spoke, the wooden boat prepared to land in the small mountain peak's courtyard that a gentle stream of true energy halted the vessel, and with a beaming smile, Ouyang announced, "Today, with nothing to occupy my time, I made a heavenly oath that if I do not break through to the foundation establishment stage within 10 years, I shall not be counted as a person. Brother, explaining such a reason will be difficult for me to report to the Peak Master." Bai Wu Chang exclaimed, his face filled with exasperation. "Surely, one cannot be so reckless as to invoke a heavenly oath without cause." Ouyang shook his head, saying, Bai, you are unaware of the full context. This matter is known not only to our small mountain peak, but also to the sect leader. The sect leader is aware." Bai Wu Chang exchanged a glance with He Wu Chang, looking at Ouyang with suspicion. Could it be that Ouyang truly made such an absurd heavenly oath? When did the heavenly Tao become so trivial? Just as Bai Wu Chang was about to inquire further, Ouyang tossed a book towards him, stating, "I cannot let you two leave empty-handed. This is my recent research on interrogation techniques, a gift for my esteemed juniors." Bai Wu Chang accepted the book, which bore the scribbled title, "The 10 Most Torturous Punishments of the Qingyun Sect." Upon glancing through it, Bai Wu Chang's back broke into a cold sweat, yet he quickly felt a surge of exhilaration. With this book, those obstinate individuals would surely relent. He treasured it as if it were a priceless artifact. Bowing to Ouyang, he remarked, "Since the sect leader is also aware, we shall report truthfully. Brother Ouyang, you must visit Execution Peak more often. The Peak Master has declared you a once-in-a-millennium expert in interrogation." Ouyang chuckled, returning the bow. "Certainly. I shall visit Execution Peak soon, and perhaps refine your tools as well." After exchanging pleasantries, the two boarded their wooden boat and vanished into the moonlight. Ouyang remained standing in the hazy moonlight, his brow furrowed, recalling Chun Chongsheng's words, and sighed softly. "A calamity, is it?" Chapter 20. In this small mountain peak, there are monsters, and likewise, my Qingyun Peak does not harbor waste. Upon returning to Qingyun Peak, Ling Feng knelt obediently on the ground. Beside him lay the unconscious Zhu Yuan. The two were in a modest courtyard, where an elderly man dressed in a long gown and holding a folding fan was frowning deeply at Zhu Yuan. This disheveled elder was none other than the current sect leader of Qingyun sect, Dong Shuzi. It was rumored in the outside world that the current sect leader possessed unfathomable strength, having even approached the threshold of immortality. Did that brat Ouyang truly say such a thing? Dong Shuzi asked, slightly exasperated. After recounting the events, Ling Feng nodded and subsequently bowed low, stating, "My disciple's cultivation is still lacking. He failed to protect the junior disciple adequately, so I beseech the master to punish me." Dong Shuzi gazed at the kneeling Ling Feng, who kept his head bowed, and sighed. "If what you say is true, the mere fact that you were able to bring your junior brother back is already unexpected. You have performed admirably. There is not a single sane individual atop that mountain. The heavenly oath. Even if a practitioner indeed makes such a vow, to attract the attention of the heavenly Tao and gain its approval is beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Do you think the heavenly Tao is merely a common commodity? Any random soul can invoke its witness. Only those laden with great fortune can elicit the attention of the heavenly Tao when casting a toxic vow against another, similarly fortunate individual. This, in turn, indicates that both Chen Chongqing and Zhu Yuan are acknowledged by the heavenly Tao as individuals of great fortune. Dong Shuzi did not blame Ling Feng for failing to protect Zhu Yuan. Having spent years cultivating at Qingyun Peak, Ling Feng seldom ventured out, and apart from matters of cultivation, he remained oblivious to the extraordinary beings residing on the small mountain peak. Although Dong Shuzi expressed this sentiment, Ling Feng remained stubbornly unwilling to lift his head. Dong Shuzi could only helplessly declare, "Since you insist on accepting punishment, then return and copy the haunting scripture 500 times. I shall obey the master's decree." Ling Feng replied dutifully. Dong Shuzi, slightly pained, observed Ling Feng. His disciple possessed admirable qualities with decent talent, yet he was excessively upright, to the point of being somewhat stubborn. This disciple had never left Qingyun Peak since childhood. Viewing matters in black and white, akin to a pure white lotus, Dong Shuzi conjured a pill from his sleeve, dispersing its medicinal power with true energy and sprinkling it upon Zhu Yuan. The pain expression on Zhu Yuan's face gradually faded, and his breath stabilized considerably. With a wave of his hand, Zhu Yuan vanished from the Grand Hall, leaving only Dong Shuzi and Ling Feng behind. "Do you understand what the heavenly oath signifies?" Dong Shuzi queried. "To not die and not rest." Ling Feng responded. "Then you do not suspect your junior brother has issues?" Dong Shuzi continued. Ling Feng shook his head, asserting, "My junior brother was entrusted to me by the master. I cannot believe he harbors any issues. There must be some misunderstanding." Dong Shuzi found himself at a loss for words, taken aback by Ling Feng's unwavering faith. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "If it truly is your junior brother who has issues, what will you do? As his elder brother, it is my responsibility to guide my junior brother back onto the right path." Ling Feng replied solemnly. Dong Shuzi stared at Ling Feng in astonishment, feeling as though this young man radiated a Buddhist light. It was truly a shame for him to be cultivating. He should become a monk instead. If Qingyun sect were to fall into this young man's hands, it would likely face annihilation within 30 years. What sort of disciples have I taken in? Dong Shuzi, feeling dejected, gestured for Ling Feng to leave. Ling Feng bowed respectfully and exited his master's chamber, heading straight towards Zhu Yuan's room. A heavenly oath? I could have sworn my calculations were correct. What deep-seated grudge could that brat, Ouyang's junior brother, possibly have with Zhu Yuan? Once Ling Feng departed, Dong Shuzi muttered to himself in confusion, stroking his beard. Upon entering Zhu Yuan's room, he found Zhu Yuan already awake, seated on the bed in meditation. Ling Feng quietly observed Zhu Yuan, remaining silent. After a while, Zhu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Having forcibly elevated his realm and instantaneously slain 3 adversaries comparable to the nascent soul stage, the strain on his meridians was immensely severe. "How do you feel? Yunyo Bazatsu Yuan." Ling Feng's voice floated from a distance, as he sat quietly in a chair, his gaze filled with concern and warmth that a flicker of resentment flashed in Zhu Yuan's eyes. Had it not been for his white lotus of a senior brother urging him to deliver a message, he would not have been injured. Even if it were unintentional, his senior brother bore some responsibility. Once he obtained the legendary treasure of the Qingyun sect, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon the entirety of Qingyun sect. "Yunyo Bazatsu Yuan. Are you all right?" Ling Feng approached with concern, reaching out to touch Zhu Yuan's forehead, that Zhu Yuan deftly evaded Ling Feng's hand, forcing a smile as he replied, "Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I am fine now. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving assistance today." "Is that so? Eternally grateful, you say? That is good." Suddenly, Ling Feng's tone shifted sharply, cutting through the air like a chilling wind against the bones, that as soon as his words fell, Zhu Yuan felt an abrupt drop in the temperature surrounding him. Just as he attempted to glance up at Ling Feng, a rough hand seized his neck and lifted him off the ground. Ling Feng squinted, a smirk playing on his lips, devoid of his usual warmth and gentleness, replaced instead by an endless, icy demeanor. "Since it's unforgettable, do you require my assistance in extracting each of your teeth?" One by one? Each word struck Zhu Yuan's heart like a hammer, the smile on Ling Feng's face only intensifying the coldness. "Ling Feng, senior brother." Zhu Yuan struggled to utter a few words, attempting to pry Ling Feng's grip from his neck. But that hand remained as unyielding as iron. Ling Feng leaned closer to Zhu Yuan's ear, whispering softly, "From now on, cease to bring me trouble, that if you enjoy seeking it out, resolve it yourself. This is your only warning. Should there be a next time, I shall personally rend you to pieces." Zhu Yuan nodded with great difficulty, signaling his understanding. Upon seeing Zhu Yuan's nod, Ling Feng tossed him onto the bed, a smile returning to his face as he remarked, "Remember this. They at the minor peaks are monsters, and I, at Qingyan Peak, do not harbor waste. 300 recitations of the haunting scripture. Deliver it to me by tomorrow." Chapter 21. Su Linger. The autumn sky was clear and refreshing, with not a cloud in sight. Ouyang and Hu Tutu strolled once more along the mountain path. Compared to their initial awkwardness, the two had grown quite familiar, exchanging laughter and conversation. Hu Tutu walked ahead while Ouyang followed. If not for Ouyang's youthful appearance, they could easily be mistaken for a father and daughter enjoying a day out. Ouyang planned to accompany Hu Tutu to light her destined everlasting lamp. Only by igniting it could she officially join the Qingyan sect. Typically, disciples from Qingyan Peak would send a white crane to escort new initiates to the sect. However, following the recent incident, Ouyang felt it prudent to forego such arrangements, opting instead to lead Hu Tutu down the mountain himself. The distance between Qingyan Peak and the minor peaks spanned several hundred kilometers. Should they walk, it would be an indefinite journey. Zhu Beiji had just repaired his roof, which had collapsed again due to his own mischief, while Sha Shidi was recuperating, and Bai Feiyu was still solidifying his realm. Thus, Ouyang was left to escort Hu Tutu to light her lamp. Fortunately, after years at Qingyan sect, Ouyang had established a broad network of acquaintances. This morning, he had reached out to a close friend via communication talisman, allowing him to take Hu Tutu along for a ride. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Ouyang lazily sat on the stone steps of the mountain gate, producing a flask of his homemade spirit fruit wine and sipping it slowly. Meanwhile, Hu Tutu could not sit still for a moment, flitting about to pick flowers and chase butterflies, thoroughly enjoying herself. Before long, a golden light ascended from the distance, heading toward the minor peak. Even before the light arrived, a melodious female voice reached them. "Ouyang, senior brother, I have come." Hearing the voice, Ouyang promptly stood, straightening his clothing as he gazed at the approaching light. As it drew nearer, within a halo of radiance, a girl stepping on clouds beamed at him with a radiant smile. Each time he beheld her beauty, Ouyang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, simply tied with a red ribbon. Her moon-like brows framed a pair of expressive eyes, her delicate nose refined, rosy cheeks aflame, and lips like blooming orchids. Her oval face was strikingly beautiful, her skin as flawless as frost or snow. Her figure slender, resembling a goddess emerging from the water. With every smile and frown, an innate nobility shone through her, making it impossible not to be captivated by her ethereal elegance. Clad in a flowing white dress, she appeared almost celestial. Yet, most importantly, this girl possessed a generous spirit and a pair of long, straight, snow-white legs. Purity and allure were perfectly embodied in her presence. Name: Su Linger, chief disciple of Yunu Peak, cultivation. First stage of Yuanying bone structure. 7 charisma. 9 luck. 6 musical talent. 8 exclusive skill. Not activated evaluation. An exquisite alchemist skilled in playing the flute. In the past, motivated by this evaluation from the system, Ouyang had engaged in experiments with Su Linger, attempting to impress her with his poetic advances. From being a mere lecher to now a senior brother, Ouyang had truly put forth great effort. The results were evident. The young girl before him no longer exhibited as much resistance. When he sent her a message, although she hesitated momentarily, she ultimately agreed. Previously, she had always told him to leave. "Su Ling, her junior sister, it's been a while." Ouyang greeted her with a smile and a slight bow. Upon hearing Ouyang's somewhat formal tone, the girl pouted in discontent. Although she had rushed over upon receiving his letter, eager to maintain her composure, she was taken aback by Ouyang's distant demeanor. Hadn't he called her Linger just last time? Was it merely a pretense of indifference? How infuriating! Su Linger leaped down from the clouds and embraced Ouyang, her face blooming with joy as she exclaimed, "Senior brother, you haven't contacted me in ages. I thought you had forgotten about me." Feeling the weight of her complaint and the warmth of her embrace, Ouyang found himself momentarily lost. However, with his younger junior sister beside him, he maintained a facade of propriety, clearing his throat and weaving a fib. Recently, Bai Shidi has made a breakthrough, so I've been assisting him in stabilizing his realm. Now that I have some time, I thought to bring my little junior sister to Qingyan Peak to ignite her everlasting lamp, and you were the first person who came to mind. Su Ling's smile widened when she heard Ouyang mention that she was the first to come to mind. Oh, senior brother, you have a hair on your shoulder, she exclaimed, pretending to casually lean against him, inhaling his scent deeply. The fragrance on senior brother is still as delightful as ever, she giggled inwardly, relishing the moment. Suddenly, a small face appeared before Su Linger. It was Hu Tutu, blinking curiously at her, that Su Linger let out a small yelp and quickly jumped away from Ouyang. Senior brother, is this sister just an ordinary friend who is going to take us to Qingyan Peak? Hu Tutu asked, emphasizing the words ordinary friend with a hint of suspicion. Upon hearing Hu Tutu's words, Su Linger turned her attention to the little girl perched on Ouyang's other shoulder. With her keen eye, she could immediately discern that this child would undoubtedly blossom into a stunning beauty in the future. Alarm bells rang in her mind. Having finally tamed the little harlots at Yuna Peak, how had another beautiful little junior sister suddenly appeared beside her senior brother? Was it Ouyang's exceptional qualities that drew these little harlots to him like moths to a flame? With a friendly smile plastered on her face, Su Linger addressed Hu Tutu. Senior brother, is this Hu Yun Shirshu's recently accepted disciple? She emphasized little to subtly imply that Hu Tutu was still just a child. Although she was young, Hu Tutu, as a girl, could easily pick up on the undertones of the remark. She regarded this unexpectedly close woman with a watchful eye. Even she had to concede that in terms of beauty, this woman was slightly inferior to her. However, the disparity in their figures was undeniable. Hu Tutu's current shape was hardly comparable to this woman's that Hu Tutu, baring her tiger teeth, feigned innocence and retorted, "Yes. Senior sister, my name is Hu Tutu. I will be living with senior brother and the others at the minor peak from now on." The phrase living together struck at Su Linger's vulnerable spot. She shared a deep connection with Ouyang, yet could not enjoy such intimacy. This had always been her greatest sorrow. Caught in an unseen crossfire, Ouyang gazed in bewilderment at the two girls, one large and one small, before him. Though their words were polite and cordial, an undeniable tension hung in the air. Thick with unspoken rivalry, that Su Linger and Hu Tutu exchanged glances, sparks seemingly igniting between them, that in unison. They turned away, each letting out a huff. What a troublesome woman! Chapter 22. Qingyan Peak. The battles between women are often silent and unspoken. Though the two girls appeared to be on amicable terms, their words were laced with hidden daggers, each one aiming to wound the other. Little junior sister, you are quite the delicate flower. I spend my days and nights with senior brother. Feel free to visit Yunu Peak. Children should play with children. I spend my days and nights with senior brother. Ouyang hastily intervened, attempting to quell the inexplicable skirmish between them, but he turned to Su Linger with a smile, saying, "Junior sister, it's getting late. Let us set off." Su Linger produced a jade flute, gazing at Ouyang with sultry eyes. Her voice soft and inviting. "Senior brother, may I play the flute for you?" Coughing to regain his composure, Ouyang replied, "Ahem, let us focus on the task at hand first. Once we've finished, you can come to my room, and we'll discuss it in detail." Who could withstand such temptations? Although Ouyang understood that Su Ling's words carried a double meaning, the sight of such a charming and pure beauty testing his resolve was enough to make any man's heart waver. "I wonder if I can withstand it?" Ouyang mused quietly to himself. "What did you say, senior brother?" Su Linger tilted her head, looking puzzled. "Oh, it's nothing." Hu Tutu, observing the flirtatious exchange between the two, felt a surge of indignation. Senior brother was truly a rogue, despite having such an adorable little junior sister like herself. He was still out there enticing others, oblivious to the fact that a vixen had appeared from who knows where. When it comes to the enchanting fox spirit, can one truly possess an authentic version? Hu Tutu's small tiger teeth are nearly shattered, yet the child within feels utterly powerless. After all, who would take an interest in a body as juvenile as that of a child? With a meaning-laden smile, Su Linger gracefully waved her jade-like hand, causing a cloud of mist to rise beneath the feet of the three, but the mist transformed into a white cloud, effortlessly lifting the trio into the air, soaring towards the direction of Qingyun Peak. Despite the hundreds of kilometers between them, they arrived at the mountain gate of Qingyun Peak in less than half an hour, compared to the smaller peaks. Qingyun Peak rises majestically, towering above the landscape. The colossal mountain stands abruptly against the earth, with celestial clouds swirling around its midsection and white cranes soaring in the sky. Countless white jade steps ascend like a heavenly ladder. Stretching endlessly towards the summit, is one of the 9 sacred sites in the cultivation realm. Qingyun Valley has taken great care in adorning its main peak. Atop Qingyun Peak, waterfalls cascade, rivers flow, exotic flowers and unique fauna flourish, with quaint houses scattered throughout, creating a scene that is both solemn and elegant, a mountain of celestial grandeur. Ouyang walked ahead, flanked by Su Linger and Hu Tutu, who lagged slightly behind. Upon reaching the mountain gate, they beheld 2 stone lions dozing atop the crimson-painted pillars, as if sensing their presence. The stone lions woke from their slumber, shaking off the stone dust from their bodies, leaping down from the pillars, and with haughty eyes closed, addressed Ouyang, saying, "Who approaches, state the gate's command." Ouyang, observing the lethargy of the stone lions, felt a surge of indignation and coldly retorted, "Come, bow your heads, and I shall provide the command." The 2 stone lions, tilting their ears and lowering their heads, were met with Ouyang's mocking grin, leaving them momentarily stunned. Unwilling to coddle the stone lions, Ouyang strode forward and delivered a hefty slap to one, exclaiming in frustration, "You were molded by my own hands, yet dare to ask me for a command. Take heed, the command is this. I, your father, have never required any command to enter this place." Awakened by the forceful slap, the stone lions quickly stepped aside, kneeling obediently like 2 lion dogs, even wagging their imaginary tails in deference. These 2 stone lions were creations from Ouyang's early days of cultivation, conjured during his practice of earth-based techniques, having forgotten to retract his true energy. They gained sentience over time, eventually awakening their intelligence through Ouyang's energy. Ultimately, they were left here by the headmaster to guard the gate. Sentient stones are a rarity, and once awakened, they typically conceal themselves deep within the mountains, making encounters with stone spirits in the cultivation realm exceedingly rare. Employing these 2 stone spirits as gatekeepers was indeed a grand display. To Ouyang's surprise, the stone spirits at Qingyun Peak seemed to wear their pride like a badge, refusing to even glance at him. As Ouyang and the 2 women ascended the stone steps, he took a few steps forward before retreating. Flight and the use of techniques were prohibited atop Qingyun Peak. Reaching the summit could only be accomplished by one's own 2 feet. Faced with the prospect of climbing such a lengthy staircase, he was disinclined to undertake the journey on foot. The stone lions, initially relieved, straightened up at Ouyang's retreat. Ouyang pointed at one and commanded, "You, carry us up." "Master, it is a rule that no one is permitted to ascend the mountain except on foot." The stone lion he pointed at replied with a canine grin. Ouyang, feigning ignorance, dug in his ear and said, "I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it?" The stone lion felt its body stiffening as Ouyang's true energy began to withdraw from it. In a panic, the stone lion lowered its body, saying, "I meant to say, the master's rules are absolute. Come, please raise your legs slowly. Should I lower myself further?" With a cold snort, Ouyang mounted the stone lion, followed by the 2 women, and in a few bounds, the stone lion vanished from the white jade steps. The stone lion not called upon sighed in relief, only to notice a youth attempting to follow Ouyang toward the mountain gate. The stone lion straightened its posture and declared, "Who approaches, state the command." The youth hesitated, recalling Ouyang's earlier display of temper, and tentatively said, "The command is your father." Before he could finish, the stone lion's form swelled, growing from 5 or 6 meters tall to over 20, its massive paw crashing down toward the youth. Startled, the youth quickly performed a technique to burrow underground. "Trying to be clever here. You're courting death." The stone lion scoffed, its affinity for earth-based techniques evident. With a thunderous clap, the stone lion's paw struck the ground, sending the escaping youth shrieking in pain as he emerged, clutching his head. Just as he surfaced halfway, the soil around him swiftly ensnared him. "Incorrect command. Stand in punishment for 10 hours." The stone lion yawned, returning to its perch atop the pillar. The youth, dismayed, gazed at the stone lion, lamenting his misfortune as he recalled being summoned by senior brother Ling Feng to recite the Huang Ting scripture, only to find himself stuck here. Chapter 23. Dong Shuzi the stone lion transported Ouyang and the two women through a sea of clouds, leaping gracefully to the end of the white jade steps. As they dismounted, the stone lion cautiously observed Ouyang, its eyes silently asking if it could depart, behaving as obediently as a lion dog. Ouyang reached out and gently patted its head, infusing it with a stream of true energy. The stone lion, feeling the energy coursing through it, erupted in joy, playfully sticking out its tongue and barking twice before darting back down the mountain. Turning around, Ouyang found himself before a vast square, entirely constructed from jade, which emanated a faint, ethereal aura. The rising spiritual energy enveloped the square, rendering it a realm of wonder that it was a luxury. Out in the world, wandering cultivators would fight over a low-grade spirit stone. Yet here at Qingyun sect, such stones adorned the ground. At that moment, the square bustled with activity, vibrant with life. The sect's grand competition was fast approaching, set to host not only the elders from various peaks but also esteemed guests from other grand sections. Qingyun sect held this competition every 5 years, presenting an opportunity for outer disciples to ascend to the inner sanctum and allowing inner disciples to vie for higher techniques and cultivation resources. It was a moment for Qingyun sect to showcase its strength to other sects that in this competition. Outer disciples could attract the attention of the peak masters, while inner disciples stood to gain rewards of advanced techniques and resources, making it a significant event for the sect. Thus, every competition was conducted with great pomp. None of the individuals from the small peak had ever participated in the sect competition. Lung Qingsong found it uninteresting. Bai Feiyu looked down upon it, and Chun Chongxing preferred to remain out of the spotlight. The eldest disciple, Ouyang, had not reached the qualifications for registration. The foremost requirement for participation in the sect competition was to attain the foundation establishment stage. Wasn't this rule aimed directly at him? He thought indignantly, feeling no desire to participate. Consequently, everyone from the small peak was disinclined to attend the competition. This was Ouyang's first time seeing such a grandly adorned square. "Senior brother, this place is so beautiful," Hu Tutu exclaimed, marveling at the contrast to the caves and hollows of Qingshan Mountain, realizing that human cultivators truly knew how to indulge in comfort. Su Linger glanced at the awestruck Hu Tutu and chuckled softly, saying, "Senior brother, I have heard that this sect competition will also elect the Holy Son of Qingyun's sacred land. With your talents, if you were to participate, the title of Holy Son would undoubtedly belong to you." Ouyang's face flushed with embarrassment. He understood that Su Linger meant no harm. Yet he was in no position to even qualify for the competition, let alone aspire to such a title. He cleared his throat and replied, "I have little interest in such hollow fame. Junior sister, though we cultivators ought to regard these accolades as mere clouds. Senior brother, you truly possess remarkable integrity." Su Linger praised sincerely. Those nearby, upon hearing Ouyang's words, turned to look at him, only to turn away upon realizing his mere qi refining stage cultivation. What was a qi refining waste trying to flaunt? Ouyang, keenly aware of the scornful gazes, felt a twinge of embarrassment despite his thick skin, hastily pulling Su Ling and Hu Tutu toward the main hall. Upon entering the grand hall, they found no elaborate array of idols as in previous lives. Instead, a simple wooden plaque stood at the center, inscribed with 2 characters, heaven and earth. In this world, there were no fanciful deities, no worship of gods or Buddhas, only reverence for the heavens and the earth. 3 towering incense sticks were placed before a massive square incense burner, their fragrant smoke wafting upward, invigorating the spirit. Ouyang and Su Ling each took a stick of plain incense, with Hu Tutu mimicking their actions, respectfully bowing before the wooden plaque before placing the incense into the burner. As she did so, Su Linger felt a blush rise to her cheeks, as standing together with her senior brother to honor the heavens felt akin to a pair of Taoist partners making a solemn vow. After paying their respects to the heavens and earth, Su Linger remained in the front hall, as the back hall was reserved for important matters, and disciples were not permitted to enter lightly. Thus, Only Ouyang led Hututu around the central hall toward the rear chamber. The back hall also featured a large sacrificial altar, upon which countless ever-burning lamps flickered. This was the sanctuary for the long-burning lamps of all inner disciples. Upon their entry into the back hall, however, Ouyang discovered it to be utterly deserted. What does this mean? Did Old Ling actually stand me up? This is not at all in line with Old Ling's usual demeanor, Ouyang exclaimed, bewildered as he glanced around. Suddenly, a cough echoed, and an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe appeared before Ouyang and Hututu. Holding a whisk, he exuded an aura of ethereal grace, with a youthful visage and white hair. Two long white eyebrows cascading down to his chest, he smiled benignly at Ouyang and Hututu, embodying a figure of benevolence. This elder was none other than Dong Shuzi, who had reprimanded Ling Feng the previous night. In stark contrast to the disheveled old man in a silk gown, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan, Dong Shuzi now radiated an air of profound Taoist mystery, a rainbow aura shimmering faintly behind him, resembling an enlightened immortal. Ouyang, recognizing Dong Shuzi, respectfully bowed and said, "Disciple Ouyang pays his respects to the esteemed master." Hututu hurriedly followed suit, exclaiming, "Disciple Hututu pays respects to the esteemed master." Dong Shuzi glanced at Hututu and discerned that she was the innate Tao body. A spiritual fox, he couldn't help but lament the luck of his junior brother Ouyang, thinking that this old fellow had spent his entire life collecting disciples. Though Dong Shuzi felt a twinge of irritation, he maintained a genial smile, saying, Well, are you here to light a perpetual lamp today?" Ouyang replied, "By the command of my esteemed master, I have come to ignite a perpetual lamp for my new disciple, Hututu, at our humble mountain peak. I seek your permission, esteemed master." Dong Shuzi chuckled, stroking his beard, and nodded, saying, "Very well, but I do not permit it." Ouyang raised his head in confusion, while Hututu's face turned pale, fearing she had offended the esteemed master. "Did you not hear me? I said I do not permit it," Dong Shuzi chuckled, stroking his beard. Ouyang, raising an eyebrow, seized Dong Shuzi's beard in a firm grip, pulling the old man closer, and retorted, "Old fellow, I was being polite. Do not push your luck." Despite being tugged by his beard, Dong Shuzi remained unperturbed, looking at Ouyang with a glimmer of amusement, and asked, "What? Were you so brazen when you were beating my disciple?" Chapter 24. Ouyang's perpetual lamp. This old man, with his failing eyesight, had taken in a scion of the demon race and was now being protective. Setting that aside, it was indeed Chen Chongsheng who had struck first. Ouyang muttered, "Your disciple was lacking in decorum. What's wrong with my junior brother teaching him a lesson?" Dong Shuzi retorted softly, "Is it proper to severely injure someone for a lack of decorum? Does your humble mountain peak's rules surpass those of my Qingyun peak? Your newly accepted disciple is a problem. How amusing. Is there anyone in your humble mountain peak who isn't a problem child? My junior sister is present. Show me some respect. And yet you continue to tug at my beard, as the master. Do I not deserve some dignity? What do you want? Just say it." Ouyang replied impatiently, "Go back and advise your junior brother, and we will let this matter rest," Dong Shuzi suggested after a moment's thought. Ouyang, feeling exasperated, said, "I would like for him to let it go as well, but the heavenly Tao oath has been made. How can it be dismissed? So it cannot be resolved? Well, then I cannot act either," Dong Shuzi playfully countered. Ouyang stared at the old man who was matching him in playful banter, feeling utterly at a loss. Throughout his life, he had never won a verbal spar against this elder. "Change your request. I truly cannot comply with this. Otherwise, we might as well go our separate ways," Ouyang threatened. "Next month is the sect competition. I need a dragon and a phoenix, two auspicious beasts to grace the occasion." Dong Shuzi finally revealed his true intention. "No way. You know as well as I do that summoning such beings will surely invite heavenly retribution." Ouyang shook his head and declined again. Dong Shuzi immediately grew angry, raising his voice. "This is unacceptable. And that is unacceptable. Did my disciple suffer for nothing? Light a perpetual lamp. You may as well summon ghosts. If you have the ability, then light me up." Ouyang, observing the elder's apparent determination to be unreasonable, could only relent, saying, "Fine, fine, fine, for next month's set competition, I will arrange for a dragon and a phoenix." After finalizing their agreement, Dong Shuzi yanked his beard back, resuming his ethereal demeanor, and kindly regarded Hu Tutu, saying, "Young girl, your talent is commendable. It seems Hu Yun has indeed taken on a good disciple. Come, follow me." Hu Tutu gazed at Dong Shuzi, then looked at Ouyang, who nodded at her. She doubted her own eyes for a moment. Wasn't that the master of Qingyun sect, one of the 9 sacred lands, the master of Qingyun sect, a formidable figure in the cultivation world, was being scolded by her senior brother while tugging at his beard? And the master did not seem angry at all. Instead, he was engaged in a playful exchange with her senior brother. Hu Tutu rubbed her eyes, questioning whether she had been experiencing an illusion. However, seeing her senior brother nod at her, she obediently followed Dong Shuzi to the altar. Dong Shuzi glanced at Ouyang, who, understanding the cue, stepped out of the grand hall, carefully closing the door, and then seated himself on the stone steps outside. Though Dong Shuzi was technically the master, he was also akin to a half-mentor for Ouyang that in his early years. Ouyang's unorthodox master had been constantly on the move, returning infrequently. When he and Lung Qingsong first arrived at the humble mountain peak, it was still a desolate land. From the mountain peak's inception to its establishment, it was Dong Shuzi who had been tirelessly orchestrating everything. Thus, Ouyang and Dong Shuzi were quite familiar with each other, to the extent that the 2 stone lions guarding the mountain gate had been spirited away by Dong Shuzi. The dragon and phoenix that Ouyang had just promised were, in fact, akin to the stone lions. They were merely manifestations conjured from his true energy. However, summoning such heavenly creatures, inherently imbued with Taoist essence, could provoke heavenly tribulation. Ouyang had once been curious enough to attempt such a summoning and had nearly been struck dead by the ensuing lightning. He sensed that manifesting these divine beasts would bring him only harm, with little benefit. Why had Dong Shuzi suddenly demanded these creatures? Even if summoned, these divine beasts were notoriously proud, preferring death over submission to a cultivator's commands. And it would be futile for Ouyang to issue orders to them. The act of summoning such beings served little purpose beyond mere curiosity. Ouyang sighed and retrieved his copy of Fundamentals of the 5 Elements Escape Techniques from his pocket to peruse. In the rear hall, Dong Shuzi observed Hu Tutu's anxious demeanor and chuckled, saying, "Young girl, there's no need to fret. It's merely a matter of lighting a lamp." Hu Tutu obediently replied, "I understand, esteemed master." Her innocent voice calling him esteemed master sent Dong Shuzi into fits of laughter. His junior brother Hu Yun had indeed acquired a genuinely earnest disciple. She was far superior to that little brat who was always tugging at his beard. Dong Shuzi waved his whisk, and an oil lamp soared from the altar, settling before Hu Tutu. This lamp emitted a weaker flame than any on the altar. Appearing as though it might extinguish at any moment, the Hu Tutu stared in astonishment at the oil lamp in Dong Shuzi's hand, exclaiming, "Why does it look like this?" Chapter 25. I can manually upgrade magical artifacts. Seated on the stone steps, Ouyang flipped through the book in his hands. The water element technique of the water dragon and the fire element technique of the fire phoenix perfectly aligned with the old man's demands. The primordial energies of heaven and earth could be transformed into the myriad elements. In this world, the primordial energies were virtually omnipotent. Techniques were executed through the practitioner's inner true energy and essence. Employing a specific operational method, supplemented by incantations, talismans, and formations, connecting one's own celestial essence to the universal energies of heaven and earth, practitioners harness these forces through the tangible manifestations of wind, fire, earth, water, thunder, wood, metal, and so forth, employing them for both offensive and defensive purposes. The more profound the technique, the greater the practitioner's reservoir of true energy and their comprehension of the 5 elemental paths must be. Correspondingly, the potency of the technique escalates. Highly skilled sorcerers possess the ability to alter landscapes, manipulate weather, transform day into night, and halt torrential rains. The inversion of heaven and earth is indeed a terrifying prospect. Yet technique merely represents a practitioner's method of utilizing the celestial energies, with myriad paths to pursue. Each individual's journey diverges, leading to changes in these energies that defy comprehension. Such intricate matters are beyond Ouyang's grasp. His understanding of sorcery is limited to clapping his hands to summon what he desires, only to forget it after a single use, necessitating a return to study. For instance, having recently employed the water dragon technique, he now finds himself devoid of any recollection. Upon perusing the book detailing the water dragon's operational sequence, he closes it only to realize he has already forgotten much of it. His limited aptitude feels almost toxic. Suddenly, the door to the rear hall swings open, revealing Dong Shuzi and Hu Tutu. Ouyang stows the book back into his pocket, preparing to inquire about Hu Tutu's progress, only to notice the latter's eyes, red as a rabbit's, clearly having wept moments before, presenting a pitiful sight. Ouyang steps forward, seizing Dong Shuzi's beard, and exclaims fiercely, "Old man, I've already agreed to your terms. Have you reneged?" "Ouch! That hurts. Could you clarify matters before resorting to violence? What does this have to do with me?" Dong Shuzi retorts, struggling to free himself from Ouyang's grip, his voice laced with indignation. "Brother, it has nothing to do with the Grandmaster. It's my own fault." Hu Tutu sobs, wiping his nose. After speaking, he reaches out with a small hand, tugging at Ouyang's garment, gazing up at him with pleading eyes. "Brother, can we return to the little mountain peak? I want to go back now." Ouyang glances at Hu Tutu and releases Dong Shuzi's beard, lifting Hu Tutu into his arms, assuring him, "Fear not, Tutu. Your brother is here to support you. Speak freely. No ancient wretch dares to bully you." As he speaks, he casts a sidelong glance at Dong Shuzi, who, irate, retorts, "You're just shy of naming me directly, aren't you?" Ouyang is about to respond when Hu Tutu covers his mouth with his little hand. Observing Hu Tutu's understanding demeanor brings comfort to Dong Shuzi, who suddenly recalls something and produces a paper crane from his robe, offering it to Hu Tutu, saying, "In terms of rank, I am still your granduncle. Since this is our first meeting, allow me to gift you this crane." Hu Tutu accepts the paper crane, whispering, "Thank you, Grandmaster." Ouyang scoffs, "You truly are miserly. A mere piece of paper for a first meeting gift? Get lost. Just seeing you makes me feel like my life is shortened. Hurry up and scram." Dong Shuzi impatiently waves Ouyang away and, with a flick of his hand, vanishes from sight. "So stingy, just like my master," Ouyang mutters to himself. Turning to examine the paper crane in Hu Tutu's hand, he gasps softly, taking it from Hu Tutu. He distinctly senses the presence of his true energy within it. This the very crane that conveyed a message to him yesterday. This old fellow truly is miserly, gifting out something he has already used. As Ouyang holds the paper crane, it flutters its wings, ascending from his grasp, seemingly recognizing him, and begins to circle around him joyfully. Hu Tutu, intrigued by the dancing crane, gently raises his hand, and the crane obediently lands in his palm. Suddenly, the crane emits a burst of white light and vanishes from Hu Tutu's hand, leaving behind a crane-shaped pattern on his fingernail. "Brother, this crane is actually a magical artifact," Hu Tutu exclaims with glee. "A magical artifact? Could it be that the old man reforged it after it returned yesterday?" Ouyang realizes, understanding that magical artifacts are essential for practitioners. Regardless of whether for offense or defense, a high-grade artifact can drive all cultivators into a frenzy. The classification of artifacts correlates closely with their quality, generally categorized into 5 grades: magical tools, magical artifacts, spiritual treasures, Dao instruments, and Dao treasures. That a Dao treasure is exceedingly rare, with hardly any existing in the entire cultivation realm. Even the esteemed Qingyun sect among the 9 great sacred places would find it irresistible should news of a Dao treasure emerge. Each Dao treasure embodies the pinnacle of a particular path, containing profound principles capable of elevating a practitioner from the realm of the ordinary to that of the legendary Immortal. Immortals, that is the coveted state for all practitioners. Ouyang, naturally, has encountered various magical artifacts and tools. Yet, he has only seen one spiritual treasure, a rare sword his master procured for Beiji from outside. It is said to be an exceptionally rare and exquisite spiritual treasure, which Beiji clings to even in his sleep. However, Ouyang can only envy, as he possesses merely a rope, which hardly qualifies as a magical tool, and magical artifacts can only be wielded by practitioners above the foundation establishment stage, that is, a mere chi-refining practitioner for millennia. Ouyang is limited to controlling a rope, unable to even utilize the magical tools available to chi-refining practitioners. Contemplating for a moment, he turns to Hututu and says, "Tutu, summon it forth." Hututu nods, gently closing his eyes, and the white light reappears, the paper crane materializing once more in his hand. Ouyang takes hold of the crane, channeling a continuous stream of true energy into it. Upon encountering Ouyang's true energy, the crane responds as if it were a fish encountering water, exuberantly absorbing the energy with fervor. However, the crane's diminutive size soon limits its capacity, and it eventually ceases to draw energy. Ouyang retracts his energy, realizing the crane has absorbed 1,000 points of his true energy, that if he does not reclaim it, that energy would be lost forever. Yet for Ouyang, who can typically gather at least 1,000 points of true energy in one session, this loss is inconsequential. Speaking of which, it seems he has not received a response from his previous session for 2 days now. That is quite a long time. After absorbing the true energy, the crane radiates a brilliant white aura. Suddenly, it tilts its head back, emitting a clear and melodious crane call, signifying its transformation from a magical artifact into a spiritual treasure, fully awakening its intelligence. Chapter 26. Brother, I will not let you perish. Upgrading a magical artifact with bare hands. Should the outside world become aware of Ouyang's ability, the other 8 sacred places would likely unite to assault the Qingyun sect in a bid to capture him for research. Ouyang understands that his ability to elevate the artifact to the level of a spiritual treasure stems from Dong Shuzi, having reforged the crane, undoubtedly using superior materials, that he merely catalyzed the inherent qualities within the artifact. Awakening its intelligence to IT is not as simple as turning a mere piece of paper into a spiritual treasure. If it were, he would have long since amassed immense wealth within the cultivation realm. However, merely awakening the qualities of a spiritual treasure and eliciting intelligence is already an astonishing feat. The hierarchy of magical tools, magical artifacts, spiritual treasures, Dao instruments, and Dao treasures is established the moment a magical artifact is forged. Each artifact's creation necessitates rare and precious materials, a challenge that stymies over 80% of practitioners. Such materials are elusive, and even when found, they may not correspond to the requirements of one's desired spiritual treasure. Additionally, one must possess substantial knowledge of formations and the skills of a master craftsman. Even the slightest error during forging could result in failure and the complete loss of hard-earned materials. Once the artifact is shaped, it must be inscribed with formations to potentially elevate it to the level of a magical tool. The complexity of crafting a magical tool is already formidable, making the creation of magical artifacts and spiritual treasures even more rare. Beyond that, the elevation of Dao instruments and Dao treasures transcends mere materials. Only when a spiritual treasure awakens its intelligence and can independently grasp the principles of the Dao does it have a chance to ascend to the status of a magical tool. However, this process can take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Thus, spiritual treasures represent the highest attainable artifacts for ordinary practitioners and even sect members. The average practitioner may spend their entire lives only to possess a single magical artifact. The rarity of spiritual treasures is thus evident. Even within the ranks of the 9 great sacred places, some venerable elders may yet lack a suitable spiritual treasure. The capacity to elevate a magical artifact to the level of a spiritual treasure is a feat unparalleled in the world. Hututu gazes joyfully at the paper crane, marveling that his first magical artifact is indeed a spiritual treasure. He channels his demonic essence to command the crane, originally no larger than his palm. The crane elongates in the wind, transforming into a magnificent creature 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. Brother, this little paper crane says it can fly us home. Let us hop on. Hututu exclaims excitedly. But what about Sister Su Ling? Ouyang responds in surprise, suddenly recalling the recently utilized tool, Su Ling. Forget about Sister Su. She can ride the clouds by herself. She might have already flown away. Hututu quickly counters, unwilling to return home with that big cow. Though Hututu claims this, Ouyang still sends a message to Su Linger. Su Linger, however, sent a message stating that the Peak Master required her to remain at Qingyun Peak for some matters and could not return with Ouyang and the others. Senior brother, Master insists that I stay here to liaise with the people of Qingyun Peak regarding next month's sect competition, and it's truly exasperating. I haven't even had the chance to play the flute for you. Su Linger's melodious and pure voice resonated through the communication stone, stirring Ouyang's heart. It's all right, junior sister. When you have the time, you can play the flute for me, and I shall reciprocate. Ouyang replied with a mischievous grin. Does senior brother also play the xiao? Sulinya Uskatin Sapais. Never expecting her brother to be adept at musical instruments. How harmonious their bond seemed. Imagining their future as companions, she envisioned herself playing the flute while her brother strummed the zither, a perfect match, as their melodies intertwined. Hee. Su Linger beamed with a love-struck smile at the communication stone. Meanwhile, her junior brother, who had been captivated by Su Linger's beauty, suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing he had been deceived. Upon learning that Su Linger would not be returning to the small mountain peak with him, Hututu cheered and urged Ouyang to board his paper crane. The paper crane swayed gently as it ascended, swiftly heading towards the small mountain peak. Enveloped by a transparent barrier that shielded them from the gusty winds, Hututu squealed with delight, resembling a child who had just acquired a new toy. However, as she turned joyfully towards Ouyang, she recalled the words of Dong Shuzi, and her expression fell once more. Leaning against Ouyang, she nestled into his embrace and whispered, Senior brother, I don't want you to die. Ouyang, seated on the paper crane, was taken aback, wondering if that old coot Dong Shuzi had cursed him to death. Don't listen to that old fellow's nonsense. I'm perfectly fine. Ouyang responded irritably. Tutu did not reply. Merely nuzzling against Ouyang like a kitten that I in the back hall, Dong Shuzi had already shared much about the elder brother Chaming Lantern with her. The size of the Chaming Lantern's flame represents a person's vitality. As cultivators, our lives are long, hence the lantern burns brightly. However, your brother's vitality is quite feeble. Although stronger than an ordinary person's, it pales in comparison to that of cultivators, Dong Shuzi explained. Only those who cultivate can ignite the Chaming Lantern. And Ouyang had struggled immensely when he first lit it, indicating that his cultivation level would not progress FA, or that it could even be said that he was the least gifted individual he had ever encountered in the realm of cultivation. Even those with poor aptitude should manage to reach the Golden Core stage. Once one achieves the Golden Core, they gain an additional 500 years of life that Ouyang's Chaming Lantern burned dimly. And it seemed unlikely he would ever form a Golden Core in this lifetime. Hututu refused to believe it, even in the presence of the sect's leader, retorting, But senior brother is very strong. Dong Shuzi replied with profound meaning. What use is strength? Greatness is destined to decline. Even if one is strong for a time, they will vanish within a century. Can they compare to true immortal cultivators? You are strong indeed, but you can only live 100 years. After a century, you will turn to dust, leaving nothing behind. Compared to the lengthy lifespan of transcending tribulations, it is but a fleeting brilliance. The cultivation world has never lacked geniuses. When Ouyang saw Dong Shuzi's attribute panel, he too exclaimed at the child of destiny. Name, Dong Shuzi. Cultivation, 9th layer of tribulation transcendence. Bone quality, 10. Charm, 10. Luck, 10. Swordsmanship aptitude, 10. Exclusive skill, Immortal's presence, evaluation, a well-rounded master of Qingyun sect. Dong Shuzi, who could ascend to be the leader of the 9 sacred grounds, was, in his era, an unparalleled genius. Senior brother, I will definitely not let you die. Hututu leaned against Ouyang, squinting at the sun, silently vowing. Chapter 27. 3 important considerations for the small mountain peak. The paper crane traveled swiftly, far exceeding Su Linger's cloud-riding speed, and soon the small mountain peak came into view. Just as the paper crane was about to land, 2 beams of sword light shot up into the sky, 2 formidable sword intents clashing above the small mountain peak. Ouyang covered his face, knowing without a doubt that Beiji and Xiaobai were at it again. Those unruly disciples could never be at peace for even a day. The paper crane swayed slightly and then gently landed in the courtyard of the small mountain peak. The Hu-Tutu exclaimed, "Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, come quick. Look at the spiritual treasure the sect leader gifted me." However, her words went unnoticed by those in the courtyard. Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu stood facing each other, their powerful sword intense radiating from their bodies. Qin Chongqing beside them could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Feeling utterly helpless, eager to showcase her newly acquired spiritual treasure, Hu-Tutu felt somewhat dejected until she spotted the passing Zonghu. Her eyes lit up, and she raised the Zonghu, presenting it to the paper crane, saying, "Handsome guy, look, this is the spiritual treasure the sect leader gave me." Huyen stared blankly at the paper crane, astonished at the notion of a spiritual treasure. Qingyun sect truly was extravagant. However, as a formidable demon cultivator in the tribulation transcended stage, he had long lost interest in spiritual treasures. A Tao artifact would have piqued his interest, but a mere spiritual treasure held little value for someone of his caliber. Ouyang approached Qin Chongqing, somewhat displeased, and inquired, "What is going on? What kind of trouble are they causing now?" Qin Chongqing quickly responded, "Senior brother, you've returned. After I swore the heavenly oath yesterday, fourth junior brother claimed my swordsmanship was abysmal and insisted on teaching me." Before Qin Chongqing could finish, Ouyang already understood the situation. Bai Feiyu aimed to guide Qin Chongqing's swordsmanship. Having witnessed countless sword techniques as an ancient sword immortal, he could indeed provide valuable insights. However, standing nearby was Lung Qingsong, who walked an entirely different path. Bai Feiyu's swordsmanship philosophy was, with a sword in the heart, all things are my sword. This represented the supreme sword path, where all creation became a sword, placing one in an invincible position, effortlessly subduing opponents. Below the same level, it was as easy as cutting through vegetables. In contrast, Lung Qingsong's sword path was, "I am the sword. The sword is me." This philosophy could not be considered supreme, but instead aimed to embody the sword path itself. The entirety of swordsmanship in the world was him. He was the sword path. From this explanation, it was clear that Lung Qingsong's sword path was steeped in bloodshed, where he would kill upon drawing his sword, effortlessly overcoming foes of higher levels. Their sword paths were at odds with each other. Thus, when Bai Feiyu advised Qin Chongqing, there are myriad sword techniques. One must learn from strengths and compensate for weaknesses, honing the sword heart to achieve perfection. Lung Qingsong could not hold back, interrupting Bai Feiyu, asserting, "I am the sword." Bai Feiyu raised an eyebrow, displeased. "Your sword path is dangerously aggressive, akin to walking a tightrope, easily leading to madness. The sword path must complement the heart, and possessing a flawless sword heart is the true way." Lung Qingsong sneered, "Fool." Bai Feiyu slammed his hand down, angrily declaring, "Heretical." Lung Qingsong retorted, "Trash." The two, supremely confident in their respective sword paths, clashed like fire and water. After a brief exchange of words, they drew their swords and faced off, completely forgetting their original intention to instruct Qin Chongqing. As for Qin Chongqing, he was not particularly obsessed with swordsmanship, whether it was sword, saber, or spear. He only sought what was most advantageous to him. Only by utilizing the myriad paths could he catch his enemies off guard. He was already satisfied with his ability to release sword energy. After Qin Chongqing recounted the unfolding events, Ouyang had grown accustomed to it. He knew that unless these unruly disciples stirred up some trouble, he would truly feel out of sorts. Ouyang's true energy surged within him. He raised his hand and exclaimed, "Get lost!" The powerful surge of true energy violently swept both individuals away, abruptly halting their sword intents. They were tossed from the mountain peak to its foot. As they steadied themselves at the mountain's base, the moment they caught sight of each other, their swords emitted an uncontrollable ringing sound. In an instant, Bai Feiyu and Lung Qingsong both drew their swords and charged at one another. Instantly, at the foot of the small mountain peak, sword intents ravaged the area, and the sound of countless clashing metal filled the air. Ouyang appeared utterly disheartened by these unruly disciples, noticing Qin Chongqing preparing to slip away. Ouyang pulled Qin Chongqing back, somewhat concerned, and asked, "Do you have confidence for the sect competition a month from now?" After all, he was the son of the demon clan, and one could never be too sure if he might undergo a sudden surge in power. Such occurrences were far too common in narratives. It was not unusual for characters to go from the brink of death to full vitality with just a few words about love and friendship, only to return stronger than ever to confront the final boss. If such absurdity were to happen to Zhu Yuan, Ouyang would not be surprised. As his attribute panel clearly indicated, he was also a child of destiny. Upon hearing Ouyang's serious inquiry, Qin Chongqing hesitated and replied, "The odds aren't very favorable. Perhaps around 40%? 40%? That's surprisingly high." Ouyang exclaimed, astonished at Qin Chongqing's response. While 40% may not seem significant, it was exceedingly high for someone like Qin Chongqing. Ouyang understood all too well how cautious Qin Chongqing was. His notion of confidence was entirely different from Ouyang's. Ouyang was merely concerned that Zhu Yuan might unleash a surprising surge of power during the sect competition and wanted to simply ascertain whether Qin Chongqing believed he could triumph over Zhu Yuan. Qin Chongqing was undoubtedly pondering whether he could successfully slay Zhu Yuan after enduring 4 or 5 explosive outbursts, all under the watchful eye of the elder from Qingyun Peak and the intervention of the sect leader. Ouyang was acutely aware of the temperament of these rebellious youths. Shaking his head, Qin Chongqing earnestly remarked, "I am merely optimistic in my estimation. After all, I have never witnessed the sect leader in action. If the sect leader truly intervenes, the chances of victory would likely diminish further." See, I knew this child would think that way. His thought process has always been rather unconventional. Due to his severe paranoia, he has completely stripped the little mountain peak bare. Not to mention the countless hidden cards he has quietly prepared the little mountain peak. There are 3 rules. First, do not be astonished by the frequency with which Lung Qingsong comprehends sword intent. Second, do not underestimate the speed at which Bai Feiyu breaks through. Third, do not imagine what Qin Chongqing might pull from his sleeve. Chapter 28. Xiaofeng, the Qingyun sect's grand competition, held once every 5 years, is not merely a significant event for the sect itself, but a major occurrence within the entire cultivation community. Hundreds of sect leaders from various sects surrounding Qingyun's sect will participate, and representatives from the other 8 holy lands will also come to witness the spectacle. It is a moment of glory, a name of immense renown. Moreover, it presents an opportunity for countless aspiring talents wishing to join this ancient sect, which has thrived for millennia. Although there remains a month until the event, the struggle among the outer disciples has already commenced. The outer disciples of Qingyun's sect number in the tens of thousands, all of whom have journeyed from various regions seeking enlightenment. Disciples must not exceed the age of 18. Those who do will be sent home. Thus, before reaching 18, one must either join Qingyun's sect or return home to marry. However, having traveled such a long distance, how could they return home without having a chance? Not to mention, those who qualify to join the outer sect are already remarkable talents from their respective locales. Hence, all outer disciples are brimming with determination, not daring to relax for even a moment, lest they be surpassed by their fellow brothers. The outer sect of Qingyun is indeed the most fiercely competitive arena. On a hillside of Qingyun's outer sect, a young man with bronze skin, bare-chested, was laboriously carrying a massive log, taking one determined step at a time towards the summit. His expression was resolute, his brow elegantly defined, exuding an air of stubbornness. Even more striking was the large scar on his chest. Writhing like a centipede with his movements, his muscles, drenched in sweat time and again, focused solely on the final step at the mountain's peak. With each steady stride, he left a faint imprint on the blue stone beneath, the log upon his shoulder feeling as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Finally, he reached the summit but did not rest. Instead, he turned around and began his descent once more, still bearing the log. Before he could take many steps, a figure blocked his path. Xiao Shidi, the sect competition is just a month away. This method of training your physique is ultimately futile. At this rate, you won't even manage to cultivate qi into your body. That it would be wiser to return and focus on that while you still have time. A kind-hearted youth clad in a gray robe advised him. The young man, named Xiaofeng, had taken to carrying a 10,000 gene iron log up and down the mountain trails, becoming a striking figure among the outer sect when he first began this arduous training. It had drawn considerable attention. Some speculated he was merely seeking to garner attention, while others deemed him a waste who would never reach the chi cultivation stage. Yet, after 5 years of carrying that log, he transformed from a stumbling novice into an agile athlete. The voices of skepticism vanished, leaving only admiration in their wake. Regardless of whether his actions were theatrical or his talent lacking, his unwavering commitment to ascend the mountain day after day without a single day's rest silenced all critics. Many held deep respect for those who persevered, yet Xiao Feng remained oblivious, continuing his silent ascent with the iron log. Xiao Shidi, the registration for the outer sect competition has begun. Come down the mountain with me. The nearby youth, witnessing Xiao Feng's determination to persist, quickly spoke up. Xiao Feng paused momentarily, replying softly, Zhao Shixiang, you go ahead, I will follow shortly. Zhao Shixiang sighed, turning away to hasten down the mountain. The top 10 in the outer sect competition would earn a spot in the grand competition of Qingyan sect. And only by capturing the favor of a peak master could one officially enter the inner sect. As Xiao Feng bore the iron log, a glimmer of resolve shone in his eyes. My bones were stolen. My Dantian rendered useless, my parents murdered, my brothers turned against me, and I have been humiliated by my childhood fiancé, while my family mocks me. One day, I, Xiao Feng, shall reclaim all that belongs to me. Ha! Ah! Ouyang yawned as he stood atop a clock tower at the entrance of the outer sect competition, accompanied by a middle-aged man who wore a constant smile, albeit slightly hunched. Ouyang, still half asleep, gazed down at the bustling outer disciples, feeling slightly dizzy. Each time the outer sect competition occurred, a particular peak was designated to oversee the proceedings. This time, it was the Little Mountain Peak's turn. The 3 rebellious youths atop the mountain had little interest in the trivial squabbles of the foundational stage, although Hu Tutu had wished to accompany Ouyang. However, given the formality of the event concerning the inner sect disciples' reputations, Ouyang opted to attend alone as a mere mascot. The middle-aged man, with a smile plastered across his face, was the overseer of the outer sect. Despite his affable demeanor in front of Ouyang, he was known among the outer disciples as the Iron-Faced Tiger, a notorious figure. This overseer was responsible for the monthly allocation of resources to the outer disciples, which was based on their contributions to the sect. Without resources, the pace of cultivation would be exceedingly slow, thus holding the power over resource distribution equated to wielding life and death over the outer disciples. Now, as he bowed and scraped before Ouyang, it was not out of respect for Ouyang himself, but rather for what Ouyang represented within Qingyan sect. Old son, rest assured, I am merely here to observe and will not interfere with your affairs. The outer sect competition will still rely heavily on you, Ouyang said, feigning drowsiness as he regarded the middle-aged man. Not at all, not at all. Ouyang Shixiang, your understanding is greatly appreciated, the middle-aged man replied with an ingratiating smile. After a few perfunctory exchanges, Ouyang returned his gaze to the throngs of outer disciples below. Countless faces flashed before his eyes, leaving him somewhat bewildered, yet despite his prolonged observation, he failed to spot any promising candidates. The few who seemed competent paled in comparison to the older disciples of Qingyan sect. Just as Ouyang was about to find a place to take a nap, he was suddenly drawn to a massive log, being carried by a bare-chested youth approaching the registration area. A panel illuminated before Ouyang. Name, Xiao Feng, bearing the aura of an emperor, cultivation, comparable to Foundation Establishment Root Bone. 0 charm. 8 luck. 8 body refinement aptitude. 11 exclusive skill. Indomitable will evaluation. The tragic male protagonist of a classic waste character narrative. Root Bone 0. How is that even possible? Even someone as lacking as myself has at least a root bone of 1. Ouyang mused, intrigued by the system's evaluation of the youth before him. Why label him as the protagonist of a waste character narrative? Is it merely due to his surname, Xiao? This bearing the aura of an emperor seems rather satirical. Additionally, his body refinement aptitude surpasses 10. As he pondered whether this was yet another child of destiny, a sudden roar erupted from the youth. 30 years in the East River. 30 years in the West River. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Ouyang narrowed his eyes, conviction settling within him. To utter such words, this youth was undoubtedly a child of destiny. Chapter 29. My fate is mine to command. Not to heaven. The youth's roar incited a stir among the crowd. Ouyang, intrigued, remarked, "Come, old son, let us go take a look." The overseer, wearing a smile, yet harboring a flicker of anger in his eyes, felt his authority questioned in front of Ouyang. Fearing he had failed to manage the outer disciples properly, as they approached, they beheld Xiao Feng, bare-chested, pointing angrily at a young man seated at a table sipping tea. Nearby, whispers circulated among the onlookers. Ouyang seized the opportunity to grasp the situation, stopping a nearby anxious outer disciple. "What transpired here? Did you not see? Just moments ago, when Xiao Feng came to register, that tea-drinking disciple not only denied him, but also mocked him," the outer disciple replied, eyes glued to the unfolding drama. The human tendency to gossip was undeniable, and Ouyang was particularly adept at it. He pressed further. "What is the relationship between Xiao Feng and that disciple?" "Oh, it's nothing personal. The tea-drinking disciple merely believes that Xiao Shidi's 5 years of tireless effort in climbing the mountain is just a ploy for attention, to gain entry into the inner sect. After all, who could maintain such consistency?" the outer disciple lamented. "Indeed, that shows remarkable perseverance." Ouyang's admiration for the young man grew. Who can deny it? Yet, what good is perseverance when one's root bone is stripped away, and their dantian is rendered useless? It is a pity to see a former genius reduced to this state. The outer disciple added to this point. Ouyang began to comprehend how the system's evaluation of the waste character protagonist had come to be. The archetype sounded all too familiar, reminiscent of countless protagonists from novels past. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense as Xiao Feng, with bloodshot eyes, glared at the leisurely tea-drinking disciple, his fists clenched and veins bulging. To my astonishment, after enduring 5 arduous years at the Qingyan sect merely to await this singular opportunity, I was met instead with a profound humiliation. Unwillingness, disgrace, and fury surged within me like a tempest. "Ah!" Xiao Feng bellowed, striking the ironwood behind him with a fist. The ironwood, weighing thousands of pounds, cracked ominously before splintering into 2 pieces. The crowd erupted in astonishment. That wood is said to be more resilient than steel. How could he shatter it with a single punch? Indeed, this young man is formidable. Could it be that the wood was pre-cut? Is this merely a performance? Meanwhile, the senior brother across from him, sipping tea leisurely, regarded the spectacle with a hint of disdain. Was breaking an ironwood with a single blow truly impressive? His own blade of wind could easily dispatch this, rendering it a trivial feat yet, as the murmurs around him grew louder. He stood up, cleared his throat, and addressed Xiao Feng. "Xiao Shidi, it's not that I am unwilling to let you register, but there are indeed cultivation restrictions. You have yet to reach the Qi refinement stage. So how can you participate in the outer sect competition?" The senior brother's words rang true. This was indeed a prerequisite for the outer sect competition, designed to safeguard the foolish from recklessly endangering their lives when they had not even reached the Qi refinement stage. The contests among outer sect disciples were far more brutal and savage than those within the inner sect. Injuries and fatalities were not uncommon in these competitions. Xiao Feng's fierce eyes blazed with indignation. Without a word, he turned to leave, ready to carry the ironwood away. If the Qingyan sect could not accommodate him, he would seek his fortunes elsewhere in this vast world. "Wait a moment." Ouyang felt it was finally his turn to intervene and called out loudly. His voice instantly captured the attention of everyone present, including Xiao Feng, who turned to regard Ouyang with an impassive expression. Ouyang smiled and said, "Everyone has witnessed this junior brother's strength. I believe he deserves a chance." The individual who had just managed to sway the crowd was now visibly displeased, having finally garnered their support. He was not pleased to have a dissenting voice. Observing Ouyang's cultivation level, which was merely at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, far inferior to his own status as a 3rd-layer foundation establishment cultivator, he instinctively prepared to reprimand Ouyang, only to catch sight of the steward's son standing behind him. The bystander immediately rose, bowing to steward's son. "Son Shixiang, I did not notice your presence earlier. Please forgive me." Steward's son nodded. According to protocol, the bystander had committed no offense. However, since Ouyang had spoken up, it would be improper not to grant him this favor. What could a waste without even the capability to refine Qi accomplish? Even if allowed to register? Steward's son then stated, Our Qingyun sect is inclusive. I have also witnessed this junior brother's prowess, and he is indeed qualified to sign up for the outer sect competition. Please register him. Upon hearing Steward Sun's words, the bystander immediately acquiesced. Holding onto the ironwood, Xiao Feng looked with gratitude at the smiling Ouyang, nodding solemnly and clasping his fists in appreciation. Thank you, Shi Xiao. It's nothing. I merely assisted you in registering. Ultimately, whether you rank among the top 10 in the outer sect will depend upon your own strength. Ouyang replied with a smile. Rest assured, if I fail to secure a place among the top 10, it will be due to my own lack of ability, not anyone else, Xiao Feng asserted. Ouyang nodded as he watched Xiao Feng, burdened with the 2 segments of ironwood, gradually depart. It seems Shi Xiang Ouyang is quite invested in this youth, Steward Sun remarked, his tone tinged with discontent. Just moments ago, he had claimed he was merely a bystander, yet within 2 minutes, he had directly intervened. Truly, a case of saying one thing and doing another. Ouyang chuckled and discreetly slipped a high-grade spirit stone into Steward Sun's hand, apologetically saying, I may have been a bit abrupt earlier. Please do not take offense. Steward Sun, sensing the richness of the spirit stone in his palm, beamed with delight and, without leaving a trace, pocketed it, saying, Shi Xiang Ouyang is merely eager for talent. It is of no consequence. After exchanging pleasantries, Steward Sun took Ouyang to dine. At the cafeteria, they fortuitously encountered Xiao Feng, who was also having a meal. Steward Sun, noticing Xiao Feng quietly eating, curiously remarked, it seems Shi Xiang Ouyang is particularly attentive to this junior brother. Ouyang shook his head, proposing, Shall we make a wager, old son? Curious, Steward Sun inquired. What sort of wager? Ouyang turned to him with a knowing smile. Let us bet on whether he will utter a single word. The stakes shall be 2 high-grade spirit stones. Steward Sun, bemused, regarded Ouyang, realizing he had been waiting for him, but nonetheless agreed to the wager. What do you think he will say? Steward Sun asked. Ouyang's mind conjured a cliché often found in novels, and he said with profound significance, My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. Chapter 30. Like a war god the following day, the outer sect competition commenced with fervor. Ouyang would remain here for the next 2 days, observing every match among the outer sect disciples. This was a measure taken by the sect to ensure the fairness of the competition. Standing atop the bell tower, Ouyang watched as the outer sect disciples unleashed their full potential, engaging in spirited battles on the arena below. Most disciples were merely at the chi refinement stage, with the exceptionally talented barely reaching the foundation establishment stage. Such low-level contests were, in truth, rather dull. They employed only rudimentary techniques, casting fireballs, summoning water arrows, or flailing about with basic sword techniques. Yet, even these elementary skirmishes drew applause from the audience. Compared to the unruly disciples of his own sect, these contenders seemed to be playing a child's game. Ouyang felt himself nearly drifting into slumber. It was only when Xiao Feng, clad in a yellow training outfit, ascended the arena that Ouyang's interest was piqued. However, he was somewhat disappointed to find that, despite Xiao Feng's ability to recite lines befitting a protagonist, he clearly lacked practical combat experience. His opponent was merely a 5th-layer chi refinement youth, and under the barrage of fireballs and water arrows, Xiao Feng found himself in a state of desperate evasion, frequently stumbling and falling. It appears that the individual Shi Xiang Ouyang admires lacks any remarkable qualities. Steward Sun commented, sipping his tea, that he had expected someone of significant prowess. Yet here was Xiao Feng, struggling against a mere chi refinement practitioner. In Steward Sun's view, defeat was inevitable for him. Ouyang shook his head, replying, The situation is still unfolding. Shi Xiang Sun is drawing conclusions too hastily. On the arena, Xiao Feng's training garb was tattered from the opponent's fireballs, and a charred scent wafted from his hair. The opposing youth began to feel overly confident, thinking, how powerful could this Xiao Shidi be, who can shatter ironwood with a single punch? He appears as a mere mouse beneath my spells. He brazenly declared, Xiao Shidi, concede, or I shall hold nothing back. Dodging a fireball, Xiao Feng steadied himself, offering a slight smile. Is that so? Then I shall also refrain from holding back. The youth's face fell, taken aback by Xiao Feng's audacity. and in a fit of anger, he retorted, "Arrogant." With a flurry of hand gestures, a water dragon surged forth from behind him, lunging at Xiao Feng. As the water dragon approached, Xiao Feng made a bold choice. No longer opting to evade, but instead charging forward before the eyes of the onlookers. The 5-meter-long water dragon, with its gaping maw, twisted and lunged ferociously at Xiao Feng. He raised his arm, and the water dragon clamped down upon it. Gasps erupted from the crowd. The water dragon technique was typically wielded only by those in the later stages of qi refinement. Who would have thought a mere 5th-layer practitioner could summon it? As the dragon's jaws clamped down on Xiao Feng's arm, some spectators even shut their eyes, bracing for the impending bloody scene. Yet the water dragon failed to sever Xiao Feng's arm, not even breaking the skin. Instead, he seized the dragon's head and slammed it to the ground. The youth, attempting to wrest control from Xiao Feng, found his efforts futile against such overwhelming strength. Even the water dragon, a feat of late-stage qi refinement, could not break free. On the arena, Xiao Feng, clad in his training garb, resembled a dragon tamer, pinning down the writhing water dragon and raising his fist. With a single blow, the previously thrashing water dragon dissipated into vapor. Rising to his feet, Xiao Feng, without even a hint of breathlessness, addressed the youth. "Brother, concede, or I shall not hold back." The youth panicked, scrambling to retrieve his trump cards, dozens of talismans he had painstakingly crafted. But Xiao Feng did not afford him another chance, swiftly closing the distance and landing a punch to the youth's abdomen. The youth felt his insides churn violently, his mouth agape in a silent scream. Collapsing to the ground, 1 punch, he had defeated a 5th-layer qi refinement cultivator with a single blow. Standing atop the arena, Xiao Feng surveyed the stunned crowd, feeling a surge of exhilaration that he had possessed the capability to dispatch his opponent from the outset. Yet in the 5 years prior, he had never engaged in battle with a cultivator, merely wishing to witness the ways of combat among them. Thus, he had chosen to evade rather than strike. As Xiao Feng gazed at the audience, now rendered speechless by his triumph over a 5th-layer practitioner, he reveled in the moment. 5 years. Do you comprehend the struggles I have endured over these 5 years? The fruits of my labor have finally blossomed today. In the ensuing battles, Xiao Feng swiftly overcame his opponents under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Often, before his opponents are prepared, Xiao Feng, with unparalleled speed, dashes forward and delivers a single punch that resolves the conflict. There is no flamboyance, only the simplicity of a straightforward strike. All his adversaries require is that one blow. On the arena, Xiao Feng resembles a war god. His ranking ascends rapidly, catapulting him from beyond 1,000 to within the top 20. Achieving a position in the top 10 is sufficient to qualify for the Grand Sect competition. However, Xiao Feng's ambition has never been limited to the top 10. Since he has chosen to partake in this contest, his goal is unequivocally the first place. When the most outstanding disciple from the outer sect stands before him, Xiao Feng finally encounters a grueling battle against Ma Xingye, renowned as the foremost practitioner of the outer sect, boasting a cultivation of the 7th level of foundation establishment. It is said that he is merely 16 years old, the young master of a vassal sect of the Qingyun sect. His mastery of earth escape technique is extraordinary. Techniques of the foundation establishment stage possess power that surpasses that of the qi refinement stage by several degrees. As Xiao Feng once again advances, his fist crashing into Ma Xingye's protective true essence barrier, ripples surge forth, yet the barrier remains unshattered. Instead, Xiao Feng is hurled backward by an earthen spike. Within the confines of the true essence barrier, Ma Xingye wields his sword, unleashing waves of sword energy from its blade. Struck midair, Xiao Feng can only shield his face with his hands, braving a barrage of sword energy. In an instant, blood flows profusely from his body. His once resilient skin proves inadequate against the onslaught of the Foundation Establishment's sword energy. Before he even lands, a colossal stone hand reaches out from the arena, gripping Xiao Feng fiercely, rendering him immobile. The outcome is evident. Observing the struggling Xiao Feng, Ma Xingye, with a smile, remarks, "Ultimately, body refinement is a lesser path. Without entering the Foundation Establishment, one is merely an ant." Ma Xingye, having witnessed Xiao Feng's warlike demeanor, engages with utmost seriousness. only to discover that the once mighty Xiao Feng bears no defense against his foundation establishment prowess, bound by the stone hand. Xiao Feng feels the surging blood and energy within him, veins bulging, desperately attempting to break free, yet the stone grip proves unyielding to defeat imminent. How could he possibly lose? Xiao Feng bellows, having come this far. How can I concede? My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. As his words echo, the sound of cracking bones resounds. A powerful wave of energy surges from him, shattering the once sturdy stone hand. Ma Xingye stumbles back, caught off guard. From the bell tower, Ouyang bursts into laughter. Applauding with glee, it seems he celebrates not only his winnings of 2 spirit stones but also expresses admiration for Xiao Feng. Chapter 31. A narrow defeat. This is a technique of the late foundation establishment stage. How could he possibly break free? Ma Xingye is struck with terror, swiftly followed by humiliation. As a practitioner of the 7th level of foundation establishment, he is utterly embarrassed to have been staggered by a youth devoid of cultivation. Not to mention he is the young master of the Lanfeng sect, accustomed to superiority from a young age. Steadying himself, Ma Xingye points his sword at Xiao Feng, unleashing his true essence without reservation. 2 massive stone hands rise beside him, and a stone golem nearly 10 meters tall emerges from the ground. Standing atop the golem, Ma Xingye, feeling the depletion of his true essence, glares at Xiao Feng with fury. With swift hand movements, he casts a spell, directing the golem, and shouts, "Stone General, heed my command, strike." The stone golem raises its arms high, brandishing a long-handled stone axe, and brings it down ferociously toward Xiao Feng, who has just escaped the stone grip. "Break for me!" Having just freed himself, Xiao Feng rises, his muscles moving irregularly. The abundant energy coursing through him fills him with an inexhaustible strength. As he faces the descending axe, Xiao Feng roars and meets it with his fist. The 2 forces collide with tremendous impact, shaking the very ground. Dust and debris swirl around the arena, obscuring the scene. When the dust settles, Xiao Feng stands resolutely, his body riddled with wounds, blood seeping from every pore, resembling a bloodied gourd. The once mighty stone golem has vanished, leaving only a mound of rubble and dust. Ma Xingye collapses to the ground, his eyes reflecting sheer terror. Who is this individual? The golem he summoned possessed the strength of the core formation stage, his strongest card. Yet, this youth, devoid of any cultivation, shattered it with a single punch. Contestants may utilize talismans and magical artifacts in this competition, as financial resources and external assistance are also aspects of strength. While this may seem unfair, it mirrors the realities of the secular world. The fact that the young master of the Lanfeng sect personally entered the fray already tilts the scales of fairness. Not a monster. He is a monster, as Ma Xingye gazes on in fear. Xiao Feng's body begins to move, each step heavy as though he were a mountain, advancing deliberately towards him. Xiao Feng's movements are slow, as if each step requires immense effort. Yet, in Ma Xingye's eyes, the bloodied figure before him resembles a vengeful spirit rising from the underworld, methodically approaching to claim his life. Do not come any closer. Ma Xingye frantically channels the last remnants of his true essence. Wildly swinging his sword, a few strands of sword energy strike Xiao Feng, causing him to stagger slightly and sustain additional wounds. Yet they fail to halt his relentless approach. All spectators hold their breath, witnessing the transformation of their initial disdain for this youth into astonishment and ultimately respect. They are witnessing a youth, lacking any cultivation, who is willing to risk his life to conquer his opponent. No one would mock such tenacity in defending one's honor. Xiao Feng's body begins to sway, his steps faltering, vision blurring as he relies solely on his indomitable will to remain standing. Opposite him, Ma Xingye has exhausted himself, unable to lift even a finger. The effort to summon a core formation golem had already been a tremendous burden, and in his panic, he had carelessly unleashed sword energy at Xiao Feng, depleting his true essence entirely. Once the true essence in a practitioner's dantian is exhausted, they become immobile, ensnared in rigidity. Thus, should Xiao Feng reach Ma Xingye, delivering a final blow, this talented disciple of the outer sect would succumb to defeat at his hands. Finally, Xiao Feng stands before Ma Xingye, slowly raising his fist, weary yet resolute, as it cuts through the air towards Ma Xingye's relatively intact visage. I'm about to lose. Ma Xingye, glancing at the approaching fist, casts a hopeful glance toward the drum tower. Suddenly, a wave of air, unseen by all the outer sect disciples, hurtles toward Xiao Feng from the tower. In a bizarre turn, Xiao Feng is abruptly sent flying, plunging into unconsciousness that a cacophony erupts outside the arena. None anticipated such a twist. Ma Xingye's expression relaxes, collapsing onto the ground. Truly, his daily acts of filial piety and the grand gift he presented days prior were not in vain. Regardless of the circumstances, victory belongs to him. At this moment, the voice of the steward's son resonates from the bell tower. The victor is Ma Xingye. The rapid airwave was beyond the comprehension of the outer sect disciples. Onlookers outside the arena could only witness Xiao Feng, on the verge of striking Ma Xingye, suddenly topple to the side, never to rise again. The outcome is clear. Xiao Feng has narrowly lost. What a pity. Truly a pity. He was so close to victory. Indeed, it appears he could not overcome the formidable Ma Xingye of the 7th level of Foundation establishment. This Xiao Feng certainly possesses the strength to be in the top 10. Yet fate has dealt him a cruel hand against Ma Xingye. Sometimes, luck is a facet of strength. I can see that this Xiao Feng has an incredibly bright future ahead. Were you not the one who called him an ant yesterday? Overestimating himself? I did not. Do not spread such rumors. I did not. Around them, a cacophony of murmurs arises, filled with regret, awe, and admiration. Although Ma Xingye stands as the victor, the attention of all is drawn to this once silent Xiao Feng, who has now made an indelible mark. Meanwhile, atop the drum tower, Ouyang gazes down at the unconscious Xiao Feng, his expression unreadable. Ouyang, you have won this wager. What a splendid match it was thanks to you. The pearl has not been wasted. I shall express my gratitude with these 4 high-grade spirit stones. Son, beaming with delight, approaches Ouyang, presenting a small cloth bag. The mysterious airwave was indeed the work of Steward's son, employing wind techniques to strike Xiao Feng. Ouyang, without turning his gaze from the unconscious figure, raises his hand. Slap! A sharp sound echoes as he delivers a resounding slap to Son's face, feigning surprise. Ouyang turns, saying, Ah, Steward's son, I was so engrossed in the match that I failed to notice your presence. Son, momentarily stunned by the slap, conceals his smile and replies lightly, It's nothing, nothing at all. I was too abrupt. However, his tone shifts to a more neutral demeanor as he glances at Ouyang with a hint of sarcasm. You need not be upset, brother Ouyang. Everyone has their place. Just as earlier, I could not strike a core formation practitioner in my chi refinement stage. Son subtly ridicules Ouyang, implying that despite his status as an inner sect disciple, he is merely boasting due to his cultivation level, drawing a parallel between Ouyang and Ma Xingye. Ouyang sincerely remarked, What Manager's son said is indeed correct. Perhaps it is due to his profound expertise in this field that he has managed to linger in the outer sect for over 3 centuries. Chapter 32. Would you be willing to become my named disciple? How infuriating! I've lost again. If I can't even win this, with so many grudges to settle, how am I to take my revenge? My heart is filled with resentment, absolute resentment. Xiao Feng abruptly sat up, every muscle in his body screaming in excruciating pain. He let out a muffled groan before collapsing back onto the bed. Oh, waking up so soon, truly tenacious, Ouyang exclaimed in astonishment, watching Xiao Feng rise and fall like a specter. Who are you? Xiao Feng, gritting his teeth against the agony, inquired from his prone position. I am Ouyang. You are the one I saved, risking my life in the process. Your meridians were completely severed, your bones shattered. Had it not been for me, you would have struggled to awaken, Ouyang said with a self-satisfied expression. This kindness, I, Xiao Feng, shall repay. My apologies, but I wish to rest now. Xiao Feng closed his eyes, wearing a sullen expression. Damn it, this is just like when I first ascended the mountain with Xiaobai. He acted as if the world owed him a debt. Ouyang had no patience for the foul temper of these arrogant prodigies. Xiaobai had once been so haughty, only to be humbled by Ouyang himself. Ouyang lifted the covers and grasped Xiao Feng by the neck, hoisting him upright, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he said, "Settle the medical fees, 10 high-grade spirit stones in total." Just as Xiao Feng had closed his eyes, he was suddenly yanked upright with great force. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with Ouyang's fierce expression. His mind still dazed, he muttered, "What medical fees? What are you pretending for?" "The blood revival pill, muscle relaxation pill, bone setting, and golden wound medicine. Do you think these miraculous medicines that save your life simply fell from the sky?" Ouyang pulled Xiao Feng closer and stated. Xiao Feng's throat tightened. After 5 years of relentless training with iron and gold, he had contributed nothing to the Qingyan sect, hence he received no share of the resources distributed monthly. 10 high-grade spirit stones. He couldn't even produce a single low-grade spirit stone. "I'll owe you this sum for now, and I promise to repay you 100-fold in the future," Xiao Feng replied, his brow furrowed in dissatisfaction. "Repay? With what? You nearly met your end while battling a foundation establishment waste. What do you think you can offer?" Ouyang scoffed. Xiao Feng closed his eyes. Having heard such mockery countless times over the years, it no longer stirred any emotional response within him. Observing Xiao Feng's indifference, Ouyang changed his approach and asked, "Meridians taken, parents slain, brothers betrayed, fiancé jilted. Which of these do you claim?" Typically, someone like Xiao Feng, deemed a waste, would surely have a tragic backstory. It was just a matter of determining which category he fell into. Upon hearing Ouyang's words, Xiao Feng's eyes snapped open, and he exclaimed, "Who are you? How do you know these things?" "All of them. My, you truly have them all," Ouyang remarked, taken aback by Xiao Feng's fury. This fellow was not the protagonist. Even he wouldn't believe it if he heard it. With such a plethora of misfortunes stacked upon him, Ouyang recognized that Xiao Feng must now see him as someone who had come seeking revenge. Ouyang tossed Xiao Feng back onto the bed and spoke nonchalantly. "Does it matter who I am? What matters is that it has taken you 5 years to reach this point. When will you exact your revenge?" Xiao Feng, having had his wounds laid bare, was unable to heed Ouyang's words. Like an enraged lion, he scolded, "You scoundrel! If you have the ability, kill me. Don't stand there feigning compassion, trying to use me. If it were any other day, I would have smashed you to pieces." Ouyang, seeing Xiao Feng's evident delirium, couldn't help but chuckle. He retrieved a white jade bottle from his pocket and poured out a pill. As the pill was released, a rich medicinal fragrance instantly filled the room. Ouyang raised his hand, inserting the pill into Xiao Feng's mouth, moving his jaw to help him swallow it. Just as Xiao Feng was about to curse Ouyang for what he had consumed, he suddenly felt a warm sensation coursing through his limbs, which had previously endured excruciating pain. When the warmth subsided, Xiao Feng was astonished to find that his body had recovered to a remarkable degree. To heal so swiftly, the medicine must be at least of 7th grade or higher. Pills are categorized into 9 grades, starting with the lowest, the 9th grade Qi cultivation pill, and with each ascending grade, the difficulty of refinement increases exponentially. To achieve such rapid recovery, the pill must certainly be a high-level 7th or 8th grade elixir. Xiao Feng was momentarily at a loss, uncertain whether Ouyang was friend or foe. However, the pill he had ingested was undoubtedly genuine. 1 moment he was being saved, the next he was being mocked. Ouyang's true intentions eluded him, leaving Xiao Feng utterly perplexed. Yet soon, he realized the sheer pressure emanating from Ouyang, a force that felt as though it could crush him to pieces. The room had become thick, as if he had plunged into a viscous substance, making it difficult for Xiao Feng to breathe. That he gazed at the calm-faced Ouyang and said, "With your current abilities, you will only be able to dominate at the foundation establishment stage for the rest of your life. Who exactly is he? Why does he exude such a terrifying aura, despite appearing to be of similar age? What sort of monster is he?" Xiao Feng wondered in horror as he looked at Ouyang. In the face of such overwhelming energy, he felt like a mere leaf adrift on the vast ocean. Not only could he not resist, but simply remaining seated was an arduous task. "Do you wish to resolve your lack of a dantian and inability to cultivate?" Ouyang whispered like a devil. "Do you have a way to heal my body?" Xiao Feng's eyes lit up as he eagerly questioned Ouyang. Before Xiao Feng lost consciousness, Ouyang had noticed that although Xiao Feng lacked a dantian, his body continued to absorb the ambient spiritual energy, using it to strengthen itself. How could such prodigies be so resilient? Even with their dantian destroyed and their foundations uprooted, they still managed to absorb heavenly energy. Truly, comparison breeds envy, yet the rate of absorption was minuscule. Had Ouyang not been well-versed in medicine, he would not have discerned this anomaly that a daring idea formed in Ouyang's mind. Now the challenge was how to get this obstinate mule up the mountain. I do indeed have a solution, but it requires a price, Ouyang said, gazing at Xiao Feng, who appeared as if he had grasped a lifeline. Xiao Feng resolutely declared, "No matter the cost, I am willing to do whatever it takes to resolve my physical troubles." Then would you be willing to become my name disciple? Ouyang coughed lightly before continuing. Your disciple? Who are you? Xiao Feng asked, puzzled. Ouyang withdrew his aura, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and replied nonchalantly, I am Ouyang, the eldest disciple of the little mountain peak at the 12th peak of the Qingyun sect. Chapter 33, Title Forgotten. Very well. I agree. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng accepted Ouyang's proposition. So readily? Ouyang questioned, surprised by Xiao Feng's promptness. Xiao Feng smiled broadly and replied, Had you mentioned you were an inner sect disciple at Qingyun sect earlier, I would have agreed long ago. Without being in the top 10 of the outer sect, I would never have had the opportunity to interact with the inner sect. Since someone has come to recruit me, why would I refuse? Seeing Xiao Feng so astute, Ouyang couldn't help but inquire, Are you not afraid that I might be deceiving you? Xiao Feng laughed heartily. Brother, where are we? The outer sect of Qingyun sect. Who would dare to swindle under the banner of Qingyun sect? He had almost forgotten this point, but then turned to Xiao Feng and said, I do not have the authority to accept you as a disciple. That decision must await the return of my master. You may stay at Little Mountain Peak for now until my master decides whether to take you as a disciple. Xiao Feng nodded and clasped his fists, saying, I am grateful for your kindness, but I still do not understand why you are helping me. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, only exchanges of interest. Ouyang regarded the puzzled Xiao Feng and replied calmly, Consider it a whim. I am curious to see how far you can go. Then, in that case, I must express my gratitude. Xiao Feng bowed respectfully to Ouyang, that as soon as his words fell, a system notification echoed in Ouyang's mind. Detected the host forming a causal bond with a destined child. Current task completion for 5. Reward granted. Chi value 10. 000,000. Current 20,000. Oh, such a substantial this time. Just 3 or 4 days' worth yielded 20,000. Ouyang was taken aback. Had the system not chimed in, he would have almost forgotten he even had one. The presence of this was exceedingly low. Apart from the sporadic notifications regarding, it otherwise remained dormant. Moreover, the duration of it varied. Sometimes it occurred 2 or 3 times in a day, while other times it could be 10 days to a month without a single occurrence, with each session yielding different amounts. As a result, Ouyang had grown somewhat indifferent to the, especially now that he possessed over 900 million chi points. What truly captured his attention was the task progress he had just seen. Glancing at the sudden spike in task completion, Ouyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. After much effort, he had managed to achieve a completion rate of 4.5. The system's criteria for identifying a destined child were exceedingly stringent. Even Hu Tutu, who bore the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox, had failed to activate the task progress. The remaining task progress hinges upon the contributions of the 3 rebellious disciples on the mountain. Lung Qingsong was raised by me since childhood. Chen Chongxing sought me out, and by Feiyu was brought back when I accompanied my master to the human cities. That it is indeed peculiar. Are there truly so many children of destiny in this world? Were it not for the enmity between Ziyuan and Chen Chongxing, Ouyang would have contemplated undermining Dong X Suzy, the demon clan's holy son, truly, that arrogant. Among the 3 rebellious disciples on the mountain, which one is not a formidable character? Once they are in my grasp, are they not at my mercy? At last, only 1 slot remains, and I shall complete my first task since triggering the system. Ouyang gazed at the progress bar and couldn't help but sigh. Even within the esteemed Qingyun sect, one of the 9 holy lands, I have only encountered Ziyuan as a true child of destiny. After all, The fact that the three rebellious disciples managed to join Qingyun's sect is somewhat related to me, underscoring the rarity of such children of fate. Who knows when I will find this last slot? Xiao Feng, observing Ouyang's sudden distraction, dared not utter a word. His senior brother was indeed strange. He would drift off while conversing. Yet, Ouyang's terrifying cultivation still filled him with admiration that if one day he could reach Ouyang's level, surely his revenge would be accomplished, regaining his focus. Ouyang smiled apologetically at Xiao Feng and said, "Now that you are a named disciple of our little mountain peak, I must inform you of some rules." Xiao Feng immediately straightened up, attentively regarding Ouyang. With a serious expression, Ouyang continued, "Aside from you, there are 3 other senior brothers and 1 younger sister at Little Mountain Peak. Remember this, my rules are absolute. Most importantly, keep your distance from those 3 rebellious disciples. Do not emulate them in everything." Xiao Feng stared at Ouyang, who appeared to be gritting his teeth, utterly bewildered, yet he still nodded in agreement. After outlining the precautions, Ouyang prepared to lead Xiao Feng back to Little Mountain Peak. Xiao Feng hesitated before speaking. "Senior brother, may I borrow some things?" Ouyang regarded Xiao Feng, who was asking to borrow items even before entering the mountain gates, perplexed that is he already showing rebellious tendencies before even crossing the threshold. Xiao Feng quickly clarified, "I've made some friends during my years in the outer sect and have received their kindness that I would like to borrow some spirit stones from you, as a parting gift." Upon hearing Xiao Feng's words, Ouyang felt relieved. Given Xiao Feng's character, he would never wish to owe anyone anything. He would repay even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. Thus, it made sense that he sought to borrow spirit stones to express his appreciation for the care he received from his fellow disciples over the years. Ah, what a surprise! Ouyang unfastened his storage bag from his waist, rummaged through it, and produced a large box, declaring, "Here are 100 superior spirit stones. Take them for your use." Xiao Feng opened the box and was immediately astonished by the number of superior spirit stones within. He had never seen so many in his life, and their quality was nearly comparable to that of the finest spirit stones. "That's too much, senior brother. 10 will suffice." Xiao Feng quickly waved his hands in protest. Ouyang, however, remained unfazed, stating, "What is this, if you run out? I'll take you to Qingyun Peak S Square to dig some more?" After 5 years in the outer sect, Xiao Feng was well aware of Qingyun's sex practices, and he felt he had just heard something extraordinary from his senior brother. He clasped his hands in thanks to Ouyang and left the room, dragging the box behind him. After all, he would be by Ouyang's side from now on. He had plenty of opportunities to repay this kindness later, so he was not concerned about returning the spirit stones. "Xiao Shidi, are you leaving?" The youth who had notified Xiao Feng about the registration asked, looking somewhat dejected. "Zhao Shixiao, thank you for your care over the years. The senior brothers at Little Mountain Peak have agreed to let me enter the inner sect for cultivation, so please accept these spirit stones as a token of my appreciation," Xiao Feng said, cupping his fists in gratitude. The youth felt insulted, his eyes misting over as he exclaimed, "I didn't expect anything in return for my kindness." Xiao Feng nodded, saying, "Zhao Shixiao, I understand our brotherly bond. So this is merely a small token of my gratitude that I, Xiao Feng, vow that if you face difficulties in the future, I will risk my life to assist you." The youth, irritated, waved his hand dismissively at Xiao Feng, saying, "Just go. I don't want to see you right now." Xiao Feng sighed, fully aware of his senior brother's temperament, which often bordered on the capriciousness of a young girl, but he knew it would pass. He took a deep look at the youth and solemnly declared, "The Green Mountains remain unchanged, Zhao Shixiao. I am leaving. Take care of yourself." The youth sulked, watching Xiao Feng's retreating figure until tears streamed down his cheeks. Observing the box before him, he murmured, his voice turning as melodious as a lark, "Xiao Gu, you truly are a great scoundrel." Chapter 34. Who says humanity lacks great emperors? As Ouyang and Xiao Feng reached the foot of the Little Mountain Peak, a massive white paper crane fluttered gracefully towards them. "Senior brother, you're back. Did you bring gifts for Tutu?" Tutu's cheerful voice rang out from the paper crane. Ouyang smiled as he watched Tutu leap off the crane, searching him for presents like an eager puppy. "Look what I have!" Ouyang exclaimed, producing a candied hawthorn from his sleeve as if performing a magic trick. Wow! Candied hawthorn? I haven't had one in ages. Thank you, senior brother. Hu exclaimed, gleefully accepting the treat and planting a kiss on Ouyang's cheek before twirling around joyfully. Suddenly, Hu noticed Xiao Feng following closely behind Ouyang. The previously joyous child instantly hid behind Ouyang, clutching his clothing while peeking out cautiously at Xiao Feng. Senior brother, who is this? Ouyang affectionately patted Hu head, chuckling, "This is a promising disciple I found for my master, a named disciple of Little Mountain Peak." Turning to Xiao Feng, he continued, "Xiao Shidi, this is Hu the fifth disciple of Little Mountain Peak. Although young, she is your senior sister. In the sect, seniority is not dictated by age, but rather by the time of entry. After all, for ancient cultivators who may live for millennia, age holds little significance. For instance, a 30-year-old ordinary man dating a 7-year-old girl might raise eyebrows, but it would be a different story for a 400-year-old cultivator marrying a 300-year-old peer." Xiao Feng respectfully bowed to Hu saying, "Xiao Feng pays his respects to senior sister." Hu holding the candied hawthorn, stared blankly at Xiao Feng, momentarily forgetting to chew her treat. "Wow, I'm a senior sister now," she exclaimed, wiping away the drool and still somewhat incredulous. "Shouldn't she give a gift on their first meeting?" In a flurry, Hu rummaged through her belongings, a leftover sweet potato from yesterday, a cricket she caught that morning, a freshly picked flower, and a half-eaten candied hawthorn in her hand. Reluctantly glancing at the candied hawthorn, she raised it with a tearful expression and asked, "Junior brother, would you like to eat this?" Xiao Feng, amused by Hu pouty face and teary eyes, replied, "No, senior sister, I don't enjoy sweets." "Ah, you don't like sweets? That's good." Hu sighed in relief, puffing out her little chest as she stepped out from behind Ouyang. She circled around Xiao Feng, seemingly assessing her new junior brother. "Junior brother, lean your head over." Confused, Xiao Feng bent down, and a small white flower was placed behind his ear by Hu tiny hand. "This flower is the prettiest one I've seen today. I was going to give it to senior brother, but now it's yours." Xiao Feng touched the flower behind his ear, a genuine smile blossoming on his face as he gazed at the innocent Hu and said, "Thank you, senior sister." Hu clapped her hands, and the paper crane leisurely floated before the trio. Holding the candied hawthorn aloft, she called out to Ouyang and Xiao Feng, "Let us go home. Today, third senior brother is cooking fish." The paper crane carried the three of them, soaring upwards with a gentle breeze. Upon reaching the mountaintop, the crane landed smoothly, and Hu immediately shouted excitedly into the yard, "Senior brother, senior brother! The eldest brother brought back a junior brother." Xiao Feng lifted his gaze and instantly fell in love with the quaint little courtyard. With green bricks and tiles, a lush tree stood proudly in the center. Beneath the tree, a white-clad youth lounged on a recliner, a book covering his face as he napped that a boy was busy repairing the roof, while the kitchen at the corner emitted fragrant smoke. The scene felt nothing like that of a grand sect, but rather resembled a tranquil and idyllic rural life, which made Xiao Feng, coming from the mundane world, feel an overwhelming sense of familiarity. The white-clad Baifiyu lowered his book, glanced at Xiao Feng, and waved casually as a form of greeting. Meanwhile, Lung Song, hammering away on the roof, continued his work undeterred. Only Chen Chongsheng, hearing the commotion, stepped out from the kitchen, donned in an apron, and greeted Xiao Feng with a warm smile. However, he abruptly froze in place. Xiao Feng's face began to merge with the memory of an exalted being from his past life. "I, as a member of humanity, must strive unceasingly. Who dares say that humanity lacks great emperors? Here stands Xiao Feng of the human race. Who dares to step forward and meet their demise?" A tempest of emotions surged within Chen Chongsheng, for his senior brother had returned with an extraordinary individual. The human race's Emperor Xiao Feng, who had single-handedly halted the demonic forces for a decade in his past life, was now his junior disciple. Still reeling from the shock, Hu sniffing with curiosity, inquired, "What has burnt?" "My fish," Chen Chongsheng exclaimed, hurriedly turning back to the kitchen. Could the presence of the human race's emperor possibly eclipse the importance of the fish in his pot? During their midday meal, Ouyang introduced Xiao Feng to everyone. His second senior brother, Lung Qing-song, third senior brother, Chen Chongxing, fourth senior brother, Bai Feiyu, and the little junior sister, Hu Tutu. Xiao Feng respectfully greeted each of them. Appearing rather cautious, Lung Qing-song cast a glance at Xiao Feng and nodded before returning to his meal. Bai Feiyu shook his head, thinking that this junior brother lacked the innate talent for swordsmanship despite his vigorous vitality. Meanwhile, Hu Tutu pouted at a slightly burnt fish. Only Chen Chongxing's gaze remained fixated on Xiao Feng, the steadfast anchor of the human race in his previous life, whom he could only admire from afar. Now, unexpectedly, this illustrious figure was bowing before him with trepidation. Life is indeed wondrous. However, as Chen Chongxing scrutinized Xiao Feng, Ouyang's heart sank. As the reincarnation of a past life, Chen Chongxing was undoubtedly aware of Xiao Feng's origins, making Ouyang particularly sensitive to Chen Chongxing's gaze. Indeed, under the template of the Child of Heaven, Xiao Feng had captivated Chen Chongxing's attention since he entered the room. The arrival of a new junior brother at Little Mountain Peak did not cause much of a stir. Everyone continued with their activities. However, as Chen Chongxing prepared to retreat to his room for cultivation, Ouyang called out to him, "Chongxing, come to my room with Xiao Shidi." Chen Chongxing stiffened momentarily, his heart racing. This Emperor Xiao had been his idol in his previous life. Once they arrived in Ouyang's room, the latter furrowed his brow, surveying both of them before finally fixing his gaze on Chen Chongxing. "Chongxing, Xiao Shidi's innate talent has been taken from him, and his dantian is shattered, rendering him unable to cultivate. That I have devised a method to assist him, but I need your help." Chen Chongxing nodded and inquired, "What do you require?" "Please command me." Relieved by Chen Chongxing's response, Ouyang smiled. "I've heard that you have a knack for painting." Chapter 35. The future Emperor of Humanity emerges from my hand. Chen Chongxing reluctantly replied to Ouyang, "Senior brother, I no longer wish to paint such vile subjects." "What nonsense is this? What do you mean by vile? Let us speak seriously." Ouyang shot back, exasperated, as he merely intended for him to illustrate a few educational books. Ouyang continued earnestly, "I have a plan that I would like to share with you. Let us explore the possibilities together." Although Xiao Shidi's innate talent has been stripped and his dantian destroyed, it does not fundamentally impair his qualifications. Rather than pursuing the path of immortality, he could entirely adopt the path of body refinement. After some contemplation, Ouyang spoke again. Xiao Feng smiled wryly. "Senior brother, I cannot pursue the path of body refinement. There are no viable methods available, as they have been lost since ancient times. The body refinement methods I propose are of my own invention," Ouyang declared proudly. "Even without established techniques, there exists an ancient sword Immortal reincarnated in the courtyard. What cultivation methods could a sword Immortal be unaware of? Worst case, he could simply extract a few exceptional techniques from Bai Feiyu." Noticing the puzzled expressions on Xiao Feng and Chen Chongxing's faces, Ouyang confidently stated, "I wish to have Chongxing use Xiao Feng's body as a canvas to tattoo several divine beasts representing elemental attributes upon him. I will awaken their spiritual intelligence, allowing them to compensate for Xiao Feng's shattered dantian and absorb the essence of heaven and earth to nourish his physical form." Both Xiao Feng and Chen Chongxing were stunned. The notion of awakening spiritual intelligence seemed almost trivial coming from Ouyang's lips. The newly initiated Xiao Feng was unaware of the formidable challenge of bestowing sentience upon lifeless objects. But Chen Chongxing was acutely aware, akin to expecting a stone to sprout legs and run unaided. However, having witnessed Ouyang's previous feats, Chen Chongxing found it somewhat easier to accept. Nonetheless, he voiced his concerns. "Senior brother, we've previously attempted to awaken spiritual intelligence in divine beasts, but it always attracted heavenly punishment, leading to the immediate obliteration of the newly birthed beings that we also suffered greatly. Can we truly succeed in bestowing sentience upon lifeless entities?" Ouyang nodded. "I'm not entirely sure either, but I drew inspiration from the paper cranes crafted by the sect leader and the stone lions I inadvertently created that if we awaken spiritual intelligence in the divine beasts we draw, they lack a corresponding physical form and cannot withstand the heavenly tribulations. However, since the drawn beasts and Xiao Shidi are intrinsically linked, if the beasts acquire a physical form, could they not successfully weather the tribulations? Ouyang's idea was audacious, but not without merit. Yet, the execution posed tremendous risks. Should heavenly punishment be invoked, the outcome would either be survival or death. There was no third alternative. This was a gamble with their lives at stake, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Qin Chongsheng firmly rejected. No, although theoretically sound, if it fails, Xiao Shidi will perish without any chance for recovery. I want to try. Xiao Feng interjected. From a once unparalleled genius to a discarded failure, he had endured too much injustice. After losing his Dantian, he had not felt the essence of heaven and earth again. Although the essence nourished his body during physical training, he possessed no means to perceive it. Now, upon hearing there was a chance to once again feel the essence of heaven and earth, Xiao Feng was willing to risk death for the opportunity. No, this is wagering your life? I will not consent. Qin Chongsheng resolutely refused again, unwilling to allow the future emperor of humanity to perish at his hands. The emperor destined to lead the human race out of despair could not be so easily extinguished on his watch. Xiao Feng knelt before Qin Chongsheng, looking up earnestly. Third senior brother, a man's knees are worth gold. One kneels only before heaven, earth, and his parents. But if you agree to this, it would be akin to granting me a second life. Observing the future emperor of humanity kneeling before him in supplication, Qin Chongsheng felt a pang of compassion. Ouyang remained silent, recognizing that his idea was exceedingly far-fetched, lacking any precedent, and entirely reliant on Xiao Feng's identity as the child of heaven. He could not persist in leading Xiao Feng to his demise. The room fell silent as Qin Chongsheng wrestled with his decision. Just then, the door swung open, and Bai Feiyu entered, smiling as he addressed the trio. I have indeed heard of ancient body refinement methods. Elder Brother's idea is not without a point of reference. Having an ancient sword Immortal reincarnated at home was advantageous indeed. Ouyang disregarded the fact that Bai Feiyu had been eavesdropping outside, quickly seizing him by the arm. Little Bai, have you heard of ancient body refinement techniques? Bai Feiyu nodded. During my time in the mortal realm, I encountered an old beggar who once shared tales of how ancient body refinement masters used the essence of ferocious beasts as vessels to hone their physical forms, which aligns perfectly with Elder Brother's idea. An encounter with a beggar, a homeless man. Listening to Bai Feiyu's fantastical story, Ouyang chose not to challenge it but instead turned to Qin Chongsheng, saying, Third junior brother, why not truly give it a try? Qin Chongsheng glanced at Bai Feiyu, who nodded in agreement, and reluctantly replied, What exactly do you wish for me to illustrate? Without hesitation, Ouyang responded, Of course, the divine beast corresponding to the 5 elements, the azure dragon to the left, the white tiger to the right, the vermilion bird above, the black tortoise below, and the qilin in the center. What the heck? The 5 divine beasts are here! Qin Chongsheng exclaimed in shock. In the future, when Xiao Feng becomes the emperor of humanity, leading the race against the cataclysm, he will be accompanied by the 5 divine beasts. With their assistance, Xiao Feng will triumph time and again, guiding the human race to victory. The name of the 5 emperors, Xiao Feng, will resound throughout the universe. The fact that the 5 divine beasts of the future emperor of humanity would be illustrated by his own hand left Qin Chongsheng wide-eyed, staring blankly at the kneeling Xiao Feng, unable to comprehend. The illustrious emperor of humanity, once so unattainable, had originated from his own efforts. Chapter 36. A 15 or 16-year-old youth should accomplish extraordinary feats. Ultimately, Qin Chongsheng agreed to use Xiao Feng's back as a canvas to tattoo the 5 divine beasts upon him. Meanwhile, Ouyang insisted on Bai Feiyu to ponder over what the old beggar might have failed to impart regarding exceptional techniques. Ouyang rambled on, convinced that the beggar must have carried hundreds of manuals, including methods to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Bai Feiyu shook his head, recounting how when Ouyang found him, the latter was fully aware of his condition. He had not eaten for 3 days, let alone possessed any money. Reluctantly, Ouyang conceded. However, inscribing the 5 divine beasts on Xiao Feng was no trivial matter. The greatest challenge lay in the possibility that if Ouyang were to awaken the beast's intelligence, the ensuing heavenly tribulations might prove insurmountable for Xiaofeng. The reason these creatures are termed divine beasts is precisely due to their unpredictable nature within this realm. A serpent requires 3 millennia to transform into a flood dragon, and a flood dragon, in turn, must undergo another 3,000 years to become a true dragon. While there are many flood dragons in existence, the appearance of a true dragon has become exceedingly rare. 1 can only imagine the fate of those flood dragons aspiring to ascend to draconic form. This is especially true for a hastily cultivated divine beast like Ouyang's. Moreover, he intended to inscribe not 1, but 5. There was a genuine fear that the moment Ouyang activated their intelligence, Xiaofeng could be reduced to ashes by the heavenly wrath. Bai Feiyu fixed his intense gaze upon Xiaofeng. He had discerned from the very first glance that the youth's foundational essence was utterly destroyed. His path to cultivation could only be through body refinement. Yet even in ancient times, such a path was notoriously arduous. The struggle was intense, requiring daily exertion to push the body's limits while absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth to replenish oneself. Days were spent refining the body, and nights were devoted to cultivating the spirit. 1 would be in a constant state of practice, day after day, year after year, with little to no tangible progress in their realm. Only those with exceptional willpower could endure this dual torment of spirit and flesh. He had eavesdropped outside the door to ascertain Ouyang's methods for aiding Xiaofeng's cultivation, to his surprise. Ouyang's approach aligned remarkably with that of the ancient body refinement masters, and it was even more audacious. In ancient times, body refiners would only dare to use the essence of spirit beasts or ferocious beasts to assist in their cultivation. Yet Ouyang aimed to employ divine beasts, specifically the most exalted 5 divine beasts. Such a bold undertaking was unheard of. Even in ancient times, divine beasts are the favored children of heaven and earth, inherently endowed with immense fortune and blessings. They are, in essence, embodiments of the cosmos. Ouyang's ambition to artificially create divine beasts and fuse them with Xiaofeng was nothing short of madness, audacity. It was akin to an attempt to seize the heavens. A handful of youths, barely in their teens, dared to entertain such grandiose schemes. Bai Feiyu felt they were teetering on the brink of insanity and instinctively sought to intervene, only to hear Xiaofeng's resolute declaration as he knelt. What he had initially intended to thwart suddenly brought a smile to Bai Feiyu's face that wasn't it the nature of a 16 or 17-year-old to aspire to such grand theft from the heavens? It was the age of rebellion and fearlessness, a time to undertake the extraordinary. How could he, merely 15 years of age, be absent from such ventures? Thus, Bai Feiyu pushed open the door, eager to join their ranks. The 4 youths sat in animated discussion, meticulously planning their course of action. Qin Chongsheng was to inscribe the 5 divine beasts upon Xiaofeng, using the essence of top-grade spirit stones as ink. Should there be a shortage of this essence, they could borrow some from the stone pillars of the Qingyun Peak Grand Hall. The vast resources of Qingyun Peak would not be diminished by a mere trifle. The task of borrowing fell to Ouyang, while Bai Feiyu would impart the ancient methods of body refinement to Xiaofeng for his future practice. This was their plan, yet the most formidable obstacle remained the heavenly tribulation. With all 5 divine beasts summoned, not to mention the tribulation, Xiaofeng's frail body alone would struggle to withstand the combined presence of 5 divine beasts. Bai Feiyu declared, tapping the table. Then we shall activate just 2 for now, the dragon of wood and the phoenix of fire. Ouyang replied. But what ignites fire and generates wind? Ken Kinsing, proficient in formations, nodded in agreement. Bai Feiyu continued. Once activated, the tribulation enhanced by the 2 divine beasts will be our greatest challenge, but we cannot assist Xiaofeng in withstanding it. He must face it alone. Yet how can one untrained in cultivation endure the tribulation that accompanies the birth of divine beasts? This conundrum weighed heavily on their minds. The tribulation arose from Xiaofeng, and he alone must navigate it. Should anyone interfere, not only would they fail to assist, but they might also exacerbate the tribulation, endangering him further. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, yet Ouyang remained unperturbed. How could one who bore the title of the Son of Heaven falter at the first hurdle? However, he could not voice this concern outright, and instead feigned deep contemplation alongside the others. At that moment, Lung Qingsong entered, casually remarking, "Unity of intent." Did these rebellious youths possess the potential to be spies? Each seemed to relish eavesdropping. Ouyang was about to chastise them when he suddenly paused, a smirk appearing on his lips as he addressed the group. Ching Song is right. We seem to have fallen into a misunderstanding. The youths turned their attention to Ouyang, who continued with a gleam of pride. As Bai Fei said, we aim to create divine beasts to aid Xiao Feng in his cultivation, but we are not fabricating them out of thin air. Rather, we base them on Xiao Feng's own essence. Xiao Feng will embody the divine beast, and the divine beast will embody Xiao Feng. All present were prodigies of their time, and at once, clarity dawned upon them. Understanding the implications of Ouyang's words, that if maliciously creating a divine beast would incur punishment, what if Xiao Feng himself was the divine beast? Should he seize the divine beast's spiritual platform before its intelligence awakens? He would become the true embodiment of the divine beast. Divine beasts, as favored children of the heavens, would naturally face tribulations upon birth. Yet once born, they would enjoy great fortune. What they were attempting was to expedite the divine beast's emergence, as though it had already been born. Even if one were to harbor ill intentions, could they truly extinguish its life? The intelligence and awareness would emerge almost simultaneously, making it nearly impossible to occupy the spiritual platform in an instant after the awakening of intelligence. Such a feat was beyond even the mightiest cultivators in the tribulation stage. Yet the solution lay in the fact that this divine beast was crafted by Ouyang himself, that he could determine when it would awaken its intelligence and awareness at his whim. Pulling the lever was a task easily accomplished with the right skill. Xiao Feng, untrained in cultivation, could not perceive the existence of his spirit. How could he control it to seize the divine beast's spiritual platform? To sense the spirit and manipulate one's own spirit required at least the out-of-body stage. Ouyang glanced at Chen Chongsheng, who sat amiably. This little peak harbored a master of spirit manipulation in Chen Chongsheng. The pinnacle of puppet arts lay in the ultimate control of the spirit. Ouyang turned to Chen Chongsheng, who, fearing his secrets would be exposed, hastily declared, I can use my method to extract Xiao Feng's spirit, then tear it into fragments, so that these pieces can occupy the divine beast's spiritual platform. Chen Chongsheng spoke lightly. Yet his words sent a chill down the spines of the others. They gazed at Chen Chongsheng, who appeared so composed, and an unsettling thought crept into their minds. Could those hundreds of puppets resembling him be the result of tearing apart his own spirit? Chapter 37. The Art of Ink and Color, Ouyang. I beseech you, stop. If you continue, the protective formation of our sect will be rendered inoperative. A youth clad in a simple blue robe pleaded with Ouyang. Ouyang, wielding a pickaxe, was prying at the ground, extracting top-grade spirit stone essence. This precious essence existed only in the deepest veins of spirit stones, exceedingly rare and indispensable for both cultivation and the crafting of treasures. Only a top-tier sect like Qingyan sect would use it to fortify their protective formation. What's the rush? If the sect master decides to punish us, just tell him it was my doing. Here, take this. I have enough to eat, so why would I deprive you? Ouyang replied nonchalantly, stuffing a piece of raw material into the youth's hands. The boy trembled as he accepted the top-grade spirit stone essence, a quantity equivalent to his half-year's worth of cultivation resources. Ouyang's sack was filled to the brim with it. He had practically excavated the entire protective formation. Should the law enforcement team of Xingfeng catch wind of this, an ordinary disciple would face dire consequences. Daring to excavate from the protective formation, how could one claim to be a loyal sect member after such an act? Yet, as Ouyang worked, the enforcement team happened to stroll by, and he greeted them casually. What brings you here, brothers? Ouyang, the peak master sent us to patrol the area. What are you up to? Oh, just gathering some spirit stones to address my family's needs. One must be self-reliant. Need any help? Ouyang? No, I'll just dig a bit more before heading back for lunch. And so unfolded Ouyang's dialogue with the enforcement team as he swung his pickaxe. Were they blind? Here he was, mining within the protective formation. Any ordinary intersect disciple caught gazing too long at the protective formation would be questioned about their loyalty to the sect. Ouyang had been at it for almost an hour. Yet, it was said that he was the sect master's illegitimate son, which granted him immunity. The youth, who had desperately pleaded for Ouyang to dig less, flipped his hand, and the essence vanished, pretending as though nothing had happened. Ouyang wiped the sweat from his brow, hoisting his half-full sack of spirit stone essence toward the small mountain peak. Just a few steps in, a middle-aged figure clad in black robes blocked his path. The man spoke with icy authority. "You are accused of willfully damaging the protective formation and stealing the sect's spirit stones. Do you realize your crime?" Ouyang regarded the newcomer with a grin and replied, "Uncle Li, have you eaten yet? Wretched disciple, your master has taken in a fine apprentice. How could you commit such heinous acts?" The middle-aged man glared, his eyes fierce. Ouyang, uninterested in idle chatter, retrieved a book from his storage bag and hurled it at the man. The pages revealed an alluring woman in scanty attire. "What a marvelous hidden weapon!" the man exclaimed, drawing his black robe around him, plunging the surroundings into darkness, as if the entire world had been enveloped in his cloak. When Ouyang's vision returned to normal, the man had vanished. Ouyang mumbled, "Every time I want a book, it feels like the sect is on the brink of collapse. Does he fear others will see? That old bachelor is quite the temper." The very individual who had confronted Ouyang was none other than Li Yi, the peak master of Xingfeng, whose profound cultivation masked a passion for the arts of ink and brush. Upon witnessing the exquisitely realistic portrait crafted by Ouyang, I was instantly captivated, marveling at the brilliant narrative and the tumultuous journey of the female protagonist depicted within the pages. Thus, I often sought to borrow a volume from Ouyang under various pretexts. Upon Ouyang's return to the small mountain peak, laden with the essence of rare spirit stones, the courtyard buzzed with an unusual liveliness. Xiao Feng, bare-chested, displayed his bronze-hued, muscular physique, gleaming brilliantly in the afternoon sun. Hu Tu, cradling a Tibetan fox, was utterly mesmerized, tears of frustration trickling from the corners of her mouth. Chen Chongsheng, wielding a brush, sketched the outlines upon Xiao Feng's back. The 5 divine beasts materialized vividly across Xiao Feng's skin: the over-the-shoulder dragon, the descending mountain tiger, the proudly raised Xuanwu, the bowing Zhuke, and the meditative Qilin. With each breath Xiao Feng took, the 5 mythical creatures appeared to come to life, slowly moving across his back. Such skill could even entice the most stoic of the Xingfeng masters. Who could resist the charm of a grand bovine or an adorable maiden rendered in such a manner? Ouyang lavished praise on Chen Chongsheng's artistry as he admired the masterpiece on Xiao Feng's back. Chen Chongsheng's face flushed crimson as he protested that he had never before attempted such work, eliciting a chorus of laughter that filled the courtyard with an atmosphere of exuberance. Ouyang appended a sack onto the ground, scattering a kaleidoscope of spirit stone essences, their vibrant energy wafting through the air. While the essence of spirit stones might seem like a dream to outsiders, those present, apart from the Navi Xiao Feng, regarded it with indifference akin to trash. "Senior brother, I told you before we left. The finest quality lies in the innermost circle of the protective formation. Why is it absent here?" Chen Chongsheng inquired, bending down to rummage through the contents. "I had intended to excavate from the center as well, but the old master has placed restrictions. I couldn't approach it all." Ouyang sighed in response. Chen Chongsheng had no genuine expectation that Ouyang would manage to extract the essence from the core of the protective formation. That was the most crucial segment of the entire array. And even if the master were to permit their antics, they could not push their luck too far. "This is sufficient. Let us proceed. Xiao Shidi, that I will grind these essences and embed them into you. It will be quite painful, so brace yourself," Chen Chongsheng instructed as he gathered the spirit stone essences. Xiao Feng nodded. The prospect of cultivating outweighed any discomfort. Yet he underestimated the agony of the spirit stones entering his body. To ensure that the essence was securely and completely embedded in Xiao Feng, each piece had to be driven 3/10 into his flesh. Thousands of fragments, each infusion akin to a piercing pain. Moreover, to enhance the effectiveness of the spirit stone essences, Chen Chongsheng would also ignite the innate energy within them. Thousands of shards, like scalding nails, penetrated Xiao Feng's body. Despite the torturous ordeal, Xiao Feng remained silent. Enduring the entirety of the process, when the artwork reached completion, Chen Chongsheng wiped the sweat from his brow, admiring the freshly created depiction of the 5 divine beasts. This work might very well be the pinnacle of his artistic career. The 5 mythical creatures, empowered by the exquisite spirit stone essences, appeared even more vibrant, their sounds of dragon roars and phoenix calls echoing in the air. If Xiao Feng were to stroll through the streets of his past life bare-chested, he would surely draw the attention of law enforcement, questioned for his resemblance to a notorious figure. Yet, the five beasts remained unawakened, lacking any vitality, for the task of bestowing them with life was entrusted to Ouyang. The pivotal stroke of life, awakening the spirits of the beasts. This was indeed the most challenging aspect of their audacious endeavor, requiring utmost caution and deliberation. The following morning, the weather was overcast with low-hanging clouds, enveloping the small mountain peak in a tense atmosphere. Qin Chongqing stood solemnly behind Xiao Feng, issuing instructions. Senior brother, when the time comes, you shall awaken the spirits of these beasts. Remember, only the Qinglong and Zhuke, and their awakening must occur simultaneously. Ouyang accepted the brush for awakening from Qin Chongqing, nodding earnestly. Qin Chongqing then turned to his companions. Second senior brother, fourth junior brother, you shall serve as guardians, should Xiao Shidi fail to seize the consciousness of the beasts. You must act swiftly to sever the connection with your sword intent. Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu stood solemnly, swords in hand, their expressions grave. Amid Hu Tu's eager anticipation, Qin Chongqing cleared his throat and instructed, little junior sister, fetch a blanket from the room and wrap yourself tightly. The thunder will be quite loud. Hu Tu nodded seriously, retrieving her small quilt and cocooning herself snugly. Once all preparations were complete, Qin Chongqing gazed skyward, now beseeching the heavens for a moment of grace. He leaped onto the makeshift platform, exhaling softly, and with a flick of his right hand, a peachwood sword soared from his sleeve. Commence! Qin Chongqing commanded. As two candles atop the platform ignited spontaneously, wielding the peachwood sword, he waved his sleeve, sending forth a flurry of yellow talismans that stood before him. With this singular gesture, Qin Chongqing could easily pass as a national master in the secular realm. On the altar, he unleashed one of his hidden cards, a yellow talisman imbued with the essence of the Tao, rising steadily. Qin Chongqing bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to stain the talisman, and shouted, "Formation arise!" The grand array concealing the celestial secrets of the small mountain peak ascended, shrouding the area in an aura of mystery. Heaven and earth are boundless. Yin and yang are inverted. The spirit will emerge. Awaiting the command, spirit, emerge! With a flourish of his sleeve, the talisman surged toward Xiao Feng, merging directly into his being. Xiao Feng felt a jolt throughout his body, as if he were being propelled out of himself. It was a wondrous sensation, indescribable and enigmatic. Upon witnessing Xiao Feng's spirit leaving his body, Qin Chongqing called out to the ever-prepared Ouyang, "Master brother, proceed." Without hesitation, Ouyang grasped the awakening brush and aimed it at the eyes of the Qinglong and Zhuke upon Xiao Feng's back. Two strokes landed simultaneously in the eyes of the divine beasts, as vital energy surged into them. The already overcast sky darkened further, thunder rolling ominously among the clouds, seemingly searching for the one who dared defy the natural order. Qin Chongqing watched as the yellow talismans surged toward the heavens. They collided with the grand array he had set up, designed to conceal their actions from the heavens, at least until Ouyang fully activated the consciousness of the divine beasts. They must not draw the attention of the celestial Tao. Ouyang's vital energy flooded into the two beasts etched upon Xiao Feng's back. As his energy infused them, the once lifeless forms began to stir and move. A resounding roar of the dragon echoed, accompanied by a sharp cry of the bird. The ethereal figures of the two divine beasts sprang forth from Xiao Feng's back. The immense pressure unique to these mythical beings enveloped the small mountain peak, causing the atmosphere to thicken. It seemed the heavens had noticed someone was attempting to create life without permission. The previously rumbling thunder now unleashed a tempest around the mountain, wreaking havoc. However, under Qin Chongqing's protective array, the thunder failed to locate the audacious transgressor. The two divine beasts solidified. Their eyes began to glimmer with life. Intelligence was on the verge of awakening. Qin Chongqing gazed at the two beasts in the sky, his eyes flickering with a hint of reluctance as he raised the peachwood sword and pointed toward Xiao Feng. Left Qinglong, ascend Zhuke, emerge. In a state of spiritual detachment, Xiao Feng felt as though immense hands were tearing at his essence. Wrenching his left arm and head away, the indescribable agony surpassed anything he had endured before, and despite having remained silent through the torment of thousands of essences entering his body, he was now driven to the brink of madness. Yet, in the depths of this pain, Xiao Feng maintained clarity of mind, silently screaming, his contorted form resembling a specter from the underworld. The severed fragments of his spirit were meticulously reshaped, gradually taking on the appearance of two miniature versions of Xiao Feng. Rebirth of the spirit. Hu Tu tightened her blanket, trembling at the sight of Xiao Feng's suffering, seeking comfort in her cocooned warmth. Meanwhile, the Tibetan fox beside her, witnessing Chen Chongqing's almost supernatural technique of spirit reconstruction, was left agape in astonishment. This mastery of spirit manipulation was beyond the reach of even the most seasoned cultivators. What manner of being was this young man? Bai Feiyu and Lung Qingsong observed the unfolding events with calm composure, fully aware that without this trial of agony, Xiao Feng would never achieve his transformation. Every moment of suffering would be inconsequential upon the moment of success. Another two resounding roars of the dragon and phoenix erupted, this time infused with vitality. Now go! Chen Chongqing directed the peachwood sword toward the ethereal figures of the two beasts. The molded spirits of the two miniature Xiao Fengs were instantly thrust into the forms of the divine beasts. The newly birthed apparitions, yet to awaken consciousness, instinctively struggled against the invasion. Fortunately, they were still in their nascent state. Had they been fully formed, the celestial Tao would have obliterated them in an instant. Chen Chongqing wielded the peachwood sword to suppress the resistance of the divine beasts while simultaneously guiding the remaining fragments of spirit back into Xiao Feng's body. Ouyang stood ready, awaiting Chen Chongqing's command to sever the flow of vital energy. Bai Feiyu and Lung Qingsong placed their hands upon their sword hilts, all for use poised to assist Xiao Feng at a moment's notice. As the ethereal figures of the divine beasts gradually settled, Xiao Feng's spirit smoothly occupied the essence of the beasts, nearing completion. Yet just as success seemed imminent, a sense of foreboding arose, as if the heavens sensed the demise of its soon-to-be offspring. The once serene sky became tumultuous as countless rolling thunderbolts began to converge, forming a rift at a pair of emotionless eyes slowly opened. An endless pressure and crackling lightning swirled around the eyes. And this time, the celestial Tao finally discovered the instigator behind it all. The grand formation atop the small mountain crumbled instantly, and torrents of murderous thunderbolts surged towards the figure of Xiao Feng on the peak. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment, a legendary force capable of annihilating everything. The actions taken shall not be permitted by the celestial Tao. Chapter 39. When the celestial Tao fails, let the great Tao arise. The overwhelming pressure and the world-ending eye of heavenly punishment fixated on the most accomplished cultivator present, the fox spirit Ouyang. Ouyang's body stiffened in place, barely daring to breathe, shaking his head frantically. It wasn't me. Although I am in the tribulation stage, I certainly lack the audacity to provoke the celestial Tao. Have these youngsters lost their minds? How could they attract the eye of heavenly punishment with so little power? Bai Feiyu maintained a calm demeanor as he gazed at the eye of heavenly punishment above, slightly astonished. It appeared much weaker than in ancient times that he slowly drew his sword, declaring, "The celestial Tao is unkind. I shall act in its stead." With a swift sound, his blade was drawn, and the aura of sword intent surged from Qingsong, pointing directly at the celestial Tao. "The celestial Tao is unkind. I will sever it." Chen Chongqing merely wished to sever the connection between Xiao Feng and the divine beast when the celestial Tao did not permit it. Yet both men drew their swords simultaneously, confronting the celestial Tao head dash on in the eyes of geniuses. The best way to resolve a problem is to eliminate it at its root. The eye of heavenly punishment sensed two sword intents charging towards it. The previously calm and emotionless eye of heavenly punishment revealed a flicker of confusion. Why did one of these sword intents feel so familiar? Peering down, it beheld Bai Feiyu, clad in white, with a stoic expression adorned with a hint of a smile. As if greeting it. It's him. He has reincarnated. A flicker of fear flashed in the eye of heavenly punishment, swiftly replaced by a merciless resolve. Before he fully matured, It would be best to eliminate him now. Bai Feiyu's sword intense soared to the heavens, yet it did not aim directly at the eye of heavenly punishment. Instead, it transformed into his figure, darting past the eye, leaving behind a faint threat. Do you wish to be blinded by me once more? This statement seemed to awaken the long-buried memories of the eye of heavenly punishment. The once overcast sky suddenly cleared. The eye of heavenly punishment turned its gaze toward Xiaofeng, who was slowly succumbing to the encroaching divine beasts, a flicker of anger igniting within its depths. And a serpentine bolt of purple lightning lunged towards him. Purple sky annihilation, divine thunder. Bai Feiyu and Chun Chongxing instantly recognized the origin of this lightning serpent. It possessed the power to erase an individual's existence from the annals of time. This divine lightning sought to obliterate all traces of the opponent's existence. Moreover, it disregarded space and time, rendering any defense utterly futile. Arrogant, wretched creature. Bai Feiyu and Qin Chongxing were incensed that the eye of heavenly punishment would brazenly strike without warning, seeking death. Although Qing Song had no idea why the two suddenly began cursing at the sky, he was certain it was due to the eye above. He swiftly drew his sword and charged towards the eye of heavenly punishment. Witnessing Qing Song's action, Bai Feiyu and Qin Chongxing simultaneously launched their attacks at the eye. Their sword intense, combined with the activation of the small mountains formation, pierced towards the eye. The eye of heavenly punishment was momentarily bewildered. How dare these insignificant beings challenge it? In the past, these ants would cry and plead for the celestial Tao to show mercy. Yet here were three individuals. Swords drawn and formations activated. Since Xiaofeng was merely at the foundation establishment stage, the power of the eye of heavenly punishment unleashed upon him was significantly diminished. Even the celestial Tao had never anticipated that a foundation establishment cultivator could provoke the eye of heavenly punishment. Thus, as the three acted simultaneously, the eye of heavenly punishment grew somewhat flustered. Summoning a strand of the purple sky divine thunder had already consumed 70% of its power. Could it truly be pierced this time? In its panic, the eye of heavenly punishment prepared to flee, an act it had never undertaken since its inception. Such humiliation. It cast a resentful glare at the trio aiming towards it, realizing it had not brought its full strength this time. Just wait. When you undergo the tribulation, I shall strike you down. The eye of heavenly punishment bound the three, freezing them in place, unable to move an inch. Only at the core formation stage could one hope to harm the eye of heavenly punishment. And even then, it was nearly impossible. The eye of heavenly punishment glared viciously at the trio, its gaze landing on Xiaofeng, who was being consumed by the purple sky divine thunder, preparing to gradually dissipate. Do you wish to leave? Have you consulted me? Ouyang's calm voice resounded. The essence of heaven and earth surged violently towards the small mountain, that a massive hand formed from the essence of the universe seized the fleeing eye of heavenly punishment. Who dares to touch the celestial Tao? A torrential rain of blood began to fall. Wherever the blood rained down, it corroded the ground, leaving small holes in its wake. Halt! A majestic voice reverberated through the heavens and earth. Echoing with an ancient desolation to as the voice emerged. The seasons whirled chaotically, and the sun and moon flickered in rapid alternation. This realm became shrouded in chaos, incomprehensible and obscure, standing atop the small mountain. Ouyang remained calm, his true energy surging forth like a mighty river. Qing Song, the trio, and Hututu were all drawn into a chamber by Ouyang, leaving only the eye of heavenly punishment and Xiaofeng. As the purple sky divine thunder coursed through him, Xiaofeng's body began to disintegrate, with the ethereal forms of the azure dragon and vermilion bird desperately resisting this dissolution. Yet they could only watch in despair as the lightning serpent devoured them. Ouyang glanced at the eye of heavenly punishment he had captured, instantly recognizing the source of the voice of the celestial Tao. Ouyang scoffed coldly, raising his hand, and the eye of heavenly punishment was yanked down by the invisible hand. The once eternal and desolate voice let out a muffled groan. Ouyang immediately felt an overwhelming pressure from the heavens and earth, a sensation of being cast aside by the universe flooding his heart. Yet, in an instant, that feeling melted away like ice and snow. The immense true energy surrounding Ouyang swirled, almost condensing into vapor, but a colossal visage resembling a human face began to materialize in the sky. However, Ouyang did not grant it the opportunity to fully form. His vast true energy surged upward, scattering the cloud face into fragments. To annoy me, you are still lacking. Let the great Tao arise, Ouyang commanded, drawing the invisible hand holding the eye of heavenly punishment closer to the collapsing Xiaofeng. The once rampant purple sky divine thunder ceased its assault, the lightning serpent peeking out, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the eye of heavenly punishment. Did I end that moment? Ouyang controlled the hand to press the eye into Xiaofeng's brow. Instantly, the purple sky divine thunder transformed into a lightning serpent and was absorbed into the eye of heavenly punishment. The ethereal forms of the azure dragon and vermilion bird solidified in an instant. A resounding dragon's roar accompanied by a sharp bird's cry echoed through the air. The previously hostile realm transformed as golden lotuses emerged from the ground, the essence of the heavens and earth cascading down, and purple energy illuminating the skies for thousands of miles. The punishment of the heavens had passed. The divine beast's emergence heralded auspicious signs. Yet, seemingly discontent with Ouyang, the auspicious signs appeared only for a fleeting moment before the realm returned to tranquility. Truly stingy, Ouyang grimaced at the sky. Chapter 40. Success. Although the celestial Tao was somewhat miserly, it did not affect the outcome. The obliteration that had begun within Xiaofeng had vanished, and he began to rapidly recover. The ethereal forms of the azure dragon and vermilion bird gradually solidified, and the unique pressure of divine beasts emanated from them. Yet, what astonished everyone most was the vertical pupil that stood between Xiaofeng's brows. Threads of fearsome lightning coiled around the vertical pupil. The eye of heavenly punishment, the five divine beasts that it was utterly impossible for a mortal body to withstand such tremendous power. However, just as the purple sky divine thunder began to destroy Xiaofeng's form, remnants of the divine lightning had already been left within him. The nascent forms of the azure dragon and vermilion bird had also fused with Xiaofeng to escape the obliteration of the purple sky divine thunder. After the reconstruction of his body, Xiaofeng now contained the essence of the purple sky divine thunder along with that of the azure dragon and vermilion bird. Slowly, Xiaofeng opened his eyes. The ethereal forms of the azure dragon and vermilion bird swimming within them, that a mere glance was sufficient to instill fear in those of lesser cultivation, that in Ouyang's vision. Xiaofeng's attribute panel underwent a startling transformation. Name: Xiaofeng, human race great emperor cultivation. Comparable to core formation root bone. 0 luck. 8 charisma. 8 body refinement aptitude. 11 exclusive skills. Unyielding will. 5 divine beasts evaluation. Who says the human race lacks great emperors? Astonished, Ouyang exclaimed at the sight of the panel's alteration due to the divine beasts entering Xiaofeng. Truly, he was a child of the celestial Tao. He could even prompt the system to modify the panel. Xiaofeng clenched his fist, acutely aware of the power surging within him, the essence of heaven and earth circulating through his body, nourishing him at every moment. Is this the power of divine beasts? On Xiaofeng's back, the forms of the azure dragon and vermilion bird appeared vividly, as if ready to break free at any moment. Unable to contain himself, Xiaofeng threw a punch, sending a tremendous shockwave rippling from his arm. It overturned several slabs of stone, creating a fist-sized crater half a meter deep in the ground. Xiaofeng gazed at his fist, grinning foolishly. He felt that if he encountered Ma Xingye now, he could defeat 7 or 8 of them with a single blow. Before Xiaofeng could fully savor his delight, a sharp smack landed on his head. Ouyang, exasperated, glared at Xiaofeng, scolding, "One roof-lifting incident is enough to drive someone mad. And you still dig into the floor?" The smack Xiaofeng merely chuckled foolishly, unaffected by the reprimand. Even in the face of Ouyang's admonition, he continued to nod with a silly grin. Ouyang stepped out of the courtyard, gazing at the heavily scarred forest beyond the small mountain peak, ravaged by the tribulations of thunder. He retrieved the tome titled Comprehensive Guide to Fundamental Techniques from his pocket, diligently noting the method of a specific spell before tucking the book away. Raising his hands high, he exclaimed, "Rejuvenation! The spiritual energy between heaven and earth transformed into a gentle spiritual rain, cascading gracefully upon the wounded forest. Under the cleansing of this spiritual rain, the trees, once struck by lightning, began to sprout fresh branches anew. Verdant grasses emerged from the shattered stones, once severed into pieces. The flora, previously stunted by the lightning's fury, now flourished under this divine precipitation, even more lush than before. However, the damaged pathway and the deceased animals and insects remained beyond remedy. You are responsible for the repair of the damaged path and the burial of the deceased creatures, Ouyang stated. As you command, Senior Brother, Xiaofeng immediately replied. All right, Ouyang exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he hurried back to his room. Lung Qingsong, Bai Feiyu, and Hututu were still confined in place, their sword intents frozen at the scene. Only the clever fox, Yin, sat calmly on a stool, awaiting Ouyang's return. I cannot decipher such profound magic, Ouyang remarked, a hint of vexation in his eyes as he regarded the immobilized individuals. Senior Brother, if you don't mind, may I give it a try? Xiaofeng ventured uncertainly from behind. You? Ouyang turned to Xiaofeng, still skeptical as he observed how Xiaofeng would unravel the situation. Xiaofeng stepped forward. Using his 2 fingers as a sword, he traced a line between his brows, causing the eye of heavenly punishment to materialize once more. A wave of spatial fluctuation emanated from the eye, restoring movement to the 4 previously confined individuals. Could it be that one could utilize the eye of heavenly punishment immediately upon acquiring it? Such innate talent truly reflected the favor of the Tao. Ouyang marveled at the restored activity of the 4, but his expression darkened shortly thereafter. The sword intents of Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu, now unfettered, surged forth and blasted the roof of Ouyang's room into the air. Ouyang raised his hand to shield Hututu, his face gloomy as he glared at Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu, saying, Repair my house by tomorrow. Otherwise I shall strip you of your skin. In matters of roof repair, Lung Qingsong was quite accustomed to the task, paying little heed to Ouyang's threat. Chen Changsheng, brimming with excitement, turned to Xiaofeng and inquired, Did it work? Xiaofeng nodded in affirmation, prompting Chen Changsheng to breathe a sigh of relief. Followed by an excited dance, the future emperor of the human race had emerged from his own hands. This was the one and only emperor of the human race. The very thought filled Chen Changsheng with uncontainable excitement. Ouyang looked at Chen Changsheng quizzically. Could it be that his 3rd junior brother had some connection with Xiaofeng? Otherwise, why such exuberance? A knowing smile graced Bai Feiyu's face, as such a formidable cultivator would greatly aid in refining his own path. Hututu, filled with curiosity, gazed apprehensively at the tattoos adorning Xiaofeng's back. Her grandfather had warned her. Those with tattoos were seldom good foxes. Uneasy, she tugged at Ouyang's sleeve, asking, Senior Brother, do you think Xiao Brother might turn bad? He has begun to tattoo himself. Ouyang reassured her, Fear not, Tutu. This is merely the beginning of Xiao Brother's transformation for the better. Though Hututu nodded, her gaze remained fixed on Xiaofeng with lingering concern. Within the room, an atmosphere of tranquility prevailed, save for the composed Yin, who observed everything with a discerning eye. Each individual present was a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, heralding the dawn of a new era. Yet this was also a source of worry for Yin. The way of heaven often entails a balance, diminishing the excess to replenish the insufficient. Such extraordinary talents, emerging in clusters after eons, would not only usher in a magnificent era, but also signal the onset of a great calamity. Whenever an age of twinkling stars begins, it is invariably accompanied by the corpses and tears of countless ordinary lives. Even as a tribulation stage cultivator, he considered himself merely an ordinary being. Should a great calamity indeed descend, he would be unable to escape its grasp. Yin gazed at the individuals before him, a faint sigh escaping his lips. Is a great calamity approaching? Chapter 41. The saint of the Buddhist sect Xiaofeng's arrival did not disrupt the everyday activities of the small mountain peak. Lung Qingsong was busy repairing the roof. Chen Changsheng was tinkering with something in his room. Bai Feiyu continued to pose dramatically on a branch, and Hututu soared about on her paper crane. Only now, a youth carrying a blue stone had joined the fray, diligently mending the pathway, Xiaofeng. With everyone occupied, Ouyang found himself with little to do, sprawling languidly in his chair, dozing off with a book in hand. The tranquility of the courtyard was occasionally pierced by the distant sound of celebratory cannon fire from Qingyun Peak, disrupting his dreams that as the date of the sect's grand competition drew near. Various sects arrived to witness the event. With each visiting sect, the booming of cannon fire would resonate from Qingyun Peak. The once serene skies were now streaked with a multitude of lights. Busying the entirety of Qingyun's sect, it seemed as though the small mountain peak had been forgotten amidst the flurry. Suddenly, a resonant sound akin to celestial chimes reverberated from Qingyun Peak. The once tranquil peak of the Xian sect now radiated with Buddhist light, as if a Buddha was expounding teachings. Ouyang removed the book from his face, astonished as he gazed toward Qingyun Peak, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening?" As a monk ascended the mountain, Bai Feiyu, perched on the branch, looked toward Qingyun Peak and shook his head, saying, "It seems that someone is expounding at Qingyun Peak. The Buddhist sect appears to have produced an extraordinary reincarnation of a Buddha. A reincarnated Buddha, the legendary saint of the Buddhist sect." Ouyang's interest was piqued, but he had heard whispers 2 years prior of an exceptional saint emerging from the Buddhist sect. It was said that upon entering the sect, the Buddha's golden form had bestowed a name upon him. In just 1 year, he had established a foundation. In 3 years, he had formed a Dan, and in 5 years, he had birthed an infant soul. His rate of cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. At merely 18, he had engaged in discourse with the 18 abbots of the great Ling Mountain Temple. Without losing ground, the Buddhist sect's acquisition of such a figure heralded a grand resurgence. Observing the commotion, Ouyang initially thought the outsiders were merely boasting, yet it now seemed they were indeed onto something. Just as Ouyang contemplated whether to join in the spectacle, to see who would be the unfortunate soul serving as a stepping stone, the sound of 7 bronze bells rang out from Qingyun Peak. The chime was distant yet soothing, effortlessly reaching the ears of everyone within Qingyun's sect. It was the sound of the sect's summoning bell. 7 chimes signified that all disciples from every peak were to convene at Qingyun Peak for a discussion. This was what Ouyang referred to as the summoning bell, indicating that something significant was afoot within the sect, prompting a rapid gathering of disciples. Ouyang sat up from his reclining chair, intrigued as he remarked, "Let us go and see." The last time the summoning bell rang, it was to decide which peak Little Bai would join. Today, it seems we have some gossip to savor. Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu took to their swords, while Qin Changxing followed closely behind with Xiao Feng, who was unable to hu tutu, and Ouyang leisurely floated along on their paper crane. The entire small mountain peak mobilized, leaving only the clever fox to guard the homestead. After all, opportunities for gossip were rare amidst the otherwise mundane cultivation life. Upon arriving at the foot of Qingyun Peak, they found the area teeming with people, packed to the brim. The combined number of intersect disciples exceeded 1,000, with only a few in seclusion remaining absent. Ouyang reached Qingyun Peak. He spotted Ling Feng in the midst of a beating. How unjust! Why was it always the amiable old Ling who took the brunt of the punishment? Each time someone came to kick down the door, it was old Ling who bore the brunt before anyone else had a chance to intervene. Was this not an act of bullying the good-natured? Regrettably, all the prime spots had been occupied by others, leaving no good vantage point for Ouyang. He exchanged glances with Lung Qingsong, who understood the unspoken cue and clutched his sword, heading toward the best available spot. On a prominent rock, a dozen disciples from the Ask Sword Peak stood ready, watching the scene with keen interest. After all, they were numerous and formidable. Only such a prime location would be seized by them. Would they dare to act? Had they consulted with these 10 or so swords first? Just as they were thoroughly engrossed, the person they had been waiting for arrived. Clad in black, Lung Qingsong leaped onto the giant stone and coldly uttered 2 words, "Get down." The disciples who had yet to see Lung Qingsong were immediately incensed. This youth was truly blind to the situation and reached for their swords. However, a fellow disciple restrained them, whispering a few words. The would-be swordsman shrank back, casting a wary glance at Lung Qingsong, before reluctantly leaping down from the boulder to join the others occupying the stones of Qingyun Peak. "Get down? Dare to resist? And have you consulted with my 10 swords?" The disciples of Tianyin Peak glared at the belligerent disciples of Ask Sword Peak, their fury simmering beneath the surface. Yet they dared not utter a word. The small mountain peak had secured the best viewing position, and Ouyang lounged lazily on the large stone, cradling Hu Tutu as he observed the unfolding events. Bai Feiyu stood to his left, Lung Qingsong to his right, while Xiao Feng lingered slightly behind. Qin Changsheng, upon witnessing the scene before him, furrowed his brows and retreated to the rear of the gathering crowd. That I in the center, a gleaming bald head sat cross-legged, radiating a halo of Buddhist light, eloquently expounding teachings. Tender grass sprouted from the stone beneath him, and flowers bloomed beneath his mat. Opposite him, Ling Feng sat on the ground, his brow furrowed, yearning to speak yet unsure how to counter the arguments. His true essence stifled within his dantian under the pressure of the Buddhist light. Dare I ask, senior brother, is the Tao fundamentally Buddhism? Do you harbor any doubts? The bald youth in the yellow robe suddenly called out. Ling Feng, his heart shaken, coughed up blood, propping himself up with one hand, his expression frail as he gazed feebly at the bald youth. His previously admirable appearance now bore a sickly pallor due to his wounded heart. Inciting panic cries from the crowd. Brother Ling Feng, perhaps it is best to concede. Senior Ling Feng, even in defeat, our love for you remains eternal. Senior, come to my room tonight. I shall tend to your wounds. With a face full of righteousness, Ling Feng slightly cupped his hands towards the bald-headed youth and weakly declared, Junior brother Huiji, your insights are profound. Ling Feng is but a dullard, yet I persist. The Buddha is the Buddha. The Tao is the Tao. My path is not solitary. After speaking, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet his resolute countenance showed no sign of wavering. This made the disciples nearby, momentarily bewitched by the Tao, lower their heads in shame. Huiji gazed at the steadfast Ling Feng and sighed, cupping his hands in respect as he said, Brother, your will is admirable. I have seldom seen such resolve in my lifetime, and I too hold you in high regard. The great monk indeed knew how to navigate social intricacies, offering an avenue of retreat to his opponent even in victory, instantly garnering the goodwill of those around. Even though Ling Feng's heart had been shaken during their debate, the onlookers chose to forgive the youth before them. Meanwhile, Ouyang, munching on an apple, observed the bald youth with an expression of astonishment. Name: Huiji, false son of the Buddha. Cultivation: 9 layers of Yuan ing root bone. 9 charm. 9 luck. 9 Buddhist Tao aptitude. 11 special skill. The Buddha is I. The term false following the title of son of the Buddha was indeed thought-provoking. Chapter 42. You fight yours. As both individuals received the cheers of the crowd, they exchanged glances filled with mutual admiration. Huiji extended his hand, helping Ling Feng to his feet, and whispered into Ling Feng's ear, What pretense do you maintain? Brother, your heart has been wounded, yet you cling to your path. Ling Feng, momentarily shadowed by gloom, quickly regained his composure and replied, Junior brother, your mastery of the Buddhist teachings is profound. I, Ling Feng, am but a mere novice. Huiji regarded Ling Feng with surprise, pondering whether this disciple of the Qingyun sect had indeed lost his senses. Even when provoked by him, Ling Feng remained unperturbed. An uneaten apple core was tossed at Huiji's gleaming as Su Linger dashed forward. Ouyang felt the ground tremble beneath him, and then darkness enveloped his vision as Su Linger caught him in her embrace. Upon hearing her voice, a glimmer of light flickered in Ling Feng's previously desolate eyes. Yet when he beheld Su Linger leaping to embrace Ouyang, that light extinguished completely. Ling Feng turned away and quietly departed, for as a failure, he could only nurse his wounds in solitude. How does it feel? Just as I said, isn't it? A voice whispered in Ling Feng's ear. Silence. Ling Feng hissed softly. Silence. With mediocre talent, you are trampled upon by your foes and effortlessly overshadowed by others. The woman you cherish will soon sway her body beneath another. You truly possess remarkable restraint. I told you to be quiet. Ling Feng's eyes burned with rage as he spoke in a hushed tone. Do you finally believe me now? Only I can help you alter this fate. I am you. You are me. How could I ever harm you? The voice was laced with temptation, causing Ling Feng's heart to waver as he glanced back at Su Linger. who was playfully clinging to Ouyang, before he resolutely turned away. Ling Feng approached a nearby pond and gazed at his reflection that a figure shrouded in dark mist, with crimson eyes, stared back at him with a cold smile. "Do you think I can kill Ouyang in the future?" Ling Feng asked uncertainly, looking at his reflection in the water. "Of course, as long as you heed my words. That insufferable fool who steals our thunder will find his head severed at my first opportunity," replied the reflection with a mocking grin. Ling Feng's expression faltered for a moment as he lowered his gaze to the water, asking, "Is what you say truly real?" "Absolutely, as long as we devise a meticulous plan. This time the world shall belong to us, and everything you desire will be firmly within your grasp." The reflection enticed him. Ling Feng listened to the seductive words echoing in his ears, recalling his life thus far, from a young age. He was taken as a disciple by the sect leader, his talents shining brightly compared to many that he had once lived amidst admiration and praise. However, everything changed upon the arrival of Ouyang and Lung Qingsong. The prodigy once hailed as a genius was now relegated to mediocrity, with everyone viewing his excellence as mere entitlement, his efforts dismissed as expected. The monstrous figures on the small peak had utterly transformed him from a genius into an ordinary person. Others had always seen him as the sect leader's successor, and he too believed that one day he would inherit his master's legacy. Thus, he dared not err, nor could he afford to, wearing a mask of amiability, smiling daily as he emulated his master, behaving like a congenial elder brother. Yet, the more he did so, the lower others rated him. Just a nice guy. He only knows how to put on an act. That White Lotus demeanor is truly nauseating. These whispers left him profoundly perplexed when he sought to establish a stern elder brother image. He faced nothing but skepticism. What is he on about? Just because he's the sect leader's disciple, does he think he's above everyone? Does he truly believe he's a genius, that Qingyun's sect belongs to him, acting all high and mighty now? But when he becomes the sect leader, who will be left to enjoy the fruits? Wearing a mask for too long can become unbearable, and Ling Feng felt precisely that he had lingered in the nascent soul stage for far too long. Long enough for those less gifted to surpass him. When he sought guidance from his master, the reply was merely a shake of the head, indicating that his heart demons were too heavy. Ling Feng raised his right hand, where an ancient ring appeared, seemingly materializing from thin AI or IT had come to him one day, initially believed to be a fortuitous encounter, yet it turned out to be a push toward the abyss. A being claiming to be his future self spoke of deeds he could scarcely dare to imagine. He would commit many heretical acts, becoming a figure of dread and disdain in the eyes of the world. Fear? Perhaps that isn't so bad. Ling Feng murmured softly. Senior brother, what are you doing here?" Zhu Yuan approached from behind, gazing curiously at Ling Feng standing by the pond. That Zhu Yuan's eyes glinted with resentment as he regarded Ling Feng, the useless one who had been defeated, only bringing shame to himself as the eldest disciple. Ling Feng turned, catching the fleeting look of resentment in Zhu Yuan's eyes, a detail noted by the astute Ling Feng. Is this junior brother a scion of the demon clan? I had intended to use the small peak as a means to eliminate him, yet I couldn't bear to see a fellow disciple perish by my hand. It seems I am still too soft-hearted. Ling Feng mused inwardly with a silent sigh. Why hadn't those monsters on the small peak simply dispatched him with a single sword thrust? With this thought, Ling Feng lowered his hand, concealing the ring behind him, and donned his usual innocent smile as he addressed Zhu Yuan. "Oh, nothing much, just lost in thought. Junior brother, let us head to the great hall at the peak." "Yes, senior brother, I came specifically to find you. Let us hurry. If we are late, master will surely scold us," Zhu Yuan replied obediently. The two brothers, bound by deep camaraderie, ascended towards the summit of Qingyun Peak. Chapter 44. The sect competition 10 days hence upon the white jade stone steps of Qingyun Peak. The inner disciples stood in orderly rows, showcasing the grandeur of Qingyun's sect. The lowest among them were at the foundation establishment stage, while the highest had reached the nascent soul stage, all lined up along the sides of the steps. The formidable presence of the Qingyun sect was evident. In Qingyun sect, whenever disciples reached the out-of-body stage, they would be prompted to leave the mountain, either to establish their own sect or to venture out for training. Qingyun sect is often referred to as the 3,000 affiliated sects, all founded by former disciples of Qingyun sect. The adage, "do not put all your eggs in one basket," has long been upheld by Qingyun sect. Although those disciples who venture out may face hardships, they also grow rapidly, transforming into towering trees that eventually nourish the sect with fresh blood, ensuring the enduring prosperity of Qingyun sect. This is a consensus among all major sections. After all, having a multitude of ascendants gathered in one place is detrimental to everyone. It hinders personal growth and impedes sect development. That a group of ascendants requires a staggering amount of resources, which would be better spent nurturing new disciples than as disciples of Qingyun sect. Would they truly remain indifferent if calamity befell their sect? The world is vast, and even upon reaching the ascended stage, one cannot grasp its entirety. In this boundless realm, there are always unique opportunities to be found. Aside from those ascendants who wish to seclude themselves within the sect until death and are confined to forbidden areas, the remaining disciples of Qingyun sect are as plentiful as sesame seeds scattered across the world. The young disciples presently standing upon the stone steps are destined to become the future of Qingyun sect. The small peak positioned at the end of the 12 peaks of Qingyun was where Ouyang and his companion stood at the very bottom of the steps. Xiao Feng gazed up at the towering Qingyun peak, brimming with ambition, and declared, "Senior brother, I shall ensure that the small peak stands at the forefront of the Qingyun peak steps in the future." Ouyang lounged lazily on the steps and chuckled. "You can't do that. How can you lack the courage to even dream?" Xiao Feng looked at Ouyang in confusion. Ouyang gestured towards Bai Feiyu, saying, "This white brother of yours asked our master on his first day in the sect if he wanted to become the sect leader." Xiao Feng turned to Bai Feiyu, who wore an indifferent expression. Was his senior brother even more ruthless than he? "As long as you aspire to be the sect leader, just curry favor with your second senior brother. Once he gains enough strength, he will surely chop off the sect leader's head and let you take the position." Ouyang burst into laughter. Such audacious words made Xiao Feng shake his head repeatedly. Ouyang then glanced at the timid Chen Chongqing, hidden among the crowd, silently mocking. If it were the third brother, he'd probably create a puppet to become the sect leader and position himself as the mastermind behind Qingyun sect. Xiao Feng surveyed the various senior brothers on the steps, suddenly feeling that perhaps he had not been diligent enough. His ambitions paled in comparison to theirs. Yet he now had the confidence of his own achievements, once he attained sufficient strength and avenged his grievances. He vowed one day the heavens would no longer obscure his vision. Xiao Feng thought fervently to himself. Hu Tutu, on the other hand, had grown somewhat weary, leaning against Ouyang's arm as she dozed, clutching his clothing tightly. Once again, that shameless pair had come to entice her senior brother. She longed to grow up quickly, to confine her senior brother within a cage, solely for her own possession. Within the grand hall of Qingyun Peak, the sect's peak masters and elders were arrayed along either side. Below the platform, countless representatives from various sects filled the plaza. Although less than a month remained until the Qingyun sect competition, most of the sects had already arrived. After all, in a super sect like Qingyun, ample time was required to encounter the myriad opportunities that lay in wait. What if one stumbled upon cultivation techniques left behind by immortals from a millennium ago? The scripture repository of Qingyun sect housed an extensive collection of all named techniques within the cultivation world. Among them were various supreme tomes. Surely some would be suitable for him. During his time in Qingyun sect, he must take full advantage of the opportunity to peruse them. Dong Shuzi looked at the 9 tables before him, noting only one bald figure seated at the center. His gaze shifted to the calm Ling Feng beside him, and he sighed softly within, but he was acutely aware of the events that had transpired at the mountain gate earlier. His disciple, though possessing commendable talent and comprehension, was hindered by an overly meticulous mindset and an excessively straightforward disposition. Though Ouyang intervened, it nonetheless inflicted a considerable shock upon the state of mind of his disciple. The greater the confusion and stagnation, the more one must endure trials. Otherwise, in the pursuit of immortality and enlightenment, a heart devoid of resilience shall never traverse the path to fruition. This is precisely why Dong Shuzi has always allowed Ling Feng to navigate his own journey. Only by emerging from his struggles can he shoulder greater responsibilities. This, too, is the duty of Ling Feng as the chief disciple. Among the 9 great sacred lands, only the Grand Ling Mountain Temple has made an appearance, and even then, it seems to be looking for trouble. None of the 9 great sacred lands are benevolent. Dong Shuzi snorted coldly, yet our Qinyan sect is no pushover. He then stepped forward and declared in a resonant voice, the sect's grand competition will commence in 10 days. All inner disciples and observing fellow disciples are welcome to participate. The gates of Qinyan sect shall be open wide, inviting all sects of immortals. The victor will receive one of our Qinyan sect's Tao artifacts and an unparalleled heart method. Witness the Qinyan secret treasure. Dong Shuzi's voice drifted quietly into the ears of all present, instantly eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. A Tao artifact. A treasure imbued with the essence of the Tao of heaven and earth. It represents the pinnacle of artifacts wielded by cultivators. Just one spiritual treasure would be sufficient to compel the heads of external sects to act, leaving them utterly stunned to think that Qinyan sect would casually offer a Tao artifact. This is akin to gifting a set of prime real estate in the second ring of the capital in a past life. The unparalleled heart method is something every cultivator dreams of. The path of cultivation is long and arduous, with countless cultivators yearning for a method that can directly connect them to the divine, even if this world may no longer produce immortals. The supreme method presented by Qinyan sect would at least allow one to cultivate to the tribulation stage. Wouldn't it? Countless cultivators exist in this realm, yet throughout their lives, they may only lament their inability to grasp ordinary methods. To casually toss out a method capable of nurturing one to the tribulation stage is indeed a testament to the terrifying strength of Qinyan sect. Not to mention the legendary secret treasure of Qinyan sect. That is the treasure that has sustained Qinyan sect for millennia. Legends say it conceals the secrets of ascension. Should one manage to comprehend its intricacies, hope for entering the ranks of immortals would be within reach. What a grand gesture! Truly a magnificent display. All representatives from the observing sects were left in awe. Each item mentioned by Dong Shuzi was enough to stir the hearts of all present. Even the holy son of the Grand Ling Mountain Temple, Ouyang, one of the 9 great sacred lands, felt a slight stir within his heart that he had not anticipated that Qinyan sect would be so generous. Although he himself held little interest in Tao artifacts and methods, the legendary sect treasure was something he was determined to possess. Chapter 45. The competition begins 10 days pass in the blink of an eye for ordinary people, let alone for cultivators who are oblivious to the passage of time. Yet these 10 days were filled with a cacophony that nearly drove Ouyang to madness. Each morning, as he lingered in the realm of dreams, the boisterous sounds of cannon fire, exaggerated laughter, and grandiose speeches would emerge. This incessant noise left Ouyang perpetually irritable upon waking. During these 10 days, representatives from the great sacred lands seemed to have coordinated their arrivals. Arriving one after another as super sects among the 9 great sacred lands, they would not choose to arrive on the same day, lest they steal each other's limelight, whenever a super sect made its entrance. Qinyan sect extended its courtesy, with cannon fire booming, auspicious beasts in welcome, and at least one peak master greeting them at the mountain gate. The exchanges were filled with mutual respect, punctuated by hearty laughter. Audible to nearly everyone present, the expansive entrance of Qinyan sect seemed to serve as a stage for this display. The 9 great sacred lands are as follows: Wanjian Mountain Sword Sect, Nanhai, Prenglai Mountain, Western Region, Grand Ling Mountain Temple, Snow Region, Gao Xianyuan, Talismans Mountain, Wanfazong, Taishan, Shunxian Mountain Villa, Desert, Qinsha Valley, Lingxiu Blessed Land, Piamiao Pavilion, Qinyan Cave Heaven. Qinyan sect. These 9 great sacred lands are dispersed across the southern seas and northern skies, remaining non-intrusive yet forming a crucial part of the cultivation world. Their willingness to travel great distances to participate in Qinyan sect's internal competition indicates that their motives extend beyond mere observation. They had attended in previous years, but never all at once. Even Ouyang was witnessing this for the first time. How is Chongqing's preparation coming along? Ouyang inquired of Bai Feiyu, perched atop a tree. While glancing at Chongqing's room, he claims to be thoroughly prepared. At least he has found no faults in his arrangements, Bai Feiyu replied. I see. Ouyang nodded. Chongqing's confidence suggested that the demon clan's holy son, Ziyuan, was as good as dead. though he was unaware of the depths of animosity between Qin Chongqing and Ziyuan. Given Chongqing's character, anyone who fell victim to his schemes certainly could not hope to survive. The first of the Heavenly Path's children to perish, Ouyang suddenly felt a twinge of anticipation. The door to Qin Chongqing's room slowly opened, revealing him in a purple Taoist robe. Ouyang was astonished to see Qin Chongqing presenting his true face this time. This handsome visage was a rare sight. Dressed in a purple robe embroidered with Qing Yun's white insignia, his strikingly handsome face bore a hint of serene laughter. After all, with a charm level of 9. His appearance was nothing short of exquisite. Yet, the smile on Qin Chongqing's face imbued him with a chilling aura, causing a shiver to run down one's spine. All right, enough with the smiles. It's rather unsettling. Ouyang waved dismissively at Qin Chongqing. Senior brother Qin is so handsome. It's the first time seeing such a handsome senior brother, Hu Tu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Huh. 9th level of foundation establishment? Bai Feiyu also descended from the tree, intrigued by Qin Chongqing's true strength. This was the true prowess of his third senior brother. He had hidden it well enough that even Bai Feiyu had failed to notice. Qin Chongqing took a deep breath. After such a long preparation, he was determined to eliminate the demon Zing. The potential changes in the timeline were no longer in Qin Chongqing's considerations. His only blood feud was with Zing. Qin Chongqing retrieved a silver mask from his sleeve, his gaze cold and filled with murderous intent. The summoning bell atop Qingyun Peak rang once more, and as the bell tolled, Ouyang clapped his hands and said, "Let us go and see how Chongqing takes down that scoundrel." At this moment, Qingyun Peak was shrouded in ethereal clouds, resonating with celestial melodies. The bustling crowd rendered the once serene peak exceedingly lively. The inner disciples of Qingyun's sect lined both sides, standing on the stone steps. All were walking towards the summit of Qingyun Peak. Each peak held a designated position, and as the crowd from the small mountain peak arrived at the venue, they immediately attracted the attention of all others within Qingyun's sect. It had long been rumored that the small mountain peak harbored extraordinary talents. The disciples from the small mountain peak were shrouded in mystery, rarely seen. Their sole appearance was 2 years prior when a disciple from the small mountain peak, sword in hand, charged up Wenjian Peak. Hundreds of disciples from Wenjian Peak were utterly defeated by this singular disciple's swordplay. One person with one sword had overturned the entire Wenjian Peak, establishing a remarkable reputation for the small mountain peak. It was said that there were 3 more like him on the small mountain peak. Such terror! Compared to the sect master's disciple, Ling Feng, they were vastly superior. When Bai Feiyu made his appearance, he captivated the attention of all the women present, clad in white, with a temperament as gentle as jade and an exceptionally handsome face. Merely a glance was enough to ensnare one's heart. Dressed in black, Lung Qingsong stood with his sword, exuding a fierce sword intent that dared not be looked upon directly. In a purple Taoist robe, Qin Chongqing, wearing a mask, emanated an air of mystery. Equally captivating, Hu Tu, in a colorful skirt, appeared quirky and delightful, charming everyone around her. Each individual drew attention, with any one of them capable of becoming the focal point of the world. In stark contrast, Ouyang, in his blue Taoist robe, appeared somewhat ordinary, merely a typical foundation establishment cultivator. Yet when Ouyang casually seated himself amid these dazzling figures, propping up one leg in a carefree manner, he seemed oddly harmonious among them. Qingyun sect truly is a repository of talent. The elders from various sects in the audience could not help but marvel inwardly as they gazed towards the small mountain peak. The small mountain peak had greatly honored Qingyun's sect, and Dong Shuzi's face was beaming with delight. This was precisely why he had long wished for the disciples of the small mountain peak to step into the limelight. Hu Yun's few disciples were simply too impressive. The auspicious time had arrived. Dong Shuzi cleared his throat and stepped to the front, proclaiming loudly, "The grand competition of Qingyun's sect officially commences, with heaven and earth as witnesses, and the sun and moon as witnesses." A rumble of thunder echoed through the sky, and amidst the clear daylight, a round moon faintly appeared, and a resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, and with it, a high-pitched bird's cry followed suit. A 10-meter-long azure dragon coiled upwards, soaring into the clouds, closely pursued by a fiery phoenix. This spectacle prompted a gasp of awe from the crowd. The presence of true dragons and phoenixes could be felt emanating from both the azure dragon and the phoenix. Qingyun sect indeed harbored a true dragon and a phoenix. The phoenix soared towards the sun, raising its head in song. Though its divine might was still nascent, it compelled all beasts to bow in submission. The azure dragon shot towards the emerging round moon, casting a massive shadow of the dragon upon it. The once faint moon now appeared vividly clear. Was Xiao Feng borrowed by Dong Shuzi merely for this spectacle? It seems the effect is quite remarkable. Ouyang, lounging with legs crossed, gazed up at the extraordinary sight in the sky, satisfied. With the sun and moon in conjunction, and the dragon and phoenix resonating, the heavenly phenomenon coupled with the emergence of divine beasts propelled the atmosphere of the grand competition to an exhilarating climax even before it had officially begun. Chapter 46. That year, I stood with my hands in my pockets. The grand competition of the sect will be divided into the outer gate trials and the inner gate trials. The outer gate trials resemble more of a performance. After a fierce competition, the 10 outer disciples who emerge victorious will engage in duels in pairs that if the peak masters have their eyes on any disciples, they will be directly admitted into the sect. Should one not be selected, they would still be granted the status of a named disciple within the inner sect, tasked with undertaking tasks within their capacity across the various peaks. Thus, the 10 most exceptional disciples from the outer sect, after much struggle, would eventually find themselves in the inner sect, performing a dance for the esteemed leaders, those who once dazzled in the outer sect. Upon arriving here, would suddenly be reduced to mere commodities for selection, akin to chickens in a bustling market. It is worth noting that anyone allowed into the inner sect is undoubtedly a prodigy, as the world is replete with talents. The outer sect competitions are rather tedious, with the most one can witness being the foundational stage used engaging in a lackluster battle in the Grand Hall's courtyard. They exert all their efforts showcasing their unique skills, yet the audience below views them as one would a circus, watching monkeys leap through hoops. After all, foundational stage practitioners are commonplace within the inner sect. Once the 10 have completed their performances, 5 are chosen by the elders of various peaks to become inner sect disciples. Among them is the less than fairly chosen Ma Xingye, who catches the eye of the 5 Elements Peak, which specializes in the path of magical techniques. The moment Ma Xingye is selected, he trembles with excitement. Years of hard work and the expectations of the sect culminate in this moment, making it all worthwhile. His joy rivals that of a top scholar in a mundane high school, leaving him exhilarated and brimming with pride. With the wind at his back, he feels as though he has seen all the flowers of Chang'an in a single day. Ultimately, he has not sullied the name of genius, successfully entering the Qingyun sect. Suddenly, he recalls Xiao Feng. Had Xiao Feng defeated him, he would not be standing here. I'm sorry, junior brother Xiao, he thinks. Cultivating immortality is indeed a cruel endeavor. If we meet again, I shall make amends. Ma Xingye silently apologizes but soon begins to celebrate with his fellow disciples nearby. Meanwhile, seated in the grand hall of the Qingyun sect, Xiao Feng gazes curiously at the courtyard below. Having been borrowed by a senior brother, he summons the ethereal figures of the azure dragon and vermilion bird within the loft of the hall. Not only has he met the sect leader, but the leader has also shown him great kindness, even suggesting he might transfer to another peak to become the sect leader's personal disciple. Faced with an imagined figure, Xiao Feng, though excited internally, feels a twinge of anxiety at the leader's overture to poach him, ultimately declining, that he reflects that nearly everything he possesses now has been bestowed by his senior brother. If he were to leave his small peak, what face would he have to continue his cultivation? Xiao Feng worries that the sect leader might take offense at his refusal, but to his surprise, the leader merely sighs, muttering something unintelligible, though his tone suggests frustration. Nevertheless, the leader does not skimp on Xiao Feng's treatment, having set up a spirit-gathering array to assist his cultivation and providing countless spiritual fruits and elixirs for him to consume. Such treatment starkly contrasts with Ma Xingye's situation below in the courtyard. A smile graces Xiao Feng's face. Since arriving at the small peak, he has gradually become more open-minded. Aside from the decisive senior brother, there is the second senior brother, a master of swordsmanship. The fourth who understands all laws, and the third, a skilled alchemist, as well as... Xiao Feng gently touches a withered flower in his pocket, a tender smile gracing his features. After the outer sect disciples' performances conclude, the true spectacle begins that in the Grand Hall. Dong Shuzi and 18 great cultivators of the ascended stage simultaneously take action. Above Qingyun Peak, a vast spatial anomaly quietly manifests. This is the mustard seed space. The intersect competition will take place here. Those with a cultivation level no lower than the core formation stage wishing to participate may now enter the mustard seed space and await. Dong Shuzi's voice resonates once more, outlining the rules of this competition. Participation is strictly forbidden for those below the core formation stage. Such a stringent rule causes many disciples of the Qingyun sect to sigh in despair, as the chasm between each great realm is akin to a vast gulf. This prohibition serves largely to protect those ignorant of their own limitations from inadvertently being crushed by powerful cultivators. On the viewing platform, a multitude of luminous figures rush toward the mustard seed space, eager to outshine one another, as they are all chosen elites of their respective realms. Among the most prominent is the monk Huiji, who summons his true form, enveloped in a towering golden body, soaring toward the mustard seed space. The pressure emanating from his nascent soul stage presence makes all others hesitate. Chen Chongqing fixates on the Grand Hall, unable to contain himself when he sees the dark-clad Zhu Yuan heading toward the mustard seed space. Just as he prepares to rise and follow, Ouyang restrains his shoulder, prompting a confused look from Chen Chongqing. Ouyang chuckles heartily, patting Chen Chongqing's shoulder, saying, "After being stifled for so long, it's time to have a good fight. Winning or losing doesn't matter, just be safe." "Yes, senior brother," Chen Chongqing replies earnestly, then takes to the skies, heading for the mustard seed space. "Senior brother, is it really all right?" Hu Tutu asks, a hint of concern in her voice. "I don't know, but given Chongqing's nature, he will surely endure until the end, don't worry," Ouyang assures confidently. Once the number of participants in the mustard seed space reaches 400, the entrance closes. Those hesitant and just approaching the threshold are turned away. If you are indecisive, your resolve remains weak. Retreat. The peak master of the states calmly at the entrance. Those who had hoped for special consideration from the peak master feel a wave of shame and turn back the way they came. Meanwhile, those within the mustard seed space, upon landing, immediately adopt a defensive stance, eyeing one another warily. In this place, there are only foes, and the only one they can trust is themselves. The rules of this competition are that there are no rules. The last one standing is the victor. Feel free to engage boldly. We will rescue you at the first opportunity. The peak master of the declares, his expression calm, that no sooner has he spoken than the spacious mustard seed space plunges into darkness. Hundreds of figures nearly at the nascent soul stage suddenly materialize within the mustard seed space, inciting a wave of astonishment. The peak master of the looks on in disbelief at the instigator of this chaos. Dressed in a purple Taoist robe, Chen Chongqing stands at the center, surveying his adversaries that in his previous life. He had not even been granted the opportunity to participate in this competition, forced to observe these talents from afar as they shone in the eyes of the world. But this time he has arrived, and as Ouyang has said, he need not hold back. One by one, Chen Chongqing is disinterested in fighting. His sole objective is clear. He might as well take them all out at once. With a glimmer of cold light in his masked eyes, he stands poised, hands concealed within his sleeves. Hundreds of nascent soul puppets loom over the sky, intimidating all present. 1 against 399, creating a palpable sense of pressure. That year, with my hands tucked into my sleeves, I knew not what a true opponent was. Chapter 47. Knowing not what an opponent is. Hundreds of puppets at nearly the nascent soul stage. What does that signify? Only Zhu Yuan among the crowd comprehends the gravity of the situation, his eyes filled with fear and resentment that he had initially planned to forego this sect competition, wishing to avoid this misfortune. Yet, unexpectedly, the sect leader had personally commanded him to participate at TO this day. Zhu Yuan remains baffled as to how he had offended Chen Chongqing. Reflecting on his past actions, he considers the multitude he may have wronged. He has been killing since the age of 5. Who knows if he had slain members of Chen Chongqing's family? Truly unfortunate. His once impeccable disguise, which even earned him the favor of the Qingyun sect's leader, has now led to his downfall in this treacherous situation. Zhu Yuan whispers an incantation, his form shifting. and in the next moment he is transformed into the appearance of another person. This is his proudest innate skill, the metamorphic illusion. Not only can his physical form morph into an image from his mind, but his aura, techniques, and even demonic essence can be transmuted into true essence. After the transformation, even a tribulation stage expert would be unable to detect him. However, his cultivation level would regress by one major realm. Originally at the nascent soul stage, he reverts to the core formation stage. If I were still at the nascent soul stage, how could I possibly be concerned about these hundreds of puppets? Zhu Yuan thinks resentfully as he hides among the crowd. As long as he pretends to be overwhelmed, he can exit at any time, thus participating in the competition and surviving this tribulation that a true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. He will surely take his revenge tenfold in the future. Meanwhile, with his hands clasped before him, Chen Changxing's soul scans the entirety of the mustard seed space, yet he fails to detect Zhu Yuan's presence. Naturally, Chen Changxing understands this to be Zhu Yuan's signature skill. A lesson learned after the latter had ensnared countless others that in his previous life. The notorious demon realm Saint Emperor Zhu Yuan was also known as the master of metamorphosis. However, this will not pose a challenge for Chen Changxing. Unhurriedly, he retrieves a stack of paper from his robes and addresses the gathered crowd with a calm demeanor. In a moment, those whose names I call shall exit this space voluntarily. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Earlier, Chen Changxing had meticulously noted the identities of all who entered the mustard seed space. Even those he did not recognize, he memorized their features and appearances. He intends to employ the process of elimination to identify Zhu Yuan hidden among the crowd. Standing alone against 399, Chen Changxing approaches the challenge as one would a poultry market. Selecting his targets, those who made it inside are either favored disciples of the inner sect or the mainstays of other sections who among them has endured such humiliation. In an instant, 3 individuals erupt with true essence, either forming hand seals or rushing toward Chen Changxing with blades drawn. However, just as they prepare to retaliate, they find themselves subdued by the nascent soul puppets. The 3 are brought before Chen Changxing. Wang Wu, Li Si, Zhao Lu. Chen Changxing identifies the 3 by their appearances and assigned numbers, subsequently bowing to them and saying, "My apologies, esteemed brothers." No sooner has he spoken than the 3 are unceremoniously cast out of the mustard seed space by the nascent soul puppets. Chen Changxing gazes at the remaining 396 individuals and states calmly, "All right, the 3 esteemed brothers have set a precedent. Who shall be next?" The spectators on the viewing platform stare in shock at Chen Changxing within the mustard seed space. One person single-handedly overwhelming 400. What is the true origin of this individual? Why has the Qingyun sect never heard of someone by this name? Which peak does this subordinate hail from? To be so remarkably valiant, a mere small mountain peak that alleviates concerns. Such a summit is known to harbor peculiar entities. Observing the densely packed puppets within the mustard seed space, each possesses a cultivation level that rivals that of the nascent soul stage. The crafting of a nascent soul puppet is even more arduous than advancing to the nascent soul stage itself. Before me, Chen Changxing effortlessly summons hundreds, not to mention the precious materials required. Where could they possibly come from? The creation alone demands at least 3 grandmasters of significant cultivation realms. Is there perhaps a grandmaster of artifact refinement backing Chen Changxing, forcing 400 peers of comparable rank, a considerable portion of whom are even nascent soul practitioners? What audacity this displays! Dong Shuzi, is this lad a veritable monster? To manipulate hundreds of nascent soul puppets while still in the core formation stage, is a spirit so formidable. The Qingyun sect truly deserves its reputation, producing such an extraordinary talent. I wonder if that bald little monk from Lingshan Temple can withstand this. The elders of the 9 great holy lands cast newfound respect upon Chen Changxing. A genius of his caliber is unheard of even among them. Dong Shuzi, with an inscrutable expression, engages in a form of Tai Chi with the flattery from the surrounding elders, internally pondering if this small mountain peak possesses particularly favorable feng shui, perhaps one day sending someone from Tianyan Peak to explore. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the small mountain peak gaze at Chen Changxing in stunned silence. third senior brother is so impressive. Hututu stares blankly at the mustard seed space in the sky. After all, in his memory, third senior brother has always been one to frown and retreat slightly behind the others. Today's display of audacious flair is a first. Ouyang is equally astonished. Unable to fathom that the most reserved and cunning third senior brother could put on such a smooth facade, unable to resist saying to Bai Feiyu, "Little Bai, what good does it do you to stand in a tree every day? Look at how seamlessly third senior brother is performing." Bai Feiyu rolls his eyes, but internally, he too is secretly amazed. Had he encountered Chen Chongqing unprepared, he might have met with disaster. Standing on the pavilion, Xiao Feng feverishly jots down notes, realizing that the third senior brother, whom he previously thought to be merely adept in alchemy, can also perform so convincingly. He must learn and observe carefully. Meanwhile, Lung Qingsong clutches his sword, seemingly indifferent to the commotion surrounding him. In the mustard seed space, over 390 contestants suddenly feel an overwhelming pressure. They are acutely aware that they may very well become mere stepping stones for the youth clad in purple robes across from them. 1 against 399. Even in defeat, it would provide ample fodder for tales throughout their lives. Yet opportunities are not entirely absent. With over 300 participants launching an assault simultaneously, could he truly withstand it all? The group exchanges glances, and in an instant, they reach a consensus, charging towards Chen Chongqing in unison. What they did not anticipate was that those hundreds of nascent soul puppets would automatically form a formation. Caught unawares, they plunge headlong into the deadly array. This formation is particularly peculiar. Hundreds of puppets entangle with them without engaging in a fierce battle, whenever they prepare to unleash their full strength. The puppets retreat quietly, akin to striking dough, unpleasant as they become ensnared in the deadly array, unable to extricate themselves. Chen Chongqing's voice rings out like a death knell. Sun Qi, Lu Ba, Qin Shi, no, with the sound of papers flipping. Individuals occasionally scream in agony and are sent flying. Each name Chen Chongqing calls signifies the elimination of one contestant. In this moment, these prodigies appear like piglets in a pen, awaiting selection. Chapter 48. The Demon Foot Revealed. Little Blackie. Chen Chongqing's voice acts as a harbinger of doom. With each utterance, someone is eliminated. The others, bewildered, cannot fathom what Chen Chongqing is doing. Does he truly need to call out names for eliminations? Is he that disdainful of them? This space is not devoid of nascent soul practitioners. When they unleash their full power, the surrounding puppets are instantly shattered into countless fragments. Yet the broken puppets regenerate in an instant. These puppets possess the ability to infinitely resurrect. How can they possibly combat this? The group of practitioners descends into despair. Neither spells nor sword energies prove effective against the puppets before them. Only grandmasters of the out-of-body stage can discern the hidden intricacies. These hundreds of puppets indeed harbor the essence of spirit. Only upon reaching the out-of-body stage, when one spirit can separate from the body, can one grasp such profound attributes, as long as their spirits remain unscathed. These puppets can, in principle, revive indefinitely. The elders in the Great Hall gaze in horror at Chen Chongqing within the mustard seed space, that a practitioner of merely the core formation stage has grasped concepts that are typically comprehensible only to those of the out-of-body stage. Were this news to spread, few would believe it. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would dismiss it as a jest. Even upon reaching the out-of-body stage, one merely begins to touch upon the mysteries of the spirit. What manner of being is this youth? Having attained such profound understanding of the spirit, moreover, from whence do the spirits of these hundreds of puppets originate? Chen Chongqing within the mustard seed space has already etched himself into the memories of all the elders in the Great Hall. Such a genius, unmatched even among the 9 great holy lands, stands as a figure of unprecedented talent. As the numbers dwindle within the mustard seed space, Chen Chongqing's speech quickens. When the hundreds of puppets scatter once more, not a single surrounded practitioner remains. All have been cleared away by Chen Chongqing. Within the entire mustard seed space, only the disguised Zhuiyuan and the Buddhist Saint Huizhi remain. Chen Chongqing turns to the disguised Zhuiyuan and calmly inquires, "Do you still wish to pretend?" Reluctantly, Zhuiyuan reverts to his true form, drawing his sword and exclaiming, "What have I done to you? Why do you insist on exterminating me? Perhaps you owe me from a past life. Thus you must perish. In an instant, the stack of papers in Chun Chongqing's hand ignites, turning to ash that he then addresses Huiji, recognizing that this so-called Buddhist saint is not a benevolent entity either. Yet his current goal is to eliminate Zuiyuan, preferring to avoid entanglements with the Buddhist sect for the moment. Great monk, you may leave. This matter does not concern you, Chun Chongqing states to Huiji. Umitba, the monk merely wishes to behold the Qingyun's secret treasure. I beseech the benefactor to grant this wish, Huiji replies. Palms pressed together. And you think yourself worthy? The great Ling Mountain Temple truly has lost its discernment. Chun Chongqing scoffs that in his previous life, the seemingly compassionate Huiji committed heinous acts that rivaled those of Zuiyuan, donning a facade of mercy while embodying a demon in disguise. Huiji's expression shifts to one of sorrow as he softly recites a Buddhist chant, coldly declaring, "It appears the benefactor does not wish for an amicable resolution." Upon finishing, a radiant light envelopes him, and his golden body rapidly expands, transforming into a towering Buddha before Chun Chongqing in the blink of an eye. The figure of the Buddha is indistinct, yet the dazzling light emanating from it blinds the onlookers. The great Buddha slowly raises a hand, pressing down towards Chun Chongqing. The palm descending upon him expands infinitely in Chun Chongqing's sight, nearly eclipsing the very heavens and earth, as if the entire world consists solely of this hand. Buddha's secret technique, Great Compassion Palm, unfazed. Chun Chongqing slips his hands into his sleeves, retrieving a puppet resembling a monkey. He intones, summon the spirits, invite the divine. Let the divine monkey descend to assist me in breaking this law. Go! The puppet is hurled forth. Initially palm-sized, it rapidly grows to over 10 meters in height. Upon sighting the descending Buddha palm, the monkey emits a frenzied screech, striking its chest with wild abandon. As if harboring a profound grudge against the approaching palm, the monkey beats the ground fiercely, raising its hands to collide with the descending palm. The ground beneath it shatters as the palm crushes down upon the raised arms, striking the monkey's shoulder. Yet the monkey's eyes blaze red, nostrils flaring with heated breath, defiantly refusing to fall. Its towering form appears minuscule before the immense palm, akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Yet it stands resolute. The two forces are locked in a standoff. Just as Ouyang contemplates fleeing, the hundreds of nascent soul puppets swiftly encircle him, leaving no escape. Chun Chongqing's paramount objective this time is to ensure Ouyang does not escape easily. The hundreds of puppets merely restrain him without delivering a lethal blow. As a son of the demon race, Zuiyuan must possess some means of escape, which Chun Chongqing does not trust. He must prepare meticulously to eliminate Zuiyuan. Before that, the pesky monk must be dealt with. Chun Chongqing retrieves 2 yellow talismans from his sleeves, chanting incantations, and casually flings the talismans away. The yellow talismans transform into golden light, striking the monkey which is valiantly resisting the Buddha palm. Initially, the monkey, filled with defiance and rage, holds its ground against the palm. But upon the talismans adhering to it, the monkey transforms into a stone pillar. Propping up the Buddha palm, in the instant of transformation, the Buddha palm is pierced through by the monkey's newly formed pillar. Golden Buddha blood showers the mustard seed space like a golden rain. The seemingly compassionate Huiji utters a cry of agony, retracting his hand and gazing at the penetrating wound that has appeared on it, incredulously demanding, "This is not a puppet. What on earth is that monkey?" Chun Chongqing glances casually at a figure below and softly replies, "That is not a puppet. The monkey has a name. He is known as the Great Sage. This monkey puppet was crafted using the true essence of his senior brother. Though it is an inanimate creation, it has long since awakened its intelligence in a previous life." Ouyang recounted to himself the tale of a monkey attaining enlightenment. The once unruly Great Sage, capable of piercing the heavens, ultimately met his fate beneath the ancient Buddha's light. During those bygone days, whenever he indulged in sloth during his cultivation, Ouyang would admonish himself with the story of that monkey. The Great Sage and the victorious fighting Buddha are not the same. If you wish to avoid being shackled by that golden hoop, you must diligently practice. Senior brother, what if the Great Sage truly tore open the sky and went unchecked? Would he not then be indistinguishable from the demonic tribes? Are you arguing with me? I swear I shall strike you down. Memories of the past flickered before Qin Changsheng, representing the happiest moments of his previous existence. That I end this life, it would be I, Qin Changsheng, who would safeguard all that has transpired. Behold, senior brother, the great sage ultimately pierced through the Buddha's palm and was not crushed beneath the mountain formed from that palm. Thus, I too can rewrite my destiny. Qin Changsheng raised his hand. Clutching a tattered wooden puppet of a monkey, his resolve solidified within. So, my third brother borrowed my true essence just to create this. It truly resembles a tale from Journey to the West. Yet, I have never shared this story. Is it mere coincidence? Or is my third brother not only reborn, but also traversed from another realm? Ouyang, observing the scene unfolding within the mustard seed space, felt a sudden surprise. The wounded Huaiji glared at Qin Changsheng in fury. Having faced defeat twice in such a short span, despite believing himself to be the chosen one destined to elevate the Buddhist sect. Little did he know, he had merely been gazing at the sky from the confines of the Daling Mountain Temple. After less than 10 days at the Qingyun sect, he had already been bested by others twice, and those adversaries were of a significantly lower realm. What a disgrace, as a holy son of the Buddhist sect, to be defeated consecutively by an unknown disciple of Qingyun sect. This humiliation shattered Huiji's long-held pride. He had always been the one to challenge others beyond his level, never imagining that one day he too would fall to a lower-ranked opponent. There are heavens beyond the heavens, and people beyond the people. Had he merely been observing the world from a well for so long? Huaiji sighed deeply, his aura of Buddhist light dimming as he slightly bowed to Qin Changsheng before departing the mustard seed space. When only Ziyuan remained before Qin Changsheng, he strained to speak. There are over a dozen experts at the Ascendant level stationed here. They will not allow you to kill me. Now, Ziyuan could only place his hopes on the observing guardians, praying that they would save him the moment Qin Changsheng attempted to strike him down. It was indeed laughable. As a holy son of the demonic tribe, he found himself relying on the righteousness of the human cultivators for salvation. Qin Changsheng raised both hands, forming a bowing gesture, his gaze intensely fixed upon Ziyuan as he said, "Do you think of things that I cannot fathom?" Ziyuan's heart plummeted as he observed the radiant bow and arrow slowly materializing in Qin Changsheng's hands. He could clearly sense the impending threat of death emanating from them. What feels off about this attack? Dong Shuzi glanced at the bow and arrow in Qin Changsheng's hands, confident that he could save Ziyuan when the moment came for Qin Changsheng to strike. Yet the arrow before him appeared to be nothing more than a simple fire spell. Ziyuan frantically dodged, but ultimately found himself in despair as no matter how he evaded, the arrowhead remained fixed upon him. "Ah!" Ziyuan roared, his demonic energy surging forth, and in the face of death, he could no longer conceal his true identity. If he could merely restore his cultivation to the nascent soul stage, he could swiftly escape. Even if his identity were discovered, what of it? At worst, he would consider this mission a failure. He could not die. The prodigy that he was could not perish here. He was the holy son of the demonic tribe, the hope for the future of the demons. How could he easily succumb here? He still possessed treasures of the demonic tribe, enough to ensure his survival. The surge of demonic energy from Zun left everyone present momentarily stunned, followed by an uproar at an event of such grandeur as the Qingyun sect. A member of the demonic tribe had infiltrated. Dong Shuzi, standing at the altar, was likewise rendered speechless. As the head of the Qingyun sacred land, he had failed to recognize that Ziyuan was of the demonic clan. Moreover, he had even taken him as a disciple. Below, Ouyang chuckled, looking at Ziyuan with a gleeful expression. "At last, your true colors are showing, little Blackie." Chapter 49. Holy son of Qingyun sect, Qin Changsheng heard nothing. For in his eyes, the world around him had fallen silent. Before him stood only Zun and the bow and arrow in his grasp. Scenes from his past life replayed in his mind, intensifying the radiance of the arrow in his hand. This was no ordinary arrow, nor merely a poetic arrow. It was an arrow imbued with his very soul, an attack aimed not just at Ziyuan's corporeal form, but also at his spirit. Even if the guardians surrounding him could intercept the physical attack of the arrow, they could not hinder the assault on his soul. Chun Chongqing's memories crystallized upon the visage of Ouyang from his previous life, as he softly recited the poem once recited by Ouyang, looking northwest. I shoot the heavenly wolf. Whoosh! The arrow was released, swiftly darting towards Ziyun, who was on the verge of tearing open a rift in space to escape. Ziyun looked down in disbelief at his right chest. He had never disclosed to anyone the fact that his heart resided on the right. How could Chun Chongqing possibly know this? The arrow pierced through Ziyun's body, accurately embedding itself within his right chest, leaving no visible wound. It was an attack on Ziyun's very soul. In an instant, Ziyun's nascent soul perished, and as it did, a black lotus flower erupted forth, tearing through the fabric of space and vanishing without notice. Ziyun's body gradually descended from the heavens, sporting horns on his head and demonic patterns across his face, unmistakably identifying him as a member of the demonic tribe. The moment Chun Chongqing struck down Ziyun, the urgency in his heart dissipated, for he knew he had slain the demon lord he had loathed in his past life. His vow to the heavens was to ensure he could indeed eradicate Ziyun completely. A tenacious creature, the centipede does not perish easily. Only under the witness of the heavens could he be certain he had truly eliminated the future demon emperor. All his schemes culminated in success at this moment. Chun Chongqing felt an unprecedented fatigue wash over him, collapsing onto the ground of the mustard seed space. Outside, a great uproar had already erupted. The demonic tribe, unseen for thousands of years, had unexpectedly re-emerged at the grand event of the Qingyun sect. Did this herald the resurgence of the battle between the righteous and demonic paths? The cultivators who had experienced the inhumane war thousands of years prior wore expressions of sorrow. Meanwhile, Dong Shuzi atop the altar gazed vacantly at the mustard seed space, as Chun Chongqing made his vow to the heavens. Doubt rose within him regarding this newly accepted disciple. Yet he could not fathom that his disciple was, in fact, of the demonic tribe, as the head of the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 sacred lands. He had a personal disciple belonging to the demonic tribe. The burden of the matter weighed heavily on Dong Shuzi, causing him to momentarily stoop, resembling an aged elder. Master, the peak masters looked upon Dong Shuzi with concern at the shift in his aura. However, Dong Shuzi merely stooped for a moment before regaining his composure, his authoritative presence returning. The countless years of experience had not yet eroded his resolve. He calmly addressed the elders sent from the 9 sacred lands and the numerous representatives of sects. The victor of today's sect competition is Chun Chongqing of the Little Mountain Peak. Chun Chongqing has rendered great service by vanquishing the demons and shall henceforth be recognized as the holy son of our Qingyun sect. To see him is to see the sect leader. What? Such explosive news left everyone present utterly astonished. Yet, the elders of each peak quickly grasped the implications. Before all their fellow sects, a member of the demonic tribe had appeared within Qingyun sect. How would the world perceive the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 sacred lands, forming an alliance with the demons, aiding their schemes? Such an accusation would be fatal for a righteous sect like Qingyun, particularly before nearly all the influential sections. Thus, Dong Shuzi promptly declared Chun Chongqing, who had slain the demon, as the holy son of Qingyun sect, making his stance clear. The emergence of a demon within their ranks had nothing to do with them. It was a testament to the cunning of the demonic tribe. Astounding indeed. Truly deserving of the title of an old fox who has lived for thousands of years, he made the most astute response in an instant. The elders from the 9 sacred lands also reacted swiftly, immediately congratulating the Qingyun sect on the emergence of such a highly gifted holy son. Although the 9 sacred lands often looked down upon each other, they were still united in their fortunes. Thus, they would indeed lift the Qingyun sect's reputation. They could later inquire with their own sect leaders about the matter. But for now, it was paramount to soothe the concerns of the numerous smaller sects present. Did third senior brother become the holy son of Qingyun sect? Hututu asked Ouyang in bewilderment. The old schemer who had been lurking in the shadows unexpectedly stands in the brightest spotlight now. Truly, the ways of the world are ever-changing. Ouyang sighed. This is troublesome. If it disrupts our quiet cultivation, we might have to ask third senior brother to move out. The holy son of Qingyun sect sounds far better than merely being a disciple of the Little Mountain Peak. Doesn't it? Bai Feiyu frowned. Lung Qingsong pondered only whether his meals would be affected in the future. After all, having the Holy Sun cook for him daily would seem rather unreasonable. That A.S. Chen Chongqing lay in the mustard seed space. A bitter smile crossed his lips. Though he could not fathom why he had inexplicably become the Holy Sun of Qingyun's sect, he recalled that in his previous life, this title had been held by the illustrious Zhu. Had the timelines begun to deviate? Just as Chen Chongqing pondered how to renounce the title of Holy Sun, Ling Feng, donned in a gray robe, appeared before him. Brother Ling Feng, Chen Chongqing began to speak. But Ling Feng coldly interjected. Holy Sun, although Ziyuan belongs to the demonic clan, we share a bond as brothers. Might I request permission to bury him? Ling Feng's voice lacked its usual gentleness, replaced by an overwhelming indifference and harshness. Chen Chongqing hurriedly replied, Brother Ling Feng, you need not address me in such a manner. I merely harbor a grudge against it. I have no desire to assume the title of Holy Sun. Yet, Ling Feng did not respond. Instead, he lifted Ziyuan's lifeless body and soared out of the mustard seed space, making his way down the mountain to the onlookers. He appeared as a caring elder brother, burying his fallen disciple, even if that disciple was a prodigy of the demonic clan. In that moment, Ling Feng was imbued with a tragic aura in the eyes of all, leaving behind only a desolate silhouette. However, within Ling Feng's mind, a frenzied voice brimmed with elation, incessantly urging him, hurry, move faster. This is the beginning of our fate's transformation. Chapter 50. The commencement of destiny. Thus, the inter-sect competition of Qingyun's sect concluded rather hastily. Chen Chongqing was proclaimed the Holy Sun of the sacred land. Yet there was no ceremony, merely the hasty announcement from the sect leader before declaring the competition over, aside from being scrutinized like a spectacle by the crowd atop the small peak. Chen Chongqing found little benefit from the title. What should have been a grand event for Qingyun's sect ended as a farcical debacle. Ling Feng, carrying Ziyuan's remains, flew towards the outskirts of Qingyun's sect. The incessant voice in his mind began to vex him. Did you not say that Ziyuan would ultimately become the Holy Sun of Qingyun's sect? Why does this Chen Chongqing suddenly appear? Ling Feng asked, a displeasure evident on his face. In my recollection, there is no such individual. Perhaps my presence has altered the timeline of this world. The Great Tao encompasses 50, while the heavenly transformation comprises 49. Minor forces may change. Yet an unforeseen variable will not impact the ultimate outcome, the voice in his mind replied. Ling Feng arrived at a remote human village, situated over 1,000 kilometers from Qingyun's sect, sufficiently concealed. Yet it was not enough. The act must be performed thoroughly, for his master was a formidable practitioner of the tribulation stage. Ling Feng sought out a picturesque location and, with a casual wave, created a grave 2 meters deep. He placed Ziyuan's body within the grave, a flicker of struggle crossing his eyes. Yet he resolved to remove a ring from his finger. Did you not lament your lack of talent? This body possesses formidable potential. Should you desire it, you could become one of the most exceptional geniuses. The voice in his mind incessantly lured Ling Feng, that a moment of conflict flickered in Ling Feng's eyes as memories of past events flooded his mind. The woman he adored choosing another, the misunderstanding from his peers, and his stagnation in cultivation over the years. All of this stemmed from his being merely an ordinary person. If he were to occupy Ziyuan's body, he would gain unparalleled talent. What did it matter if he belonged to the demonic clan or the human clan? If his talent was extraordinary, standing atop this world, would anyone dare to speak against him, regardless of their lineage? Ling Feng took a deep breath, retrieving a golden needle from his waist, murmuring, I do not know your intentions, but should you dare to use my body for nefarious deeds, I shall not hesitate to cast myself into the demonic clan to eliminate you. Having uttered this seemingly non-threatening remark, Ling Feng plunged the golden needle into his dantian, precisely striking the brow of his nascent soul. As the nascent soul was pierced, Ling Feng's countenance turned ashen, yet he gritted his teeth and withdrew the needle. Driving it into Zun's dantian, as the needle penetrated, the once dead nascent soul within Zun ignited like a spark, slowly settling within the dantian. Ling Feng, having expended all his strength, paled further, but maintained his posture. Gradually bowing his head, devoid of vitality, in the next heartbeat, As Ling Feng's heart ceased its rhythm, it began to beat anew. The pallor of his face gradually brightened, his previously innocent visage now adopting a hint of sinister allure. "Ah, I have finally returned to my own body," Ling Feng exclaimed, rising with laughter, his voice now sharp and acerbic, devoid of its former warmth. But he cast a glance at Xuan's grave, a flicker of dissatisfaction in his eyes. "No wonder I was backstabbed to death by Xuan in my past life. The indecisive and self-pitying version of myself truly was a waste." Before him stood a Ling Feng transformed, his soul entirely renewed, or perhaps it was a new incarnation of himself. Within the rear hall of Qingyun's sect, Ling Feng's eternal lamp unexpectedly extinguished, only to reignite moments later, for the Ling Feng before them was no longer the original, but rather the vengeful spirit that had drifted in the void for an indeterminate duration after being betrayed by Xuan in his previous life. Upon awakening, he found himself residing within a ring, returning to his days at Qingyun's sect. Upon realizing the passage of time, Ling Feng, having drifted through the endless void for countless years, succumbed to madness. The pitiful existence he had been reduced to now had a chance for rebirth. When the vengeful spirit occupying the ring found the current version of himself, who mirrored his past cowardice, a surge of anger welled within. The self-pitying demeanor that he had adopted made him want to deliver 2 blows to himself. At last, he had exhausted much effort to allow this incarnation to seize control of Ziyuan's lifeless body. As the vengeful spirit floated through the boundless void, it finally gained dominion over its own form. Standing firm, Ling Feng's realm steadily ascended, leaping from the 3rd to the 9th stage of the nascent soul, and in the next instant, he directly broke through to the exit stage. Only then did he cease his ascent. His innate talent had always been commendable. It was merely his weak mindset that had hindered him. The accumulation of experience and the ever-expanding soul in the endless void had enabled Ling Feng to shatter his limits in an instant. Ling Feng clenched his fists, feeling the exhilaration of his awakened soul, unable to contain his excitement. Since heaven had granted him a second chance, this time he would trample all those so-called geniuses beneath his feet. Ling Feng's gaze turned cold as he waved his hand. Burying the grave beneath a mound of earth, he retrieved a wooden plank from his storage pouch and inscribed upon it, using his finger as a brush, the place of Ling Feng's rebirth. He had labored endlessly to persuade this incarnation to seize Ziyuan's body. Now he could live openly in the light, and even in the darkest corners he would possess his existence. From henceforth, there would exist 2 Ling Fengs in this world. One was the disciple of the sect leader of Qingyun's sect, and the other was the remnant of the demonic clan, Lin Feng. With a hearty laugh, Ling Feng unsheathed his sword, which vibrated in response, and he leapt onto the flying sword, soaring towards Qingyun's sect. As night fell and the surroundings grew desolate, a hand emerged from the grave Ling Feng had dug. The once dead Zhang clawed his way out of the grave, and upon seeing the inscription on the gravestone, a bloodthirsty grin spread across his face, marred by demonic patterns. Lin Feng, is it? What a splendid name! The once deceased demonic infant within his dantian was reborn, reveling in the boundless potential coursing through his body. Is this the body of a genius? That Zhang truly was a fool. Everything now belongs to me, Lin Feng. At the foot of Qingyun Peak, the sorrowful holy son of Buddhism, Ouyang, sat beneath a tree in quiet meditation. Suddenly, a seed fell upon his head. Ouyang gently extended his hand, and a black lotus seed, unknown from whence it came, quietly settled into his palm. Chapter 51. The system panel once again transformed. The recent competition at Qingyun sect had provided ample entertainment for the entire cultivation world. Foremost among the revelations was the return of the demonic clan, which had vanished for millennia. Thousands of years prior, during the Tao magic conflict, the cultivation world had paid a heavy price to banish the demonic clan back to their realm. Yet, thousands of years later, the demonic clan had discovered a means to break the seal and return to this world, even becoming a direct disciple of the sect leader of one of the 9 great sacred lands. Qingyun sect, moreover, Qingyun sect had witnessed the emergence of an unprecedented genius, who during the competition effortlessly defeated hundreds, claiming the top position and being designated as the holy son of Qingyun's sacred land by the sect leader on the spot. To see the holy son was akin to meeting the sect leader, a figure of immense stature. However, this new holy son maintained an exceptionally low profile. It was said that nearly 90% of the inner disciples were unfamiliar with him, having spent years in secluded cultivation atop an unremarkable small peak. Were it not for the demonic clan's sudden appearance during the competition, the holy son would have likely remained hidden to protect the sect's dignity. With his foundation at the core formation stage, he had effortlessly dispatched hundreds of cultivators, even including Ouyang, the holy son of Daling Mountain Temple, another of the 9 sacred lands. He was undoubtedly the foremost young talent of the present age. Such a remarkable figure naturally garnered immense admiration from countless individuals within Qingyun's sect, with the holy son often residing on Qingyun Peak, allowing his fellow disciples to witness his brilliance, yet atop the small peak. It seemed as if tranquility had been restored. Ouyang lay in his usual position on a recliner, a book draped over his face, sound asleep. Bai Feiyu stood atop the grand tree in the small courtyard, hands clasped behind his back, eyes closed in meditation. Meanwhile, Lung Qingsong continued to hammer away at the repairs on his rooftop with a cacophony of clinks and clatters. Hu Tudu roamed around the small peak atop his paper crane. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng, adorned with tattoos, delved into the forbidden grounds of the Qingyun sect, engaging in daily sparring sessions with the spirit beasts that had attained sentience that I in the kitchen of the small peak. Chun Chongsheng, who had originally been on Qingyun Peak, suddenly appeared amidst the clattering of pots and pans, busily preparing meals. Chun Chongsheng had no intention of standing idly before others, akin to a performing monkey for the sake of amusement. He had merely set a puppet in place and returned to the small peak. He felt he had already attracted too much attention, which was entirely contrary to his desire to maintain a low profile. That as Chun Chongsheng approached Ouyang with the prepared dishes, Ouyang lazily lowered his book from his face, gazing at the sun as he inquired, "Third brother, what are your plans?" Chun Chongsheng paused, perplexed as he asked, "What does senior brother mean? What plans could I possibly have?" Ouyang sat up, a hint of frustration in his voice as he replied, "Yesterday, the old sect master came looking for me, asking me to take you to visualize the Qingyun's secret treasure. To be frank, only the sect master is permitted to view such things. Do you not understand the significance of being allowed to see it?" With a sigh, Chun Chongsheng responded, "Senior brother, I have no interest in the position of sect master. Why not simply inform him that I am willing to forfeit this opportunity? Do you think the Qingyun's secret treasure is as common as cabbage? You can't just relinquish it as if it were nothing." Ouyang rolled his eyes in disbelief. Just as he finished speaking, a sword's cry echoed from afar, and even before the figure arrived, a peculiar floral fragrance wafted through the air. Ling Feng, clad in a luxurious Taoist robe, landed gracefully before Ouyang at that moment. Ling Feng displayed none of his previous modesty or restraint, exuding a vibrant charisma, his eyes brimming with pride, adorned with a green jade hairpin, flowing cloud boots, and a robe intricately embroidered with golden threads. He epitomized an extraordinary presence. Two faint crimson shades adorned the corners of his eyes, lending him an air of enchantment. "Old Ling, it's been a few days, and you've undergone quite the transformation," Ouyang remarked, momentarily taken aback by the arrival. The Ling Feng of old had always donned simple robes, exuding elegance and warmth, but this new Ling Feng radiated an intense aggression. Ouyang unconsciously opened Ling Feng's attribute panel, astonished to find that it had also undergone a transformation. Name: Ling Feng, eldest disciple of the sect master, cultivation, second stage of out-of-body root bone, 8 luck, 8 charm, 9 spiritual aptitude, 10 exclusive skill, mirror flower. Water moon evaluation, the eldest disciple who underwent astonishing changes after losing his junior brother. Though Ling Feng's root bone and luck remained unchanged, his charm had increased slightly. More alarmingly, his previous swordsmanship aptitude had transformed into spiritual aptitude, surpassing a level of 10, that according to the system's evaluation. A spiritual aptitude exceeding 10 indicated that this individual had become a living embodiment of the celestial Tao. Could it be that the loss of a beloved junior had granted Ling Feng a buff? Such attributes were typically reserved for protagonists in comics who would effortlessly gain extraordinary powers. Ouyang gazed at Ling Feng in disbelief. Who would have thought that the previously ordinary Ling Feng had, due to this incident, evolved into a being of the celestial Tao? Was the title of celestial Tao in this world truly so inexpensive? Just a month ago, Ling Feng had only been at the third stage of the nascent soul. Yet now he had leaped to the second stage of out-of-body. Beyond the nascent soul, one was already considered a great practitioner, capable of venturing forth, and even the elders of minor sects typically reach this level. With the potential to establish their own sections, was it truly possible for a mere death of a demon clan junior to yield such fortune? If it were him, could he too achieve a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage? Noticing Ouyang's skeptical gaze, Ling Feng smiled nonchalantly, saying, "Recently, due to certain events, I have come to understand much that I have come here today with a request that I hope senior brother Ouyang will agree." Ouyang, unsure of Ling Feng's intentions, replied, "There is no need for formalities among brothers. Speak freely. Old Ling, if it's within my ability, I will assist you. You are aware that the ancestor Yuan is of the demon clan, and my third brother surely harbors some deep-seated grudge against that demon's remnant." Ling Feng shook his head and said, "A demon clan infiltrator can be dealt with at will. I see nothing wrong with that. I have come to request that the Holy Sun take me along to visualize the Qin Yun's secret treasure." Wanting to accompany the third brother to visualize the Qin Yun's secret treasure? Furthermore, Ling Feng spoke of the killing of ancestor Yuan as if it were the slaying of a mere dog. A stark contrast to the emotionally invested Ling Feng of the past. Ouyang felt a sense of unfamiliarity wash over him as he regarded Ling Feng. Could it be that the weight of his loss had driven him to madness? "Old Ling, are you truly all right?" Ouyang asked tentatively. Ling Feng replied without hesitation, "Senior brother Ouyang, I merely wish to visualize the Qin Yun's secret treasure. I have also consulted with my master. After all, having broken through to the out-of-body stage, it is indeed time for me to descend the mountain. Thus, I wish to see if I can gain some insight before I do." "I'm not referring to that. Never mind. Since you wish to visualize the Qin Yun's secret treasure, I presume you have prepared the necessary conditions for exchange?" Ouyang decided not to press further and inquired. Ling Feng nodded earnestly, stating, "I can assure you, senior brother, if this time the Holy Son of Qin Yun takes me to visualize the Qin Yun's secret treasure, I will wholeheartedly support the Holy Son's claim to the position of sect master." Chapter 52. Innate knowledge. The Qin Yun's secret treasure was ultimately acquired by Chen Chongqing, so Ouyang could not make the decision unilaterally. Instead, he called forth Chen Chongqing. Chen Chongqing had no objections. He held great respect for this elder brother, who was imbued with tragic undertones from his previous life, that in the future, Ancestor Yuan would personally kill Ling Feng. But now that Ancestor Yuan was deceased, Chen had inadvertently altered Ling Feng's fate, that in his memories, Ling Feng had always been deeply loyal and righteous. Having slain his junior brother, Chen felt a sense of obligation to make amends. "Senior brother Ling Feng, I have no objections to visualizing the Qin Yun's secret treasure together," Chen Chongqing stated earnestly. Ling Feng bowed respectfully to Chen Chongqing, his eyes reflecting surprise. He indeed had some impression of this seemingly plain Chen Chongqing from his past life. But given that Chen's aptitude had been inferior to his own, he wondered why he had now achieved such heights. Was it a twist of fate? Chen Chongqing and Ling Feng journeyed to Qin Yun Peak, where the sect master awaited their arrival. "This Ling Feng feels different. It gives me an unsettling impression," Bai Feiyu remarked as he landed before Ouyang, frowning. Ouyang gazed at the departing figures and mused, "People are bound to change. Who can say for certain?" Lung Qingsong paused his hammering and turned to Ouyang, asking, "Shall we eliminate him? Just get back to fixing your roof." Ouyang rolled his eyes, exasperated. His second brother was too quick to resort to violence. He really needed to temper that disposition. The overall atmosphere of the small peak remained quite tranquil. The addition of a holy sun from the Qin Yun Holy Land was hardly more significant than the kitchen's routine of preparing a meal. That night, just as Ouyang was preparing to retire, his waist token suddenly glowed that he glanced at it and carelessly tossed the token outside. Intending to sleep to his surprise, the token began to flash frantically, reminiscent of a vibrant light show in a bar. "Is there something wrong? Why seek me out at such an hour?" Ouyang sat up, irate. Though he grumbled, he still donned his clothes and stepped outside. As he emerged, he found Dong Shuzi, a figure exuding an aura of ethereal grace, standing in the courtyard, a feather duster in hand, a smile gracing his face. "Old man, what brings you here at this hour?" Ouyang inquired, his tone less than cordial. Such a splendid moonlit night has inspired me to seek out family for a few drinks, Dong Shuzi replied, waving his duster, conjuring a wooden table and 2 cushions before Ouyang. Ouyang looked at the old man, a bemused expression on his face, and sat down on the cushion, saying, "Isn't your family the one who was just decapitated by my junior brother?" The implication referred to ancestor Yuan, who had been slain by Chun Chongsheng. Dong Shuzi cleared his throat, taking a seat opposite Ouyang, and spoke in a hushed tone. "Did you all realize ancestor Yuan was of the demon clan?" Ouyang shook his head, replying, "No, it was only third brother who noticed. Perhaps he encountered something with him before ascending the mountain. Although he had deduced it himself, it was thanks to the system. Bai Fei Yu, as an ancient sword immortal, had not discerned ancestor Yuan's origins, so he felt it inappropriate to claim any insights." Dong Shuzi stroked his beard thoughtfully before slowly saying, "It was merely a demon clan member. It's not a significant matter. In my day, I slew enough demons to build a city wall. Ling Xiazi has finally moved past his obsession due to this incident. That is unexpectedly a good outcome." Speaking of Ling Feng's transformation, the old man appeared genuinely comforted, and Ouyang couldn't shake the feeling that Dong Shuzi harbored a peculiar interest in Ling Feng. Ouyang tentatively asked, "Old man, could it be that this Ling Feng is your biological son?" Dong Shuzi coughed awkwardly, waving his duster to summon clouds beneath the table and cushions, lifting them gently into the air. Upon observing Dong Shuzi's demeanor, Ouyang suddenly realized a startling piece of news. Good heavens, this old man was thousands of years old, while Ling Feng was only 25 or 26. Did this mean that this old rascal might still have a beautiful young woman in her 40s or 50s outside? "Young man, what are your thoughts on your junior brothers and sisters?" Dong Shuzi quickly redirected the conversation, attempting to steer Ouyang away from prying further. "As for my thoughts, my junior brothers and sisters are all exceptional individuals, each possessing the potential to become great emperors," Ouyang declared without reservation. The panel presented by the system revealed the terrifying nature of these rebellious offspring at home. Ouyang expressed such sentiments without the slightest hint of unease. Opposite him, Dong Shuzi nodded in agreement, saying, "Though your words may seem provocative, I must concede that they are indeed the truth." "Then why bother asking them?" Ouyang rolled his eyes, lazily pouring himself a cup of wine from the jug on the table. Dong Shuzi, unperturbed, cheerfully poured himself a drink as well and inquired, "Would you like to hear my perspective?" Ouyang set down his cup and feigned a listening posture. After all, as a cunning old fox who had lived for thousands of years, Dong Shuzi's insights and abilities were far beyond his reach. Dong Shuzi traced a horizontal line on the table with his finger, gazing at Ouyang with an enigmatic glint in his eyes, and declared, "That young lad Bai, along with Chun, and even you, are all of a kind. You are all born with innate knowledge." A warning bell rang in Ouyang's mind. Yet his expression remained calm as he asked, "Born with innate knowledge? What do you mean?" Dong Shuzi laughed heartily, pointing at Ouyang and chastising, "What are you pretending for, from birth to death? Every age brings its own understanding. All knowledge and experience are accumulated over time. How could you possess the cunning of an adult from such a young age? Born with innate knowledge, born knowing everything." Seeing Ouyang's silence, Dong Shuzi continued, "I have discussed the Tao with that young Bai, despite his tender years. The path of the sword no longer satisfies him. As for Chun, his head is filled with secrets from 100 schools, origins unknown. Thus, I conclude that the 3 of you are indeed those who are born with innate knowledge." Ouyang lowered his head to sip his wine, with by being the reincarnation of an ancient sword immortal, and the third being a reborn individual alongside himself as a transmigrator. It was indeed true that the 3 of them arrived in this world with memories intact, that in that regard, the old man was not entirely mistaken. However, what did he mean by suddenly bringing up these matters? Ouyang's thoughts drifted to his younger brother, Lung Qingsong, and the newly recruited Xiao Feng, and he raised his gaze towards Dong Shuzi. Dong Shuzi nodded and said, "Individuals like you, born with innate knowledge, have already understood the direction of your own paths, but such awareness may hinder those still searching for their own. As a senior brother, I will take responsibility to help them find their way," Ouyang replied nonchalantly. Dong Shuzi shook his head, stating, Everyone has their own karmic ties, their own paths to tread. There are some matters you simply cannot assist them with. For them, the small mountain peak was too trivial. The Qingyun sect was too insignificant. The vast world outside belonged to them. Chapter 53. Tonight, Celestial slashed the moon and plucked stars. Ouyang gazed at the old man before him, somewhat dissatisfied as he remarked, "You come to find me late at night. Not intending to pry into my affairs, are you? Hasn't the third been thrust into the role of a saint by you already?" Dong Shuzi shook his head, saying, "My purpose in coming is not this, rather. This matter has finally resolved a long-held question in my heart." Ouyang gestured for Dong Shuzi to continue. "In my youth, I mustn't boast, but I once subdued a so-called genius of an era. Yet, even in my youth, I witnessed a calamity in the realm of cultivation. Nearly all sects, save for the 9 great sacred lands, were utterly destroyed, with countless lives lost. Are you implying that our era will also face a calamity?" Ouyang recalled the words of the hidden fox and asked Dong Shuzi. Dong Shuzi did not respond, merely looking up at the moon. That as the two ascended higher, they drew nearer to the moon. The vast moon radiated a soft, pale yellow light, enveloping Dong Shuzi in its glow. With his back to the moonlight, he gazed at Ouyang as if he were a celestial being, saying, "That is your concern. I have grown old. What I can do is perhaps shield you from certain things before you fully mature, just as your ancestral master did back in the day." Dong Shuzi's voice was serene and gentle, yet it bore the steadfastness of an old lion protecting its cubs beneath its wings. "Listening to you wax poetic at this hour, I might as well head home to sleep," Ouyang remarked, rolling his eyes at the seemingly morose Dong Shuzi. The elderly tend to be more sentimental. Time waits for no one, my boy. You must plan ahead," Dong Shuzi said, setting down his cup and pouring wine into his mouth. The fragrant wine dripped down his beard, soaking his Taoist robe, as he appeared carefree and unruly, entirely devoid of the solemnity he typically exuded as the master of the sacred land. Under the influence of the wine, Dong Shuzi began recounting the epic battle between the righteous and the demonic paths from a millennium ago. Through Dong Shuzi's mundane narrative, a grand epic of celestial warfare unfolded before Ouyang's eyes. One where all creation wept, and bones lay scattered for miles. Great cultivators fell like rain, all in a bid to ensure the survival of their sect's seeds amid chaos. Dong Shuzi's words were simple, yet they conveyed the extraordinary tragedy of that ancient war, stirring Ouyang's emotions. "The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao," Dong Shuzi muttered, suddenly incensed, only to quickly find solace again. That he turned to Ouyang with a smile, saying, "Did you not always claim that my teachings lack substance? Today, I have come to deliver a rather unique lesson." As Ouyang observed the Qingyun sect's master, rated as a polymath by the system, it seemed as though the very heavens and earth revolved around him in that moment. Dong Shuzi, shaking his head, repeated, "The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao." Still employing the same old cryptic opening, he turned his piercing gaze towards the moon and shouted, "To hell with the Tao!" His voice boomed like a great bell, shaking the very heavens. Dong Shuzi raised the dust in his hand, which instantly transformed into a long sword. With a graceful leap, he soared into the sky, and with a fierce wave of the dust, sword energy burst forth from its tip. The endless sword energy erupted as if tearing apart the heavens, illuminating a colossal white line across the sky. This seemingly ordinary strike from the master of the Qingyun sect, evaluated as a master of 10 disciplines, was a force that could upheave the very world, as the swirling sword energy churned deep within the sky, and the target of this sword energy was the immense moon before him. Above the small peak of Qingyun sect, a sword energy pierced through the east and west, shining like a silver thread towards the moon. The great moon appeared to be split in two under the might of this sword energy. The enormous round moon seemed, for a fleeting moment, to be divided into upper and lower halves. What tremendous power was this? Yet in the next instant, the moon returned to its normal state, as if nothing had occurred. However, just as it appeared to be cleaved in two, a wave of Tao rhythm, akin to a misty tide, surged forth from between the halves. Something concealed by the heavens began to emerge beneath the vast sword energy. The Tao rhythm flowed, and the sword essence spread throughout the Qingyun sect. All sword cultivators of the Qingyun sect felt a simultaneous stirring in their hearts, lifting their gazes towards the sky. At that moment, the heavens opened like a gateway to the Tao of the sword, countless insights raining down from above. Previously incomprehensible sword techniques and methods suddenly became clear in their minds. The sword cultivators of Qingyun sect bowed towards the heavens, for someone was elucidating their personal path, using their own essence as a pen to expound upon the Tao of the sword. All rushed to seize the opportunity to cultivate, as tonight's training would yield benefits several times greater than usual. For sword cultivators, such an opportunity might not come even once in a lifetime. Bai Feiyu and Lung Qingsong simultaneously opened their eyes. Bai Feiyu, clad in white, sword to a branch, standing with his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed at the myriad sword essences that flowed like mist before him. Even as an ancient sword immortal, he could not help but be astounded. The world had indeed progressed to such heights in sword cultivation, rivaling even his own past life. Moreover, they had managed to unveil the true essence of the Tao of the sword. Obscured by the heavens, were the cultivators of this era even more fervent than the celestial beings of antiquity who revered the heavens. Clad in black, Lung Qingsong stood with his sword in hand, observing the countless sword essences above. Although he understood that he was like an ant compared to the overwhelming sword intent now before him, his eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. One day, he too would reach such heights. No, he would surpass them. Both offered a slight bow towards the heavens. Tonight, a great sword cultivator used their essence as a pen to connect with the celestial gateway of the Tao of the sword. Imparting their wisdom, they paid their respects as disciples. Even as they sought to hone their sword intent amidst the overwhelming sword essences, they would gain immense benefits, warranting their reverence. Dong Shuzi, feeling somewhat fatigued, leaped onto the mat, downing another sip of wine, that he lifted his hand and pointed towards the distant sky. The direction of his finger indicated a star that flickered in and out of view. The star descended from the heavens. Landing in Dong Shuzi's hand, he waved the star at Ouyang as if tossing a stone, and Ouyang carefully caught it. Yet before he could discern what it truly was, the star vanished from his grasp. Dong Shuzi appeared somewhat inebriated, lying on the mat, mumbling to himself. Ouyang, sitting upright, bowed respectfully to Dong X Suzi.in that moment. Dong Shuzi was not the bothersome old man he usually seemed. For tonight, a celestial being had indeed slashed the moon and plucked the stars. Chapter 54. The first snow falls upon the world. The night passed as if in a dream. Upon returning to his room, Ouyang fell into a deep sleep, only to be awakened the next morning by the exclamations of Hu Tutu. "It's snowing! It's snowing!" The cheerful voice of Hu Tutu echoed throughout the small courtyard. Ouyang, donning his Taoist robe, stepped outside, greeted by a vast expanse of white that in the latter half of the night. A heavy snowfall transformed the entire hilltop in an instant, draping it in a pristine white mantle that heralded the arrival of winter. Even though the leaves on the branches remained distinctly green, Hu Tutu, oblivious to the reasons behind the snowfall. After all, snow never graced the land of Qingqiu, could hardly recall the last time he had witnessed snow, which had been merely a drizzling mix of rain and snow when he was just 3 years old. Faced with such a magnificent snowfall for the first time, he felt as though he had stepped into a dreamlike realm. Dress warmly before playing. And don't lick the iron post at the kitchen door, Ouyang called out to Hu Tutu, who was frolicking joyfully with a Tibetan fox. Just as Ouyang turned to return to his room for an extra layer, he nearly collided with Lung Qingsong, who was clutching a sword. Lung Qingsong gazed at Ouyang, his expression vacant, and uttered, "Brother!" Ouyang, observing the transformation in Lung Qingsong, who had shed his usual aloof demeanor, sensed an unexpected glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Instantly, a smile spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Indeed, the first snowfall has arrived." Upon hearing Ouyang's response, the vacant expression on Lung Qingsong's face softened, a fleeting smile gracing his lips before he hastily retreated to his room. Sword in hand, did that kid actually smile? Ouyang wondered if he had mistaken his sight, and as he turned to coax his younger brother into another smile, a wooden sword narrowly missed his nose, embedding itself in the doorframe. "I didn't tea." Lung Qingsong retorted, leaving the room in a hurry as if fleeing. Ouyang touched his nose, his heart racing. Goodness, had that kid been caught and was now attempting to silence him? Was it really that significant that he had merely smiled? Nevertheless, this time of year was indeed when Lung Qingsong looked forward the most, for each first snowfall marked the occasion when Ouyang and Lung Qingsong would descend the mountain and return to the small town they once inhabited. This was a pact between Ouyang and Lung Qingsong, or perhaps a promise between Lung Qingsong and a girl. Missing your sweetheart. Always with that long face. Who would have thought you were such a romantic? Ouyang laughed heartily as he returned to his room to gather his belongings. Ah! Wah! Hutudu's wailing echoed throughout the courtyard. Just as Ouyang stepped back inside, he rushed out again, only to find Bai Feiyu and Xiao Feng circling Hutudu, who was in tears, her tongue stuck to the iron post. Unable to free herself. Painfully, Hutudu could only cry and drool. You reckless child! I just warned you against licking the iron post. Why would you still do it? Ouyang scolded angrily as he approached Hutudu. I just wanted to see why I couldn't lick it, Hutudu sobbed, her tongue swollen. Seeing Hutudu's predicament, Xiao Feng grew anxious and spoke up. Little junior sister, hold on. I'll break this iron post with one punch. Aren't you afraid of breaking her tongue as well? Let me handle it. Bai Feiyu shot Xiao Feng an exasperated glance and unsheathed her sword, preparing to resolve the situation swiftly. Leave her tongue intact. I'll do it, Ouyang interjected, stepping forward to grasp the iron post. As he channeled his inner energy, the originally cold iron began to warm. Before long, Hutudu's tongue was freed from its icy prison. Hutudu grimaced as Ouyang pointed at her, feeling a tingling sensation in her mouth. While Ouyang's finger danced before her eyes, reminiscent of a frog croaking by the pond. Speaking of frogs, it had been ages since she had tasted the stir-fried frog prepared by third senior brother. Hutudu unconsciously let saliva drip from the corner of her mouth. Noticing Hutudu's vacant stare and drooling, Ouyang realized she was once again distracted by thoughts of food, with a hint of annoyance. He lifted Hutudu and playfully smacked her bottom a couple of times, but she merely chuckled unperturbed and rubbed her rear, grinning foolishly. Meanwhile, the Tibetan fox, Ouyang, observed the potential future heir of Qingxiu Mountain inside. Pondering the inevitable downfall that awaited Qingxiu Mountain that moment, Lung Qingsong emerged from his room, prepared for their journey, and turned to Ouyang, saying, "Let us go." Wait a moment. I need to gather my things. This little one has been quite a handful. Ouyang shot a glare at Hutudu before retreating to his room to tidy up. Senior brother, where are you going? Hutudu, like a shadow, followed Ouyang back into the room, her eyes wide with curiosity. I'm going down the mountain with second senior brother. Every time it snows, we venture out. Ouyang replied while packing. Can Tuda come along? Hutudu looked up at Ouyang with hopeful eyes. No. The place we're going is too far and not suitable for you. Ouyang replied without hesitation. No way. I want to go. I must go. Hutudu protested, rolling on the floor and bouncing on the bed. Be good. Tuda, I'll bring you something delicious when I return. Ouyang sighed, attempting to coax her. Upon hearing the promise of food, Hutudu instinctively considered agreeing. But then it dawned on her. If she followed her senior brother down the mountain, she would be the first to enjoy the treats that a feast of delights. At 5 years old, Hutudu was quite perceptive. With a pitiful expression, she pleaded, Senior brother, third senior brother hasn't he returned yet. If you and second senior brother leave, it'll just be me by senior brother and Xiao junior brother on the hill. Neither of them can cook well. By the time you return, I might starve, having long surpassed the stage of needing to eat. Ouyang rolled his eyes, still unwilling to take Hutudu along, for the destination he and Lung Qingsong were heading to was not one suitable for a fledgling cultivator. Seeing Ouyang's resolute stance, Hutudu burst into tears and ran outside. When Ouyang finally emerged with his belongings, he was met with the sight of Hutudu holding Lung Qingsong's hand, a small pack on her back. Gazing defiantly at Ouyang, she turned to Lung Qingsong, affectionately rubbing her cheek against his hand, sweetly declaring, Second senior brother is the best, unlike certain senior brothers. Ouyang glanced at Lung Qingsong, who appeared somewhat embarrassed but nodded in acknowledgement. It's all right. Fina, let us go. Ouyang relented, Noticing the triumphant expression on his younger brother's face, Hu Tuda cheered, breaking free from her makeshift caretaker and leaping into Ouyang's embrace, her eyes sparkling as she asked, "Where are we going, senior brother?" With a hint of nostalgia, Ouyang gazed into the distance and replied, "We are heading to the mortal realm." Chapter 55. The mortal realm is not a place for the faint of heart. The mortal realm? Hutudu's eyes widened, as if stars were twinkling within them. This world is vast beyond measure, and even those who soar through the skies on swords may never glimpse its entirety. Yet amidst this boundless expanse, human beings leave their mark everywhere. Millions of mortals inhabit every corner of this world, constructing mighty empires. Though their lives are fleeting in comparison to the cultivators, they forge civilizations that surpass the achievements of those who cultivate. In this world, those capable of cultivation are a rarity, with the vast majority being ordinary individuals who may never encounter a cultivator in their lifetime. The places where these countless ordinary people dwell are referred to by cultivators as the mortal realm. Hutudu had only heard tales of the mortal realm from her grandfather. It was said to be a perilous yet enchanting place, alluring to both cultivators and demonic beings alike. The closer one approached the mortal realm, the more scarce the essence of heaven and earth became, rendering cultivation increasingly arduous. Moreover, cultivators near the mortal realm face constant suppression from the fortunes of humanity, let alone the myriad of karmic ties that exist there. One misstep could lead to an entanglement in fate, hindering cultivation at best, or falling into madness and death at worst. The bustling life of the mortal realm can easily corrupt one's heart. Riding on a paper crane, Ouyang held Hutudu close, while Lung Qingsong flew alongside on his sword. The trio had shed their robes, donning the attire of youthful heroes as they ventured forth to end the mortal realm. Wearing robes is ill-advised, as it can attract unnecessary trouble. Thus, the three transformed into wandering swordsmen, setting forth into the world of mortals. Departing from the small hilltop, they journeyed east, crossing the borders of Qingyun sect. The destination Ouyang and Lung Qingsong sought was far from Qingyun sect, even with their flight. It would take 7 or 8 days to arrive. This distance illustrated just how far they intended to go. That location was where Ouyang found himself after his arrival in this world. And it was also the place where he and Lung Qingsong first crossed paths. They had spent 2 years living there together before being brought back to Qingyun sect by their master, Ouyang. They had vowed to return every year on the first snowfall that end their childhood. It was always Ouyang who brought them back, but it had only been the past 2 years that they had begun to make the journey on their own. It was a place filled with memories, and Ouyang cherished it as his homeland in this world. That he glanced at Lung Qingsong, who was flying beside him with a stoic expression, knowing that this place was also his second brother's homeland, where a certain girl awaited him. With this thought, a flicker of worry crossed Ouyang's brow. That girl was quite a decent person. When they were younger, Ouyang and Lung Qingsong had often taken advantage of their youth to steal and scrounge in the town, and that girl frequently brought them food in secret. This cold-faced second brother of his had a soft spot for that girl, aside from his bond with Ouyang. However, she was merely an ordinary person, devoid of any cultivation abilities. Now, the two of them had fundamentally changed, possessing qualities that set them apart from ordinary mortals. Compared to Lung Qingsong's endless years ahead, the lifespan of an ordinary person, merely a century, felt tragically brief. If my younger sibling truly harbors profound feelings for that young lady, then in some distant future, when that lady reaches the end of her days, who can say whether my younger sibling will endure the heartbreak? Brother, the voice of Lung Qingsong interrupted Ouyang's contemplation, as he looked at Ouyang with a puzzled expression, unsure of the reason behind Ouyang's gaze. Ouyang smiled faintly and inquired, "Younger brother, have you considered what you should say when you meet Xianer?" Lung Qingsong paused momentarily. Appearing slightly flustered, he scratched his head and tentatively replied, "Hello. Hello. What nonsense is that? Have you become foolish from your sword training?" Ouyang rolled his eyes in exasperation that Xianer was indeed that young lady. 3 years Ouyang's senior and 5 years older than Lung Qingsong. Considering her age, she was already 20, on the verge of marriage, and one could only wonder whether she would wait for my younger sibling. Ouyang's opinion of Xianer was not particularly favorable. From the moment he first encountered her scrutinizing gaze, he sensed her cunning nature, The trio soared through the clouds, eventually landing in a forest to rest. Their playful spirits gradually drew them closer to a place they referred to as home. That as they approached, the presence of human settlements and villages became increasingly apparent, marking the boundary between the realms of humans and the ethereal. While Ouyang felt no discomfort, Hutudu and Lung Qingsong distinctly sensed an unsettling pressure. The closer they ventured, the more restless their internal energies became, involuntarily leaking outward, causing their once tranquil hearts to stir. Senior brother, Tudu feels rather unwell. The mortal realm is hardly enjoyable. Hutudu turned to Ouyang, pouting. Ouyang grasped Hutudu's small hand, channeling a flow of energy to soothe her turbulent essence, and remarked, "The mortal realm is not a place of comfort. It serves merely as a crucible for cultivators to temper their hearts amidst worldly distractions. The nearer we draw to the grand cities established by humanity, the more restricted our cultivation becomes." His rather unremarkable master had once mentioned that wherever humanity congregated, their collective fortune flourished, providing a protective aura for the ordinary folk who could not cultivate. Thus, the mortal realm was scarcely a haven for cultivators or demonic practitioners, who typically preferred to avoid human settlements unless absolutely necessary. Perhaps due to Ouyang's relatively low cultivation level, he remained oblivious to the oppressive atmosphere. Among the common people, those in the Qi refinement stage were regarded as the pinnacle of human ability. That in the eyes of ordinary folk, the Qi refinement stage was deemed innate, and even the most diligent martial artists and cultivators would hardly surpass the 9th level of Qi refinement. Although Ouyang was at the bottom tier of his sect, within the realm of mortals, he could easily assume the role of a local authority. That as their pace slowed, Lung Qingsong found his internal energy insufficient to maintain flight with his sword. His golden core essence was suppressed to that of a foundation establishment level. Hutudu, despite utilizing a magical artifact in the form of a paper crane, felt similarly drained. The ambient spiritual energy in this realm was vastly inferior to that of Qinyan's sect, as the energy available for absorption was utterly inadequate compared to what they expended. Observing his companion's struggle, Ouyang beckoned them to descend into an uninhabited area. They landed beside a main road, where Ouyang produced a recording stone and turned it about, stating, "If we follow this road on foot for 2 days, we shall arrive at Maple Leaf City. Brother, how about we walk during the day and fly at night?" Lung Qingsong asked, somewhat reluctantly. 2 days felt excessively slow to him. Ouyang shook his head in response, saying, "Try to sense how long it takes to recover your essence." Lung Qingsong settled down to meditate, soon opening his eyes with a sigh, lamenting the scarcity of spiritual energy in this realm. Thus, he begrudgingly acquiesced to Ouyang's plan. That as they traversed the road, 2 young swordsmen garbed in fine attire traversed alongside an exceedingly adorable little girl, their speed akin to specters gliding along the path. Chapter 56. In which direction lies the Imperial City? Though the trio had forsaken flight, they found alternative means of propulsion. While flying consumed considerable essence, merely enhancing their footing required minimal expenditure. Much like the lightness of movement seen in the mundane world, they leapt between the trees lining the road, covering great distances in the blink of an eye. Ouyang carried Hutudu upon his back, while Lung Qingsong struggled to adapt to this method of travel. Accustomed to soaring through the skies, he found himself momentarily at a loss. However, after a brief period of adjustment, he fell in a step behind Ouyang. As they leapt through the trees, a sudden cacophony of shouts and battle cries echoed from ahead. Ouyang furrowed his brow, reluctant to involve himself in such affairs. That as previously stated, a cultivator should not easily entangle themselves in the mortal realm's conflicts, for it bears no benefit to their path. Before Ouyang could voice his thoughts, Lung Qingsong, youthful and impetuous, charged ahead at the first sign of injustice, barely managing to call out to halt him. Lung Qingsong had already drawn his sword and descended toward the fray. Ouyang supported Hutudu and followed suit, perching upon a branch to survey the scene below. The combatants had been locked in fierce conflict for some time. With lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, it was evident that one side consisted of masked bandits clad in coarse linen, while the other comprised well-equipped guards donned in uniform martial attire. Though the guards were skilled and well-armed, their numbers were severely lacking, outnumbered 20 to 1, and preoccupied with safeguarding their few wagons, that in contrast, the bandits, a ragtag assembly wielding makeshift weapons such as hoes and sickles, surged forward in overwhelming numbers, their battle cries resounding through the air. As the guards found themselves encircled by the bandits, their situation grew increasingly dire. When Lung Qingsong descended with his sword drawn, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Despite being suppressed in cultivation, Lung Qingsong's exceptional swordsmanship, rated at 11, rendered his level of cultivation irrelevant to his lethal prowess that a silver dragon danced amongst the bandits, leaving chaos in its wake. Before they could comprehend the unfolding events, they found themselves felled, unable to rise again. Each slain bandit bore a precise wound upon their neck, without exception, a master of the innate realm. "Clear the way!" A voice boomed from the bandit ranks, causing them to scatter in fear. Lung Qingsong stood unwavering, his expression as cold as ice. From within the throng of bandits emerged a towering figure, wielding dual axes, who regarded Lung Qingsong with a sneer and taunted, "You foolish boy, do you not know your own limitations as you seek to play the hero?" Before he could finish his sentence, the axe-wielding brute collapsed to the ground, silenced forever. He had never anticipated that the young swordsman before him could strike with such swiftness. Before he even had the chance to introduce himself, he had met his untimely demise. "Talkative, aren't we?" Lung Qingsong remarked, flicking his sword and casting a glance at the fallen giant. The moment the giant fell, chaos erupted among the bandits. "The chief has been slain." "What the hell? Our chief is gone. You lack honor." The chief even finished his words before you struck. Lung Qingsong surveyed the scene and calmly declared, "Leave or perish." The bandits exchanged glances filled with dread. The prowess of their fallen chief was such that even the strongest swordsman in Maple Leaf City would falter before him. The sudden emergence of this young man, whose methods they did not comprehend, had resulted in the swift demise of their leader before they could even engage. Faced with the reality of their situation, the ragtag band of bandits felt as though they were staring down the maw of death itself. In an instant, hundreds of bandits scattered in every direction, leaving naught but a field of corpses behind. As Lung Qingsong prepared to depart, the guards surrounding the wagons approached cautiously. A middle-aged man clad in armor stepped forward, hands clasped in gratitude, and said, "Thank you, young hero, for saving our lives. Might I inquire your name? The CF family shall surely reward you handsomely." Lung Qingsong merely cast a glance at the middle-aged man and replied flatly, "Step aside." His intervention was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. The promise of a reward held no allure for him, as the trappings of the mortal realm bore little significance. The middle-aged man awkwardly lowered his hands, stepping aside to allow Lung Qingsong passage. Just as Lung Qingsong prepared to leap back into the trees, a youthful voice called out from behind him, "Is that you, little Lung?" Lung Qingsong halted and turned to see a young guard holding a sword. Uncertainty etched upon his face as he gazed at him. Upon recognizing Lung Qingsong, the young guard's expression transformed into one of delight, and he rushed forward, exclaiming, "It truly is little Lung. It's me, Wang Ming." As Lung Qingsong regarded the exuberant youth before him, memories of their shared past flooded his mind, and his expression softened. "Little Lung, where is Ouyang? Why have you returned alone?" Wang Ming inquired excitedly. Suddenly, a small twig fell and struck Wang Ming on the head, prompting him to look up. Ouyang, cradling Hututu, smiled down at him. "Wang Ming, it's been a year, and you're still out here making a living?" Before them stood Wang Ming, one of the young followers Ouyang had taken under his wing during their time in Maple Leaf City. "Ouyang!" Wang Ming exclaimed, rushing towards him, and before long, he burst into tears. Upon witnessing Wang Ming weeping inconsolably, Ouyang, perched atop a tree, retracted his smile and leapt down, his expression shifting to one of concern as he inquired, "What has transpired? Boss, why have you only just returned?" Wang Ming collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. At this moment, Ouyang finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He seized Wang Ming by the collar, lifting him up, and impatiently urged, "Cease your crying and tell me what happened." Wang Ming, through his sobs, managed to articulate, Everyone has been captured by the officials, and only I managed to escape. Sister Shinner and the others have been taken to the Imperial City." A fierce aura of sword intent surged from Lung Qingsong, exuding an air of lethal intent. The guards, who had momentarily relaxed, instantly tensed and gripped their weapons anew, casting wary glances at Lung Qingsong. Ouyang, typically carefree, now wore a somber expression akin to stormy waters. He glanced at the middle-aged man beside him and tilted his head, inquiring, "Which direction is the Imperial City?" "Young hero, the matters concerning Maple Leaf City are not as you perceive," the middle-aged man hastily attempted to clarify. Bang! He was abruptly sent flying, crashing into a large tree and losing consciousness. Ouyang, looking at the guards who had once again tightened their grips on their weapons, calmly stated, "Now let someone else answer my question." Chapter 57. Is our second brother a prince? Ouyang muttered about the intricacies of fate, not anticipating that upon his arrival in the mortal realm, he too would become ensnared within it. Yet, while fate may not warrant provocation, it need not invoke fear either. At least for Ouyang, who had attained the 9th level of Qi training, there was nothing to fear regarding the impact on his cultivation. His calm demeanor, however, instilled a greater sense of trepidation in the guards than the threat posed by hundreds of bandits. It felt as though the youth before them could effortlessly eradicate them with a mere gesture. As Ouyang took a step forward, the guards instinctively recoiled, some even struggling to maintain a steady grip on their weapons. "Is it permissible for celestial beings to trample upon us mere mortals?" A voice, aged and resonant, emerged from within the carriage, and an elder donned in a yellowish-gray robe descended with the assistance of a young man, his keen gaze fixed upon Ouyang. The old man had discerned that Ouyang was a practitioner, yet dared to stand there and preach with audacity. Ouyang let out a cold laugh, raising his hand, prepared to impart a lesson to this impertinent elder. However, Wang Ming rushed forward, positioning himself protectively before the elder, exclaiming, "Boss Ouyang, Sir Xie is here to assist us and intends to travel to the capital." "I am Xie Chongyang, the Lord of Maple Leaf City," the elder affirmed, bowing respectfully to Ouyang. The young man aiding the elder, clad in scholarly attire, regarded Ouyang with curiosity, having only heard tales of celestial beings from storytellers and books, and thus was intrigued by the real thing. Ouyang refrained from introducing himself, merely regarding the elder with an indifferent expression, stating, "The Lord of Maple Leaf City. What agreement did my master reach with you?" The elder offered a wry smile, his voice tinged with regret. "The celestial being promised that I would safeguard the prosperity of Maple Leaf City, and in return, the city vowed to ensure their safety. Thus, you attribute Maple Leaf City's decades of prosperity to your own virtue." Ouyang stepped forward, releasing a pressure that bore down upon the elder. The elder's frail body trembled in the face of such overwhelming energy, nearly causing him to collapse. The young man beside the elder shot a cold glare at Ouyang and proclaimed loudly, "Silence. Speak not of strange forces." In an instant, a surge of pure, white aura materialized before Ouyang, shielding the elder from the tempestuous energy. Ouyang scrutinized the young man beside the elder, estimating his age to be around 20. He was astonished to find that this youth possessed an aura of righteousness that even some renowned scholars lacked. The Ouyang system revealed no attributes in this ordinary youth, and even if he had cultivated some righteous energy, to a practitioner, he was merely a notable ant among mortals, easily disposed of with a flick of the wrist. Xie Chongyang steadied himself, patting the young man who supported him, and turned to Ouyang, bowing once more. "This matter is a fault of Maple Leaf City, and thus I have resolved to approach the emperor for an explanation." Upon hearing Xie Chongyang's words, Ouyang's demeanor softened slightly, and he furrowed his brow, asking, "What exactly is going on?" Xie Chongyang glanced at Lung Qingsong beside Ouyang, gesturing towards the carriage. "There are matters best discussed within the carriage." As if shrouded in significant secrecy, Ouyang exchanged a glance with Lung Qingsong. The latter, with his sword held tightly, was barely suppressing his murderous intent, his aura yearning to break free. Ouyang gently patted Lung Qingsong, signaling him to remain calm, and then beckoned Hutudu, who promptly jumped down from the tree and hid behind Ouyang, cautiously peering at the individuals before him. Were these the people his grandfather spoke of in the mortal realm? They seemed so weak, yet emanated an unsettling aura, particularly the youth clad in scholarly attire, whose presence was distinctly discomforting to him. For beings like him, The unique righteous energy of humanity naturally exerted a suppressive effect. Once they settled into the carriage, Xie Chongyang hesitated for a moment, glancing at Lung Qingsong, and then bowed to Ouyang. "Might I inquire about the ages of the two celestial beings?" Ouyang frowned, uncertain of the elder's intentions, yet replied, "I am 17, and he is 15. I am 5. Hutudu interjected, proudly raising a hand. Upon hearing Ouyang's response, Xie Chongyang turned to Lung Qingsong and asked, "Might I inquire if you possess a piece of white half-jade?" Lung Qingsong was momentarily taken aback, his countenance darkening as he muttered, "Have they found their way to Maple Leaf City?" Upon hearing Lung Qingsong's evasive answer, Xie Chongyang sighed in relief, his gaze toward Lung Qingsong shifting to one of reverence. Though he had been courteous before Ouyang, he now regarded Lung Qingsong with profound respect. Xie Chongyang nodded slightly and bowed. "Though you have been lost to Maple Leaf City since childhood, the Imperial City has never ceased its search for you. Searching for me. Do they wish to eradicate me completely?" Lung Qingsong sneered. Yet Xie Chongyang produced a piece of white half-jade, stating, "The Emperor is now of advanced age and, having no sons, desires only to meet you." "Ha! No sons?" When he slaughtered so many of his own offspring, did he not think about the consequences of being childless now? Lung Qingsong laughed heartily before adopting a stern expression and resolutely rejecting Xie Chongyang. Ouyang, standing nearby, was taken aback. He had thought his younger brother was an orphan like himself, only to discover that he bore a remarkable identity. It seemed he was not merely a commoner, but rather a royal descendant of significant standing. Xie Chongyang's expression grew serious as he began. In the spring of the 27th year of the Great Tang, the Duke of Su conspired against the state, involving countless individuals. The Duke's lineage was entirely eradicated. In the 40th year, the Emperor reinvestigated the case, vindicating the Duke and issuing an edict of repentance, allowing thousands of wronged souls to find peace. As Xie Chongyang recounted the events, a mix of emotions flickered across Lung Qingsong's face, shifting from sorrow to a semblance of solace, before he wistfully remarked, "They are all gone. What significance does vindication hold now?" Xie Chongyang bowed slightly. "The Emperor now has no sons, and the imperial lineage is in disarray. Rogue practitioners roam freely in the capital, seeking the elixir of immortality, neglecting state affairs, while treacherous officials hold sway, plunging the realm into chaos." Lung Qingsong's eyes glazed over as he spoke. "He seeks me merely for the sake of immortality? Not merely that, Your Highness. You are the Emperor's only bloodline that if you were to return to the Imperial City, the Emperor would surely abandon the pursuit of immortality, and the turmoil in the nation would cease." Xie Chongyang implored solemnly. Lung Qingsong shook his head. "I am no longer immortal. The affairs of the mundane world hold no relevance for me. Moreover, it was he who brought this upon himself through rebellion." Xie Chongyang's eyes sharpened as he retorted, "Do the lives of countless common people not matter compared to your eternal path? You are the son of the Duke of Su, the future sage emperor of the Great Tang." Chapter 58. I Want You to Rebel. The carriage fell into a profound silence. Ouyang felt as though he were seeing his younger brother, who had shadowed him since childhood, in a new light. His little brother was, astonishingly, a prince, the last surviving scion of a once mighty lineage that if fate were to unfold without complication upon the demise of the current emperor, his younger brother would be the legitimate heir to the throne. Why pursue immortality when he could return and assume the mantle of emperor, basking in that glory? Yet, in this realm, the allure of the throne paled in comparison to the pursuit of cultivation. Even becoming the most esteemed monarch among mortals would yield but a century of life, a mere blip compared to the boundless freedom and unrestrained existence of a practitioner. Inside the carriage, the younger brother seemed engulfed in silence, his thoughts clouded by memories of a past long obscured. He was merely 3 years old when his parents were executed during a rebellion, and after being cast adrift to Maple Leaf City, he had encountered his elder brother, from a position of prominence to the depths of destitution. Had his elder brother not taken him in and provided for him, he might well have perished in that first snowfall. Years had swiftly passed, and now the very grandfather he had once known, the one responsible for his parents' demise, sought to make amends and enjoy familial bonds. though he had experienced the coldness of palace walls and the impatience of authority. They remained his biological parents. Even if Lung Qingsong were to be foolish, he would still comprehend that the old wretch within the imperial city must surely have ulterior motives for the sake of securing the throne. He would not hesitate to kill his own flesh and blood. How could he possibly be inclined to allow me to inherit the throne at this juncture? Lung Qingsong cast his gaze upon the half-piece of white jade in Xie Chongyang's hand. Retrieving from his own storage space the half-piece of white jade he had carried since childhood, he spoke languidly. This is the other half of the white jade. Take it to him and inform him that I am not yet prepared to claim his head. It would be wise for him to perish before I seek him out, lest I make his demise a protracted affair. Ouyang then took the 2 pieces of white jade from Lung Qingsong and Xie Chongyang, gently aligning them together, the 2 pieces merging flawlessly. This indeed appears to be a valuable item. Second brother, your claim of being unprepared, are you attempting to evade this matter? Ouyang inquired, tossing the white jade in his hand. Lung Qingsong regarded Ouyang and shook his head, saying, Do you still recall the words our master spoke? Ouyang reminisced about the time when Hu Yun had taken them as disciples, recalling how Lung Qingsong had asked whether it was permissible to kill a person in the pursuit of immortality. Hu Yun had looked into Lung Qingsong's icy eyes and sighed. The mortal realm is not a favorable place for cultivators. The path of immortality emphasizes non-action and avoiding entanglements, the higher one's status in the mortal world. The greater the karmic repercussions to provoke such individuals invites divine retribution upon the cultivator. Even those in the tribulation stage must tread carefully. Ouyang scoffed. That old fool merely uses such words to intimidate you. Tell me, do you aspire to be emperor? Lung Qingsong shook his head and replied, I harbor no interest in that position. I seek only to pursue my own path. This was not the end. For Ouyang turned to the carriage where Xie Chongyang and the young man seated beside him were located, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, Old man, you seem to carry yourself quite well. I have a lucrative proposition. I wonder if you would be interested. Xie Chongyang regarded Ouyang with some wariness. This young man had stirred quite a tempest in Maple Leaf City at the tender age of 5. Having already garnered the allegiance of numerous orphans, from teenagers to those merely 6 or 7 years old, all of whom followed his every command. Such an achievement could not be attributed to a mere 5-year-old child, let alone the now immortal Ouyang. Xie Chongyang spoke in a low, firm tone. I am unaware of what the immortal desires. Please, feel free to command. Ouyang tossed the white jade in his hand, fixing his gaze on the young man beside Xie Chongyang with a teasing smile. The position of emperor rotates. This year, it falls to your family that I observe that your son possesses the aura of a ruler. I wonder if you harbor any aspirations regarding the throne? Silence. Living off the king's bounty while remaining loyal to the crown. Such treasonous thoughts could never cross the minds of the CF family of Maple Leaf City. Before Xie Chongyang could respond, the young man kneeling beside him rebuked sharply. I had believed that those who could cultivate the righteous spirit would possess some merit. Yet it seems they are merely a bunch of pretentious scholars. Ouyang sighed as he regarded the young man. New knowledge. Silence. Xie Chongyang directed at Ouyang, his gaze turning peculiar as he casually glanced at Lung Qingsong. If the immortal merely wishes to ascertain whether the CF family remains loyal subjects, there is no need for concern. We have dwelled in Maple Leaf City for a century, never meddling in court affairs. Ouyang stretched lazily, pointing at his younger brother. This is the last heir of the empire. He does not wish to inherit the throne, should that old wretch in the imperial city inadvertently pass away. The nation would plunge into chaos that I wonder if the CF family could still maintain its independence then. Your Highness, as a member of the royal bloodline, one must naturally shoulder the responsibilities that accompany it. The CF family shall certainly ensure your safety, Xie Chongyang asserted. With merely your motley crew, do you truly believe you can protect us? Ouyang called out. Wang Xiaoming, come in. Wang Ming poked his head into the carriage. Smiling at Ouyang. Big brother Ouyang, did you call for me? Do you wish to become a general? Ouyang asked. Wang Ming scratched his head, replying, I have no particular desire, but if big brother Ouyang wants me to, then I shall. Ouyang erupted in laughter, producing a common gathering spirit pill from his storage bag and instructing Wang Ming. open your mouth." Wang Ming obediently opened his mouth, and the pill dropped inside. Before he could inquire further, Ouyang's voice rang out. "Close your eyes and focus." Wang Ming immediately sat cross-legged and began to cultivate according to his usual internal cultivation methods. Under Xie Chongyang's astonished gaze, Wang Ming, who had previously been inconspicuous, began to exude a profound aura. In the blink of an eye, he broke through to the realm of the innate Grandmaster. Ouyang brandished a vial of pills, shaking it in front of Xie Chongyang. "This contains 100 pills, each capable of producing a Grandmaster of their kind, that 100 innate Grandmasters would elevate the Xie family to become the most formidable clan in Tang country. Am I correct?" Xie Chongyang's gaze fixated on the vial in Ouyang's hand, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Such a vial could bestow the Xie family with an additional 100 innate Grandmasters. Was this the power of an immortal? There were barely 100 innate Grandmasters throughout the entirety of Tang country. To acquire such might so effortlessly was staggering. Xie Chongyang's mouth grew dry as he spoke to Ouyang. "I am uncertain of the immortal's intentions." Ouyang tossed the vial to Xie Chongyang as if discarding refuse, saying coolly, with military might, "The once scholarly Xie family could easily ascend to the throne, that I am not asking you to rebel. It is quite fair, is it not?" Chapter 59. Treacherous ministers and rebels. The carriage fell silent, save for the sound of Xie Chongyang's heavy breathing that he gazed at the porcelain vial in his hand, trembling. Others may not comprehend the vial's immense value, but he was acutely aware. Possessing 100 innate Grandmasters would grant the Xie family the power to sway the fate of the nation. With such strength, influencing the imperial power or even usurping it would be a trivial endeavor. Xie Chongyang regarded Ouyang, his expression complex that he understood that this was Ouyang's cunning scheme, preying on the greed nestled deep within his heart. Yet, could he truly refuse? The Xie family had merely maintained a foothold in Maple Leaf City for centuries, powerless even to eradicate the bandits lurking in the surrounding hills. For too long, the Xie family had prioritized scholarship over martial prowess, despite their desire to alter this. Their lineage was ill-suited for the path of martial arts, leading them to continue appearing weak before neighboring lords. Yet, if they possessed 100 innate Grandmasters, would there be anything in Tang country that the Xie family feared to touch? To rebel. Such an act would invite the punishment of extermination for 9 generations, not to mention the ire of that one who regarded power as his second life. To accept or not to accept. A struggle raged within Xie Chongyang's eyes. One path led to the greatest opportunity for the family's rise, while the other was a treasonous act that could lead to annihilation. Clenching his teeth, he tightly grasped the porcelain vial and declared, "Is the Immortal testing the loyalty of the Xie family by speaking of rebellion? Fear not, for the Xie family shall always stand behind your highness." Ouyang shook his head, saying, "The mundane power of mortals is as inconsequential to us as a chicken rib. The karmic entanglements of the mortal realm are not something we desire to engage with. Thus, you need not harbor doubts. I merely wish to use your hands to avenge my junior brother." The young man beside Xie Chongyang whispered, "Father, the monarch and his ministers must uphold their loyalty to the royal family." Upon hearing these words, Ouyang was momentarily taken aback. Such a statement could only be uttered by those who had fully embraced treason. What on earth? The youth, who had just moments ago been steadfast in his loyalty, suddenly revealed a rebellious nature. The righteous spirit he had just exuded seemed to be weeping. Unexpectedly, it was the very youth whom Ouyang had deemed foolishly devoted to scholarship who had shifted the narrative. The young man bowed respectfully to Ouyang, stating, "Since the Immortal has bestowed upon my Xie family such an opportunity, would it not be an affront to the Immortal if we were to refuse?" His demeanor was gentle, and his logic seemed entirely reasonable, yet it starkly contrasted with his earlier proclamations of loyalty. "May I ask for your name?" Ouyang inquired with renewed interest. The young man respectfully responded, "I am Xie Xinji, the young master of Maple Leaf City." "You? Splendid. With you and the Xie family, prosperity is inevitable." Ouyang stammered, taken aback, offering a rather hollow compliment. Xie Xinji continued, "The Immortal and my fiancée, Xin'er, share an old acquaintance. And with the endorsement of the former prince who holds no interest in the throne, My CF family is merely rising with the winds, already invoking the former dynasty, so quickly embracing the role of treacherous minister and rebel. Wait a minute, your fiancé, Ishiner. Ouyang's lips curled into a smile as he glanced at the equally bewildered Lung Qingsong. This was becoming quite entertaining. And who is Shiner to you? Even the usually aloof Lung Qingsong could not refrain from asking. This year, I have become betrothed to Shiner. We are already husband and wife. As for the two immortals seeking enlightenment, we mortals naturally cannot notify you. Please forgive us. The young man earnestly explained. This was absurd. His younger brother was the fated chosen one, and now not only was their nation at risk of being stolen by this young man, but his first love was also in jeopardy. Were they truly attempting to fleece his younger brother? Ouyang's eyelids twitched as he watched his utterly confused younger brother, covering his face in despair, unsure of what to say. Lung Qingsong plopped down in the carriage, a heavy sigh escaping his lips, uncertain of how to articulate his feelings. Xie Xinji, with a knowing expression, rose to speak. In Maple Leaf City, our resources are abundant, yet our martial prowess has been lacking. With the addition of 108 grandmasters, we have addressed our greatest shortcoming. We shall form alliances across the 21 cities within the Tang realm, directing our forces straight towards the Imperial City. Damn! This lad must have been harboring rebellious thoughts for quite some time. I had merely proposed a condition, and he has already mapped out the route for insurrection. How has he cultivated such righteous vigor? Unable to endure the incessant chatter, Lung Qingsong grasped his sword and leapt out of the carriage. Ouyang, holding the jade pendant, gazed at the fervent Xie Xinji and, after a moment of silence, replied, "The matter of rebellion is yours to decide. I have but one condition. Once you breach the Imperial City, I require that person alive. Your request is one I cannot refuse." Xie Xinji bowed respectfully. Ouyang cast a deep glance at Xie Xinji, then picked up the drowsy Hutu and exited the carriage. Sensing Lung Qingsong's position, Ouyang vanished from sight with a few agile leaps. "Xinji, do you truly wish to rebel?" Xie Chongyang inquired cautiously, cradling a white porcelain vial. "Father, when that emperor abducted Shiner, I had already entertained thoughts of usurpation. Since both of you immortals share this intention, why should we not proceed?" Xie Xinji replied calmly, gazing in the direction Ouyang had vanished. Xie Chongyang nodded gravely. "If that is the case, let us return to Maple Leaf City, summon our kin, and cultivate 108 grandmasters before plotting this undertaking. I shall defer to your judgment." "Father," Xie Xinji responded, at that moment, a trace of imperial aura began to permeate the righteous energy surrounding him. Ouyang, holding Hutu, arrived at a waterfall, while Lung Qingsong stood before the towering cascade, sword in hand. With an overwhelming surge of sword intent, he raised his hand, and an invisible longsword cleaved through the entire waterfall, that in an instant, hundreds of swords were unleashed, shattering the cascade into a myriad of fragments. The raging true energy wreaked havoc upon the waterfall, yet Lung Qingsong's expression remained inscrutable. Ouyang settled upon a massive stone, sitting cross-legged with the slumbering Hutu in his arms, conjuring a barrier of true energy to shield against the cascading water. "Brother, are you employing others as instruments of your vengeance to keep yourself untainted by karma?" After venting his frustrations, Lung Qingsong turned to Ouyang and asked. Ouyang nodded. "The last time I enlightened Brother Xiao with the dragon and phoenix. The heavenly retribution was insufficiently potent, allowing for an opportunity. Moreover, the act of enlightening divine beasts is merely prohibited by the heavenly laws, resulting in a simplistic thunderous punishment. Should you become entangled in worldly karma, that unseen retribution will inevitably descend upon you. It is best to remain untainted by such inevitable consequences." Lung Qingsong sheathed his sword and landed on the stone, inquiring, "What of the enmity toward my parents? Using others as instruments of vengeance would similarly affect my Tao heart." Ouyang smiled knowingly. "The emperor bears substantial karma, but if he ceases to be emperor, what karma remains? Once the Xie family rises in revolt and seizes the throne, the former emperor will no longer hold that title, thus rendering any karma moot." Lung Qingsong then comprehended his elder brother's intentions, nodding and asking, "What shall we do now?" Ouyang pointed toward the imperial city. Your former beloved is still suffering. We must pay her a visit.